and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kevin, we have a roll call. Each now. Here. Bonnet. Here. Leon. And Alan. Henschel.
I'm here.
Johnkoff. Here. Nelson.
Here.
Lamandas.
Present.
Robbins.
Here.
Review and approval of the agenda,
Which is the strategic plan.
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
support. We've got a motion that's been supported. Is there any discussion? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Is there any public comment on our strategic planning session today? Okay, there being no public comment. We have no reading, approving of minutes, no items on our consent calendar today, no unfinished business, and we can move then into new business, which is our strategic planning board retreat. Kevin and Stephanie.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. We're at our fun retreat from Pittsburgh Stadium. It's our third year of doing this retreat, so we have a great, I think, full day today and 2/3 of the day plus a board meeting tomorrow to wrap it up. Kind of give an overall schedule. We'll be here till 4, right?
Accurate.
Accurate, right? 4.
Batting practice.
If you get your work done. All right? That's what I always say. If you want to go leave for vacation early, you can leave early if you have all your work done. So 4 o'clock is what it is, and then we have batting practice. So Mr. Plamaden is going to show us all how to properly bat. Coach Plamaden. And so I'm very excited that we're here today because we have a lot to discuss, lots to accomplish. And so a little bit of what will go on from a staff perspective. You'll see staff, so for the board members' ideas, that you'll see staff funnel in, funnel out throughout the day and tomorrow. Based on trying to work out the schedule with Stephanie, and I'll introduce Stephanie in a minute. Timing and trying to get everybody here for those strategic moments. But we will then, throughout the day, then we will end at 4. We'll go over the game, the family events on the porch, similar to years past. Everybody is welcome to be there. Hot dogs and hamburgers. Forefront. My mind was thinking the forefront.
On High Street.
Or High Street, yes. Okay. So it's the High Street porch that's all here on deck for dinner, and then the ball game, and then tomorrow morning we'll report back here at 9. So, and we'll finish up about 2, the overall plan, and then strategic plan, and then we'll go to 3 o'clock. Once we're concluded, that'll be our 2 days. So any questions about the schedule? All right. With that, I'd like to introduce Stephanie Ward from Beaton Hunt. Stephanie has been with us on many projects throughout the year, not just the year, but throughout many years. And I'll let you introduce all the Beaton Hunt team when we get there. But Stephanie has been recently promoted to the national planning director. Yeah. So, so she's not just state of Michigan, but for the entire country for me. And so, which brings back some of the team that we have been working with, and Stephanie will introduce the rest of the team. But moving up in all those positions for the team makes us proud. So anyway, and then just real quick, bathrooms are down the hall. If you walked in, they're right down the hall. So feel free to move in and out throughout the day. There is some food across the hall for breakfast.
The cooler's for anybody.
And the cooler's there. yourself some drinks. Feel free to, again, just move as you need to move. So, Stephanie, turn it over to you.
All right. Well, Kevin already took care of all my introductory stuff, so. Exit's the only other safety moment. Exits back out the way you came in, up the stairs or out the elevator, and then right around the corner here, again, another set of stairs. If you don't mind, we'd like to go through introductions of everybody here, because all your names are in the back of your jerseys, so I can't see them. It would be helpful for me. Paul, we can start with you.
Yeah, Paul Beachstein, chairman of the NRAA.
Bob?
Yeah, Bob Nelson, airport engineer.
Gerald Nelson, Ward, not a brother.
My other brother.
Mark Bishop, Chief Financial Officer, Airport.
Sherry Sykes, General Counsel, Department.
Dan Saul, COO, played for Team TBC.
There you go.
Steve Mondin, NRAA board member.
Rob Henschel, airport board member.
Rick Robbins, board member.
Jeff Hartsby, one.
Lori Sui, Senior Badge Supervisor.
Frank Sippins, IT Systems Manager.
Daniel Hoff, board member.
Nobody, board member.
Sean Thompson,
Hey, Steph.
Stephanie Green, Autumn Karen, Director of Marketing and Export.
Well, as Kevin said, we've got some additional lead hunters here. So Jeff Hartz, who took up his resident spot hiding in the back, is our air service development specialist. Jeff does a great job for you at air service. He's going to, in fact, entertain you for most of the morning today, filling in on what's going on in air service. Sean Thompson is one of our senior airport engineers, been doing all the engineering here, and he's going to give you an update as well. I think Bill Ropish doesn't need an introduction really well.
Is that good or bad?
I will let you figure that one out.
I already know that.
And then we have Stephanie Green, as Kevin alluded to. So with me moving up, Stephanie Green is stepping into the role of department manager for all of our aviation east work, taking my spot. So I'm excited to have her here. She's been serving Traverse City for a very long time, both in the previous company and now we've been up for, what, 5 years? So I appreciate Kevin calling me and asking me to facilitate this for you. You guys have an incredible facility here, as he mentioned. I've really enjoyed over the years being able to work on the project. A lot of it having to do with the runway 10 extension, the ILS implementation, the easements. Carrie and I have therapy sessions routinely. We're still dealing with the PTSD of that project. So what we're going to work through here today was a wonderful set of calls that I was able to have with a number of the senior staff here at the airport. And I'm going to apologize right now. I'm just going to call it TBC, NRAA. I keep always forgetting the extra A, and I don't want to offend anybody depending on what side you're on NRA. So we'll just go with TBC. So this morning, what we're going to do first is have a couple of minutes to give you some updates from our meeting hunt team about what's going on in the airport. I assume you're seeing a lot of it as a part of your monthly board meetings. I thought a little deeper dive to help set the stage for the rest of the conversation would be important. But as I mentioned, we'll turn it over to Jeff to fill you in on some of the air service. The reason we thought we would start with that is a lot of the conversations that I had with senior staff had to do with the airport continuing to grow. How are we going to continue to grow? Because of air service. So it's very interconnected, and so we thought it would be important to figure out and hear where do we see the airport going with air service, because that is going to tie into just about everything else. We'll then take lunch. We'll see how all of you are doing. If you're turning into public view, we'll take a little longer lunch so that you can revive. If you're ready to keep going, we might turn that into a bit of a working lunch. We'll see how that plays out. Then after lunch, we're going to do some common themes. What I'm going to do is hit on a few of the things that I heard from staff. And the reason those are important is there's a lot of synergies between the comments that I heard. And then we're going to jump into the heavy lifting, which is we're talking about the different goals and comments and strategic actions that came out from staff. And so I've taken the liberty to break those into some different categories so that we can kind of talk about them in some groups, and then we'll move from there. And then Kevin's already talked about all the fun stuff. If you behave yourself and you're good students, then we'll get to go play. Tomorrow, we'll do a quick recap in the morning of what happens today. Then we're going to continue the goals and strategic action discussions. Some of that is because a couple staff members couldn't make it today. So they're gonna help lead their conversation tomorrow morning briefly. And then we'll break into what we're gonna call a prioritization exercise, where you're gonna get some chances to vote on what you heard and what you think individually is important and give us some direction. And then we'll wrap up. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the meeting hunt team to give you some update on where we're at with different projects. Steph, do you want to kick us off? Return where you can hit the book, since I forgot that.
So, good morning. Thank you for having us. This is really fun. I am just going to talk about some of the planning projects that have been done in the past, we'll say 5 or 6 years, roughly. As just a means of letting you know what it takes to get a project from an idea to on the ground. And so we're going to go through these. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on all the planning work that was done, but just so you are aware of what it takes to get something to design construction. So, for example, if we come out of this meeting and, hey, we're going to need a new piece of pavement in 2030, well, guess what? We need to have the planning moving quickly. So, let's just talk about some of the fun things we've done. Runway 10. What a beauty. So we were able to justify the runway 10 extension, and that was back in the kind of new hot day. Bob and I working together on that, justifying the ILS to get that done. Then it was turned over to me and Hunt for a fast track EA, environmental assessment. And when I say fast track, what do we complete that in, Kevin? I just want to hear you say it.
What, 3 times did we do it? I don't know, and it was 10 plus years, and that was one of those ones that we said to the FAA, let's do a full environmental from the beginning, and the FAA said, nope, we're gonna do it in these pieces, and so we did it in their pieces. We kept having to go back.
We did run through it and got a whole package put together in about 4 months.
Sure.
It was
That was,
re-released.
yeah, so that was interesting. Yeah, when the final one came out.
So then, the construction was completed, and of course, now you have a much more reliable airfield, much safer airfield, good things, and you've accomplished goal number 1 from your 2024 strategic plan. All right, terminal edition in progress, as you will know. So, just wanted to go through what had to be done in order to get that in place. So, the terminal planning study, back in the day, Bob and I, me and Hunt, working with Alliance to get that study done. That kind of talked about, these are the options, those were presented to the board at the time for them to select the alternative that they wanted to move forward with, determining how much space was required, not only baseline but forecasted. In addition to that, we updated the commercial service activity forecast. And that was done probably 3 different times as we went through the stages of planning for this terminal. FAA came back and said, update it down. And with the dynamics of the air service going on, kudos to TBC, Arabian Airlines, and they kept busting the forecast. So we keep updating the forecast to try to keep up.
And a little COVID thing.
And yeah, COVID put a little wrinkle in our pretty trend line, but you know. And then last but not least, we were able to get a categorical exclusion for the terminal expansion, which is the smaller of the 2 environmental issues. Back after we move forward with the rewrite. All right, this was a fun one. This is something I've never been asked to do before at an airport. I get a lot of firsts at Traverse City. The remote terminal plan, and I know y'all probably seen this study. So we were asked, what would it take to put a remote terminal on the field?
Diet Pepsi,
bring passengers in and out via walkway or bus. How would that work? Where would it go? We needed to service 2 regional jets with a capacity of 350 passengers. So, question number 1, how many aircraft can you fit on the apron and where can you put them? We want 2, or I believe the initial request was 3. How do they maneuver in and out? Preferably powering in and out versus tugging in and out due to space constraints. How big does this building have to be if we want to process 350 passengers and hold 350 passengers? And what are we going to do with the building when we're not using it? And then how do we get passengers from your security checkpoint up to this remote terminal? Do they go on a bus? Do they go via walkway? How does that look? How is it operated? And ultimately, how much does all of this cost? And are there options to rent versus own? So as you can imagine, this was not something that came on my resume. Stock planning study. So very interesting, very fun to work on. So we ran modeling, a lot of modeling to see. We looked at initially 4 different locations. And ultimately, the chosen spot was on the northwest side of your existing rent. I'm going to use this one here for reference, but right over here, northeast of the SRE building. That was the only place that we could really get 2 RJs in and maneuver them. It did require us expanding the terminal apron here, and their temporary concourse is there. And it was determined that covered walkways to that location were really confusing. We were going about 1,000 feet from the main terminal building to the remote, so busing was going to have to be put in place. Let's see. So these were some of the fun things we looked at. These are some photo examples from some of the providers. You'll see remote. These are the temporary terminal buildings. We did look at a tent solution from a local supplier. Accompanying that was the walkway. You'll see the covered walkway. And remote toilet facilities also had to be considered. So all in all, I'm not going to say what the results of that study were, but it basically provided you, these are the options, these are the costs, rent to own, and next, parking. Parking's been an issue, and I know you guys have been running, meeting yourself coming and going, trying to keep up with the parking demand. So we were employed to conduct a parking study to figure out, okay, where are you now with your baseline in 2025? How many parking spots do you need currently? Because there are people parking along the road and kids are parking right off the stage. Not only do we want to know the baseline, we want to know your forecast here going out to meet the demands of your expanded terminal and your terminal area forecast that was updated so many times. So with your increase in employments, where does that lead you? So initially on the baseline, it showed you were short roughly 400 spots, as you see. Okay, fine, and then God's been chasing parking lots and trying to meet that demand. But, the bigger picture was you're going to be lacking almost 1,500 as you reach that unique passenger level in 2042 as it's projected right now. So what can we do with that? So this parking study was very inclusive. It looked at a variety of alternatives. Alternative 3 was the one that was selected as the preferred alternative to move forward. And I'm just going to go over some of the things, some of the key items. Cell phone lot and your TNC, that's your Uber on-demand taxi stuff. Relocated here for accommodating future aeronautical development there on the northwest side. I know you guys have talked about the applications and various other things possibly there on Right Drive. Your SRE salt storage, closed fuel possibly, but this does a lot of rerouting of your road and still provides your access where you are now. Over here, this is marked as future commercial space. I know there was talk of a hotel going in there, so we accommodated both the passenger traffic and commercial traffic to access the backside of that hotel for your service trucks and other things that would be permitted. But we've provided an admin lot here, flex lot here, there's your economy public, that's one of your newer lots here. Valet would be here just east of your existing public parking. And then last but not least, this option also provided for a consolidated rental car facility. That's been talked about. And so this does accommodate for that, and that would be kind of a phase push to getting that. So now I'm going to turn it over to our lovely engineers, unless anybody has any questions about the planning or the planning process.
Steph mentions the reason for kind of covering this is to show you where you've gone, but also give you a flavor for things that we're going to talk about later this afternoon of different projects. Is that if there's something that we discuss over the next 2 days that is I would say almost an eminent sort of project, there's all of this planning that might have to be done, especially if it's going to look for federal funding where we're going to need to justify it, coupled with some sort of environmental clearance, again, with the federal requirement. And so those things all take time and feed into it. So this kind of gives you a brief behind-the-scenes look of the things that are taking place before we can ever turn a shovel of dirt. So we'll need to think about that as we look at our prioritization through the next few days.
Thank you. Sean?
All right, again, Sean Thompson, civil engineer. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the apron projects going on in conjunction with the terminal expansion. So right now, the areas in green and the area that is in orange around the terminal, those are under construction this year and next, and will be completed when the terminal opens up. So those are kind of some current projects to provide access and parking for your commercial aircraft around Concourse B. There are a couple, I guess, in addition, the blue areas here are some underground storage for stormwater runoff that's being constructed as part of these projects as well. Particularly the western side, that's underground, the eastern side is underground. Trying to meet compliance with necessary regulations for stormwater quality and quantity, and also try to reduce your current potential for animal attractants and wildlife attractants there. As a part of that, this apron and terminal expansion is part of kind of a larger project. There are other phases to it that are being looked at and included that are in different states of design or the process right now. The area in red is a new remain overnight or RON apron. We removed the existing RON apron to incorporate that into the terminal apron for the concourse, so to replace that parking positions. Looking at doing that as a part of a future project, as well as the northern terminal apron expansion in yellow. There are some restrictions that the airlines see related to Concourse A in particular, and a little bit would be related to that northern edge of the apron and what kind of aircraft you can park on the north sides of the terminals. So that should take care of those issues in the future to allow more flexibility in how those are operated. And then also out there in the future is a de-icing apron as well. So digging a little more into the terminal apron northern expansion, this is one of the restrictions I'm referring to. Aircraft parked in 6 and 7 do kind of have a conflict with each other, so that's why we're looking at this. The airport staff is looking at this as a potential project to try and make it so you can actually access, you can bring an aircraft all the way behind someone at gate 7 power through. So I'm not going to delve into all the engineering and maneuvering behind it, but just know that those things are taking place. De-icing, here's a concept about a centralized de-icing apron that would collect the glycol and runoff. That way it can be disposed of. Right now, all the aircraft de-ice at the gates, and that runs off into the storm sewer system, no collection. So this is another potential project out there looking, the airport and staff will continue to look at options as to how to best fit that into the existing environment.
I have a question. What happens after when you collect that de-icing glycol? You have to send that away with a waste hauler?
You can do two things, actually. Grand Rapids does a recycling contract. They actually refine it, reuse it type of thing. That's usually the primary thing that's done with that. Right now, to Sean's point, we're not using enough that it really means a whole lot. It just kind of biodegrades in the soil next to the ramp, but at some point, it's actually more of an operational benefit. Once you get to those areas, we're thinking we'll have some dedicated de-icers to help facilitate the speed of de-icing, and then that collection protocol on that point is just an icing on the cake.
Because right now, the aircraft pushes back from the gate slightly, takes up space, usable space, and then de-ices right where it's at. So if you pull it into the icing area, then you can reuse that gate for some other purpose or catch the airplane. All right, so Bill's gonna come up here and talk about the
You don't
terminal.
want to speak on those?
I might talk about the terminal, but
Bill's been waiting.
yeah, I steal your
They
thunder.
call me Captain Obvious, because these projects you all see anyway. Going through the progress of what's happened over the past few years, one of the main things we've been doing is relighting the terminal building, getting rid of the older, less efficient fixtures, replacing all with LED fixtures. The really cool thing at night, as soon as we got these apron lights up, we made the airport disappear at night. If you've ever driven to the airport at night and come down one of the hills from a way, a distance far away, you just see this big glow. When we start getting into later in the season and it gets darker earlier, just take a look over there, see if you can still see them. I think I did a 1 a.m. drive after we got that done, and the airport kind of disappeared. It's really calmed it down, in my opinion.
So, Bill, is that by using caps, like, so the light can go, or shining the light down?
The old fixtures were kicked up at about a 45-degree angle to get the light pushed out far enough. With the new LED fixtures, they're either at a 0 or even tilted down further.
Okay.
So the cutoff is 100% cutoff. I thought it was pretty cool to see.
Okay.
I'm just a geek, so it's okay. As alluded to, the parking, the economy parking lot was completed. I thought that was pretty good in itself. So that's all done. It's being utilized and it's pretty functional. And
how many spaces are there?
Bob.
368 and with a handful of accessible spaces, so it's roughly 360-ish in terms of parking spaces.
And Bob, we have capacity to expand by how much if need be?
We believe we can get up to 1,500 to 2,000, depending on the geometry of that northeast corner going all the way up to Judson. So
It's pretty good planning on that. And if you have been in the terminal lately, you've noticed the cafe renovation and addition. The airport is working in conjunction with Ron at the cafe, and I think it was outstanding. So those are some of the projects that have just recently been completed. Projects under construction right now. I'd love to have a really pretty picture of the terminal being brought up out of the ground, but we're just getting started. So the pictures aren't the greatest, but it is construction, so. Getting our feet under us, getting some momentum going, and we're gonna do our best to get this project soon and get this thing going. And HVAC replacement, I have no pictures because we're just into the shop drawing phase of that. Upgrading and making the heating, ventilation, cooling system more efficient, right? There's some people that have expressed interest in that, so. And if you haven't heard in the past, we've had some issues with the existing chillers. So Chris was here, I think he'd be nodding his head a lot on that, so that's the exciting part for that one as well. All projects in the planning/design stage. CVIS or check baggage, it's an inline baggage handling system. I believe we're just in the planning of the designing stage.
initial
of that.
design was just approved last week.
And something that the hotel, I don't know where that is because we're not involved, but that's just something that.
So I can give a quick update on that. So that's SOX Construction. They continue to work finalizing some partners. Once those partners are all finalized, we'll be completing the lease, and then they'll start their work on final design, and we'll be bringing some of those things back to buildings and grounds.
believe that's everything.
Yeah, so just adding to that a little bit, so when you look at what has been done in the current concourse and terminal buildings in the last year, you've completely replaced the roof of all the flat surfaces. So that roof has been completed. You completely replaced all the internal and external terminal lighting with LED. Previously to that lighting project, we did the parking lot lighting project and replaced those to LED in real roadways. So that was completely done. And then you're looking at the HVAC equipment to be replaced, both boilers and chillers, over the next year. So as much as we're constructing the new Concourse B, with the cafe replacement and some of the other construction that ties into Concourse A, you have really modernized Concourse A along with the new concourse coming online. So that's, a lot of airports cannot say that as they're going through major construction projects, that they're able to do that. So that, we have to put a lot of credit into the engineering team with Bob and Eden Hunt, Brian Newhoff, CNS overall to, put those projects together to continue that, to make all that happen. It's a pretty major accomplishment to be able to modernize that. I would love to say that also I'd include in the modernization, there was carpet replacement 5 years ago for the Concourse A area, the public spaces. But when I walked through the terminal this week and saw the number of carpet stains and everything else, the number of travelers, it doesn't look that new anymore. So we might have to think about another carpet replacement project for that one. But that just means that the terminal's being used, and some of the things we'll look forward to is changing some of the Concourse A public spaces out to the terrazzo floor that we're using in the Concourse B design. So excited about that. And of course, when you look at planning for terrazzo floors, there's a lot of artwork that can go in a terrazzo floor. It doesn't just have to be standard wave patterns.
I'm hearing you, Kevin. I'll take it to the team.
I just want everybody to know that, because I got lots of pretty pictures of what it looks like in Phoenix. I just went through it yesterday and saw what I thought was a really neat concept is what they call art on the floor. And they have local designers designing art on the floor. So I've challenged the Mead and Hunt team, because of the new theme, I'd like to see some form of a Toscan stone design in our floor with the terrazzo. So I think it would be wonderful to bring that inclusion into that.
When he says the Mead and Hunt team, he's looking at me.
So, moving on from the terrazzo. So effectively, the update in the HVAC and the existing terminal and the lighting, from an operational standpoint, what sort of reduction in cost by doing those items, more or less?
In terms of like a return on investment, I'll be honest, we haven't seen the updates quite yet. I'll have to work with Mark and Heather to figure out what that final ROI is. I know it was going to be less than 10 years. It could be right around the 5 mark, but we'll have to see what it comes out to. I think just when we did something recently for the rental car wash, that was like 2.5 years even. So, but obviously the terminal stuff's a little bit different. Plus we've got some other things going on. I would say one of the bigger things there that doesn't factor in maybe quite the same way just in terms of usage, but and Chris and Dan would echo this in terms of maintenance costs. Whether it's HVAC or lighting, we were having increasing costs to maintain. So by that's another thing, we'll have reduced maintenance costs as well as being more efficient. So it's actually a twofer in that respect.
Awesome. Thanks. Mr. London.
I've had several customer complaints recently, particularly about the temperature in the hold room. Is this due to deficiencies or breakdowns? From what I've heard, it hasn't been the ticketing area as much, but in particular the hold room. Are those
I'm
chillers
assuming it's
fixed?
been too warm.
Yeah,
It was a little too warm.
A little
yes,
too warm. That
according
has to do with the chillers that are being planned to
Yes.
replace. It's most likely gonna stay that way this summer, but I would expect next summer, you shouldn't have those complaints.
Yeah.
So is that due to life expectancy? They're not, the current ones aren't?
Yeah, so
feasible
you're
to
having two
repair?
issues, yes. So the chillers are operating on, instead of all 4 compressors operating, we're operating on 2. And that is actually because of the power draw that we take coming in from Traverse City Light Power. When we draw on all 4 compressors, we actually, I don't misquote me, it's not a phase that drops, a leg drops.
No, so basically, we draw so much amperage that the voltage drops and hits the breaker. And so although our switchgear is designed to handle all that load, the transformer isn't. And so the question is what's the fastest solution? And given that transformer lead times are longer than chiller lead times, the answer was to do the chillers as soon as we could. So that's the work in process.
So that being said, what's the plan for the new terminal? Obviously, we've got to bring in.
Yeah. Yep. No.
substantial-
So the other beauty of current technology is soft starts. So VFDs. So as opposed to getting that huge power spike, it kind of ramps up. And by doing that, we stagger that load so we don't get that big voltage drop that will affect systems.
So we don't see any solution yet this year. Hopefully, we don't have a problem during the cold months.
No. So we're right now the new boilers, which we have a fair amount of maintenance going on for those two. The boilers should be replaced this fall. I would say September, October timeframe. They'll probably start sooner, but that will be more or less active in that September, October timeframe. And then it'll probably be March or April when we can get the chillers in, just due to lead times.
One of the things that's struggling right now is the boilers. And so almost on a daily basis, we're relaying boilers. And so when you have that, that's why the chillers overpower everything that's in there in the building. So we are struggling with that. So it's the age. You gotta remember, these were installed really going back to 2001 timeframe. So they're 25 plus years old.
So are the chillers zoned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So does that possibly explain the issue in the hold room with so many more people? I mean, could we shut down one in the ticketing area to help in the hold room?
Most likely what was happening was we were working on a couple chiller repairs during that time. So yeah, they got a little warm for a little bit as we were working on it. So yeah, I didn't want to run 3 or 4 compressors and kill half the power to the terminal. So we ran just a little bit warm, and I told Kevin I'd rather run a little warm for a little bit and not take out half the power.
Yeah, so again, what happens when we drop the power, all the rental cars lose power and all the airline ticketing folks lose power. It's not to say that they're totally shut down, but it does create a big operation for us where we have to re-navigate how to get those stations powered up in that interim. And so to avoid those operational impacts, especially this time of year, to Dan's point, there is a little bit of the lesser of two evils when it comes to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we're working on one right now, so.
All right. Project for consideration, I was just throwing some stuff out there. And Steph happened to say she already had conversations with staff, so some of this might be redundant future slides, but just for considering for future planning purposes, airfield lighting and signage replacement, not everything out there I believe is LED at this point. I think our last airfield lighting replacement project was 17 the runway?
So, I mean, for 1028, yeah, 1836 definitely needs the most work, and then we're trying to do some work in the vault as well with some regulators that need to be, they too have kind of seen their age and need to get some replacement going, and that
And the
may
control
be-
system as well.
And ALCMS.
Yeah,
That's getting there, Dan.
Yeah,
That's getting there.
we're on the same page.
The control system
The
needs
lighting
attention.
control system's a little bit bigger lift. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm coming to you for a couple regulator replacements, which were budgeted yet this year, but all things that are in the works.
That's the water line upgrade. I think the north side is on the verge of washable
So-
pressure and might need a little more pressure there.
Yeah, I'll just touch base on that one a little bit. This one, the city has been working with us for years in trying to get that, and they'd like to loop what is the Aero Park or the Aero Industrial Park, and go across just south of the Coast Guard, so across the taxiway Delta 3, and then into our north side facility areas, to create a complete loop system, to help all the fire pressures and stuff for the buildings on the north side. And so to actually even modernize some of the water systems on the north side. So, and I think that's our biggest limitation on development on the north side, because of trying to meet those fire pressures and meet building code standards. So the city is looking for that target of opportunity of when Delta 3 is repaved, going into the Coast Guard. That's some of our oldest pavement. And so we look at that as part of the taxiway Delta project, or a phase in addition to the Delta project to happen. So as that, we'll be coordinating with the city to put that water main. I don't have the size off the top of my head. What
There's currently in the north side, there's basically a 6-inch water main running down. And then over in the industrial park, there's a 12-inch main, and the idea would be to pick up at that 12-inch main and run a 12-inch all the way across the taxiway and back up. I think it's, just north of the tower there, where they would do an interconnect, just to be able to get all the water pressures and capacity up for helping the fire flow, among other things.
Then the last item I had on here is building facility renovation and or addition. Right behind the terminal building and construction, you have our SRE, the rental car facility where they do the car washing. It says parking lot, but that should have been parking lot revenue collection, and that's the same age as the terminal building. Those are just some things to put on the back of your mind for planning purposes that we might need attention. They're starting to get to an age. I remember when we constructed them, but it doesn't seem much for my age right now. So,
Bill, are you talking the facilities for the rental car?
Yes.
Or for
Yes.
the parking lots collection?
yeah.
Not the technology itself, because we are in the process of
Right.
updating that, but the building.
The building itself, yeah.
Gotcha.
There's been, I don't know.
indicated to be.
Plumbing, roof.
Yeah, everything is okay.
I was trying to be
EFS,
kind. I was trying to be kind, Dan. that one needs to be looked at. That's all.
We need more EFS.
Dan, you're up.
All right, Dan.
You're on Friday.
Yeah, we're at the baseball game. You know, do we need the umpire to come in and kick you out?
I didn't bring my whistle.
With that, it's pavements, and I'm up.
Oh, I'm up again. So, the goal here is not turn this into a CIP process. We're not, this is a strategic plan, and we're not trying to find out which pavements necessarily need to be rehabilitated or reconstructed next. What I do want to do is lay out some groundwork related to how these projects get funded and what the FAA looks at. So the FAA is the primary funding source for most airfield pavements that are used by, commercial airlines, GA tenants, corporate facilities, things like that. So they through the state of Michigan perform a pavement condition index every 3 years. Your last one was done in '23, so they should be back this year if they haven't been here already. So this is the results you see from 2023. If you've never seen a PCI map before, it's color-coded to make it easy to understand what's going on. They use a rating of 100 as in perfect and 0 or 1 as in, well, failed probably happens before you get to 1, but if 0 or 1 is like the lowest you can go, it would be, gravel at that point. So that is the scale that's used here. Most of the pavements, as you can see here, are in good shape. What you don't want to see are reds. You see a lot of greens, which is fantastic, some light greens, a little bit of yellow. So those are all good signs that your pavements are in good shape in 2023. Some of the limits that you want to be aware of are the FAA will not pay to do anything with that pavement unless it's below 70. So that's when you get into rehabilitation category. Above that, it would be considered maintenance, which is not eligible to commercial airports or primary airports. So your sweet spot is kind of between 70 and 55. Once you hit 55, you're eligible for reconstruction of that pavement. It used to be you could do rehabilitation type work under 55. The FAA is taking a bit of a stronger stance on that. So typically you want to stay between 70 and 55. Get below 70, below 55, do your rehabilitation. Rehabilitation on pavement is expected to last for 10 years. So typical methods for that would be an asphalt mill and inlay. So mill off 2 inches, 4 inches, whatever it is, pave it back again. But if you drop below 55, the FAA is generally expecting you to do more. A reconstruction, which can mean a couple things. It could be removal of all the asphalt and get into the gravel base. It could be a pulverization. It could be complete reconstruction all the way down to sand subgrade. Which gets more expensive, a lot more expensive, but has an expected life of 20 years. But generally, for funding purposes, the preference is to be between 70 and 55. There are strategic reasons to dip below 55, can be, particularly if you have a pavement that, let me back up a little bit. So if you do rehabilitation, you're allowed to rehabilitate to your existing pavement widths and dimensions. So that's like your width of your taxiway, the width of your runway, length of your runway, things like that. If you dip into reconstruction territory, the FAA will have you reevaluate whether your design aircraft is appropriate, whether the taxiway width is appropriate, the runway length is appropriate. So you open yourself up to a lot of questions when you get below 55 that sometimes are uncomfortable questions to answer. So that's part of the reason why the preference is stay between 70 and 55. If you find yourself with a pavement that isn't all that important, that's sized correctly, you can let it dip below 55, just to prioritize other pavements. So it's kind of a bit of a puzzle as to what makes the most sense for you. Good.
Are those 100% funded by the FAA, or is there a local contribution depending on what level of reconstruction required?
So that's a complicated question to answer. So typically, the FAA is providing 90% funding for these projects, the state 5 and the locals 5. The state's running out of money, so there's a question whether they're going to have it for much longer. The FAA changes from 90 to 95% sometimes, and then some pavements out on the airfield are not going to be eligible at all if they're not for public use.
So let's stop there for a second. This taxiway Delta 3 is the one that we just talked about. Delta 3 goes in Coast Guard. Right now they're north of where the college ties in, with taxiway Juliet. When you look at where the large hangar is for ab flight and that ramp space area. Once we get north of that, the only user is the Coast Guard. So eligibility for that taxiway is going to be discussed, because what we've looked at is development on our master plan on the north side of that big hangar along the Coast Guard area for GA development. Well, most of those category aircraft are Cat 1s and 2s, and you're looking at the justification of a 25-foot wide taxiway. Well, that's a challenge for us, because going into the Coast Guard, the Coast Guard itself flies a variety of aircraft from its smallest, there's still some Falcon jets in there, but its smallest of aircraft all the way up to, they have Gulfstreams, C-130s, and everything else that comes in. Then you have airshow support aircraft, we have the C-17 and everything else. So at that point, though, the FAA would turn to us and say, what's justifiable in funding a 25-foot wide taxiway? The Coast Guard wants something bigger. The Coast Guard is going to have to come to the program. That will be an interesting, when you asked about funding, that'll be an interesting funding because the DOD wants to involve in funding. I suspect they will, to make sure it maintains the 50-foot wide taxiway. But I, that's going to be the ballgame that we put together when it comes time to do that. One of the reasons that we have tried to put GA tenants and corporate tenants up in that area is, especially with the larger aircraft with the Gulfstreams and the others, to try to push that envelope out a little bit to get to the 50-foot wide taxiways for those.
So FAA's guidance on a 50-foot wide taxiway, just as a general rule of thumb, is an aircraft about the size of a 737. A Gulfstream is a 35-foot wide taxiway. So it's skinnier than you think it should be, and than it used to be. I love that.
So that's going to be our challenge. So hopefully, when that comes, a strong commander that has a good reputation in DC.
Thank you.
I said you can go into a whole CIP planning discussion based on this, but I'll take the questions. I'm
I
sure.
thought you had one more.
Yeah, no, that's all I got. So then I guess we'll go into questions about all the current past projects.
Just to add, obviously, we did also the 4 passenger boarding bridge replacements, or excuse me, 3, as well for the existing terminal.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob. I forgot that one.
So there's been a lot going on. I guess, if you could give yourself a round of applause. As, been discussed here with some of the projects you've been doing. There's a lot of airports that are very compartmentalized. They can handle one at a time. They can't handle new construction, replacement of existing, airfield, landside. You've got a lot going on. So I think keep that in mind as we look through what's coming with where we're at. And a big part of what the conversation is looking at where you were to where we're going. A number of the things that you looked at in your past strategic planning effort, you've either been accomplished or we're taking a deeper dive into most of them based upon the conversations. With that, we are at a point to come up over to Mr. Hartz and talk about air service. While he gets hooked up, if anybody needs to take a break, we got about 5 minutes if you want, we'll get started. Huh? I know I do not want you to start.
Get in there with it.
No, if you start saying that, I think we might get the baseball bat out.
Start practicing early.
Start practicing early.
What's that? I'm using my personal hotspot. I can try and plug her down. Yeah.
I saw a lot of people who were.
She's walking around somewhere else.
There's so many.
I didn't.
Which,
She's not like you. I never hear the name, but she never introduced herself.
What was the other 2?
we were on so much stuff. Like, some of the syndicated. So like, people can't fall behind. With,
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yeah. Do you know you leave town, there's syndicated in a lot of time. That's good to ask, but
But it was too late. I mean, we could just say, I told her, Everything we're doing by file, letting it in, they feed in a lot of light pollution. We're working on water pollution.
I got an email from our client that said, this is
Talk about the good things that are expansion and growth is so we can redo things that are more efficient, saving roads and that is, it's like having ways of machinery that we could.
Yes. Have you, so, and then, one of the things that I didn't realize. I didn't realize we were on it. It is worth and drive. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Just, there's so many places along each side, both sides that are, and people are saying, isn't it the same? And it's not. It's very different.
On their internet or?
No, I have my own travel route.
I saw everybody on. We were trying to get online.
There are about 15
I know.
SSI news broadcasting, but they're all locked. And I haven't seen anybody distributing
No, and I Jack was up here earlier. I didn't ask her what are protocols.
figure out.
Oh, it's insane.
I'll be sorry if I don't go.
Well, all high schools, we played our first, was it 3 or 4 weeks?
Bean juice.
Yeah, we actually won our best plays. Well, I spent the last 4 days bouncing around Wisconsin. Might be honest. It was
It's
great. Yeah, I've never been. I always wanted to go.
I usually end up having trips this time of year.
Yeah, he was playing
elsewhere in the country. Have one of those where I just end up in the second place.
So it was ball.
I didn't know.
Right along.
No, we
right under your right soccer.
We are.
And
It just wasn't. The cheapest stuff I could get was cheapest you could find anywhere except for
actually, the guy who does the tires.
We'll do the World Cup.
Got it. The guy got it. Yeah.
I've got like 4 or 5.
So anyway, that was one of the, I was really nice because everybody was telling him, you could hear, because it was against the troops. So you were hearing their yell.
I can hit you again now, you're
Moving, so it's a little easier now.
Thank you.
So,
We mix it up.
what he says is he can't.
Yeah, 400 euros a piece for a semi-final chip turkey.
Oh, yeah. So,
How are you?
Doing okay?
I'm glad. And they want $1,000 for their top clothes.
but really all.
I think we're gonna run out of dyes.
Yeah, it's the only guy I think that.
But I knew I was
Even though it's worse for you, I guess, than the regular, right?
And I can see why the world is turning to the US. Yeah, we know what prices. And people, how are you doing? Good. How about you? Good. Absolutely. Like
and even though he's still in the slide fires on green, because he comes out. And there's coffee. I got to turn over. Show me your mom.
Well, these will probably
We will serve.
to go to a game. Yeah, the cost of flights and everything.
Oh, what's the last?
Sad, depressing. But if we hadn't seen event on the World Cup,
It is amazing. Nobody would have ever thought that would happen. And you keep working.
but the fact we've already done that experience, and it's something that's going to probably get better.
And there is like Maui.
I have my songs, you know, we have a small,
Yeah, this is more
computer organization that they have to go, they don't having to hire companies with very large monthly fees to manage our computers. It's pretty crazy. You know, everybody thought computers would save us money and all that. Sometimes I wonder if
It's a shame that so many people come here.
I don't. Clearly, I'm laughing when I say that. But it is amazing. And just
there's no problem finding 12 billion seats.
It is used. I just think I do use it. This is a specific plan that's being offered. See that?
I have not heard of that.
That's.
We just asked this. Yeah, and so like even in Europe, see like for EPS,
See all the things they got going on.
you can't cross everything. It is literally versatile. It's going to be a lot more points. Even for the European companies.
Yeah, I think we have to start. I don't know all the numbers.
They try to keep it just right. Theirs out the years ago. But large part because they don't have revenue. Well, so FIFA doesn't get it. It's a it's all so we'll get more because they get
Oh my God.
I've been told to keep moving and stuff.
All right, let's keep moving.
I think we're just finished saying for it. No, I think we know Stephanie and I were something school.
You can't cross.
You'd have to go up for a village if I don't wait. I don't know. So, I take credit for everything. So we just talked about some boring stuff. There'll be a lot of boring stuff the next day and a half. This is the fun stuff. So I got the next hour and a half, and which one reason why we joke that it may be a working lunch. I'm really long-winded, so this may turn into a 2.5-hour conversation. We'll see. So, and Kevin pays me based off of per slide and per table. There's a lot of tables in here that we're gonna go over. But yeah, my name is Jeff Hartz. I'm based in Dallas. I've worked with the airport off and on for 15 years since I left American, and really full-time with you guys on the air service stuff for, what, 6 years now? 7 years on that, since right around COVID, or right before that. So I've really enjoyed it, and I actually was super excited when this came up because Kevin's never invited me to Traverse City outside of the best time was the week before Halloween. So it was, 60s. Otherwise, it's always November, December, January, February. I didn't know Traverse City had anything but, snow or 50-mile-an-hour winds and 10-foot seas on Lake Michigan and everything else. So this is wonderful.
It was my idea.
Yes, thank you. I'm super happy that I'm actually able to come here when actually people want to come to Traverse City, not during the dead of winter, but I normally do. So we've got a bunch of stuff to talk about, and I think so first half of this is going to be overall industry trends, kind of what's talking about the industry, really kind of how that applies to Traverse City. Because again, everything seems to change every 6 months. Airlines seem to die, airlines seem to birth. Fuel goes way up, fuel goes way back down. So we've got a lot of changes that are going on with that. And then we'll talk specifically about what's going on with Traverse City. Specifically, how we've grown, what we've been doing, some of the reports that we do for it, and then kind of just high level what we're hoping to accomplish here over the next handful of years. So, the biggest thing that we talk about with airlines is right now fuel, and there'll be a real big trend on this. So under normal times, fuel's 29-30%, for regional jet, 40% of costs for that. You've got everything from labor, which seems to be going up dramatically. That used to be like 15%. Then you got really big pay raises over the last 7 or 8 years on that. So now it's up to 25%. For labor, you've got ownership, you've got maintenance, you've got actual customer costs in there, distribution, depreciation, amortization, everything goes up into 100%. The problem is when fuel goes up 100%, when it was 29%, that's a really big problem. And that's what the airlines are going through right now. That's what they're kind of getting, saw an email fly across yesterday about some changes with United on what they're doing. Large chart is literally this fuel piece. The uncertainty of what fuel is going to do today, much less tomorrow, much less 6 months from now, leads the airlines to go, I don't know what to do, especially as we're going into the winter. Summer's been fine for them. It's actually been a gangbuster summer for all airlines. But this fall and winter, if fuel stays where it's at today, is going to be a giant problem. And it's large part because, again, normal times is 30%. Right now, it's probably closer to 40 to 45%. It was as high as almost 60% in April, when fuel spiked to almost $5 a gallon on average for them. So again, it's a bit of a problem.
Hey Jeff.
Yeah.
What about like for any support vehicles, other types of like for diesel? I mean, is there much diesel involved in the?
In the grand scheme, it's relatively rounding error.
Okay.
Stations, and this is always fun because Kevin likes to get beat up, and frankly, Mark does, and even Dan. At the end of the day, every time you're talking to airlines like Allegiant, and they're like, "Oh, your costs are too high. We need lower costs because costs at an airport, in the grand scheme for an airline, is a rounding error. It really is only a couple percent of the costs.
Okay.
The problem is it's only a couple percent they can actually affect. Because at the end of the day, they've got long-term contracts for the aircraft. They got long-term contracts for the crews. They got long-term contracts for everything except what Traverse City, for the most part, is charging them as far as landing fees or, common use fees or inclusive use fees. They see that as going, well, it's only 3% or 4% of our total costs. It's 100% variable, not us. It's the airport can change. So that's why some airlines really take airport costs as being, oh my God, we got a peach over the head on it. The reality is it's not that big a deal to them. It's just something they can do. We look at American, Delta, United, they honestly never look at that type of cost because it literally is a rounding error. If their at the end of the day is going, yep, those costs are there. If we drop them 10%, okay, that just dropped us, 0.2% of our costs. It's not anything of any importance. It's just the way that the airlines look at it. But yeah, the cost of diesel, yes, it went up, but quite literally it's a rounding error for American when, again, they're burning 5 gallons a flight versus their, quite literally 1,000 gallons of Jet A per margins for it.
So, Paul, when we're negotiating with the airlines over those landing rates and everything, you think we're pulling their heart out and taking their lungs and squeezing them, and they were dying right here on the table.
Stealing their children.
Stealing their children.
We're committing war crimes and stuff like that. I mean,
okay. So just so you know, that's what we're going through.
And that literally is why it's in the economy of it. The property facilities person, this is literally their only world. The airline network planner, that's big decisions, and the scheduler, they sit there and go, I don't care about that. Quite literally, I've got bigger fish to fry than what the airport costs are. They care if they can physically park the airplane at the time. Can you physically handle it? They don't care what the costs are. Eventually, it can get out of hand. Then there are small airports that had that, where eventually finance does yell at the planner and say, hey, you're not flying here as much as you are anymore because it's $30, $40, $50 a passenger. But the difference between $7 a passenger and 10 or 12 in the grand scheme of the cost for an airline is quite limited around here for most airlines. So margin for the first quarter of 2026, most airlines have just reported the second quarter, was fairly decent for some airlines. Allegiant and then actually Sun Country, now that they purchased them, were almost identical. Allegiant was like 12.8%, Sun Country was like 12.1%. They were the two best airlines by far out there. In large part because of a very variable business model. They don't fly on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, not much on Saturdays. They only fly when people want to fly. They only fly when people want to go. Instead of an American who, by God, they got to fly 5 times a day to all these different markets. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, not just Monday and Friday when people are actually wanting to go. So there's a lot more variability to it where for an Allegiant or a Sun Country. Southwest had a pretty decent margin, that's number 2. Delta United did pretty well. American has been American for a while. They've had some financial challenges for the last really 6-7 years. We've been lagging them in large part because they decided to abandon the premium market. Their previous CEO said, hey, our primary competition is Spirit. Delta and United went, well, our primary competition is, business jets, or trying to get more people to spend more money on them. You can see where Delta and United went on that versus where American went. American's trying to whipsaw the other way as much as they can, just not going to get there quickly because they took out a lot of the premium product off their airplanes. They got rid of a lot of their international aircraft during COVID. So they're in a world of hurt for a while in the grand scheme of legacy. So when Delta makes $1 billion, American may make 50 or 100 million. That's just the reality has been for the last 6 or 7 years with American. Frontier and now Spirit, that's now dead, were really challenged. Essentially, we have this, you've heard this on different news organizations. There really is a K economy, even not just the broad economy, but very much in the airline industry. You got the higher end product, which is soaring like there's no tomorrow. Again, the premium product, the premium first class, the extra leg rooms, the airline lounges, all that is soaring to never been before seen heights. And then you've got the bottom end, which is still dropping off a cliff. Spirit died because of that. Frontier, as you can see here, hasn't made money in a long time, in large part because of that. JetBlue has also been kind of stuck in that world. American, large part again, about that problem. Because again, they went for the lower end product instead of the higher end product for the last 7 or 8 years. They fell into that same trap. So what we're going to see here, we'll talk about a little bit, is most airlines are trying to knee-jerk the other way quickly. Taking out seats, or at least blocking middle seats, adding extra legroom, adding first class, adding bigger first class, adding more lay flat seats, whatever they can do to get people to pay more money for the same given seat than they were 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And that's been a big change. Good news is, for markets like Traverse City is, our market tends, especially the inbound market, skew a little bit more premium than a lot of other markets. And so we've seen our market be very strong up through this and into this year, while some other leisure markets have seen a lot of weakness here over the last year or two. Alaska, they're experiencing their own problems. They just bought Hawaiian Airlines 2 years ago, 3 years ago at this point. They're still trying to merge them together. The Alaska Airlines side of the house is doing very well. The Hawaiian Airlines side hasn't made money in a really long time, and it's dragging down the Alaska Airlines side. Alaska's also, again, embracing the more legacy airline side, adding new Europe service, adding new Asia service out of Seattle, and that's, again, creating their own financial challenges, as you see there. And JetBlue is JetBlue. JetBlue is probably, if Spirit bankruptcy and then ceasing to exist helps anybody, hopefully it helps JetBlue, because JetBlue will be the next one on the chopping block otherwise. They're having some serious problems financially and have for quite a while, but again, they just lost a ton of money in the last 5 years. I mentioned fuel costs. Fuel costs are a giant problem. Fuel was bouncing around between like $2 and $2.25 for the last 6 months to a year, up through February of this year. The Iran situation created a lot of volatility. It bounced as high as $5 a gallon, it dropped back down to $2.75, back up to $3.75, back down to $2.80. We just bounced back up again to $3.50. Every week it is literally jumping almost 75 cents to $1. What that means for an airline is a lot of money swing, or a lot of expense swing. For every 10 cents a gallon swing in jet fuel, the U.S. industry has about $2 billion of additional expense. So going from $2.50 a gallon to $3.50 a gallon is essentially $20 billion that American, United, Delta, Southwest American, JetBlue, Frontier, all have to figure out combined how to get there. The good news is, timing-wise, this actually wasn't quite as bad as it could have been. This happened in February, early March, which went into the best time of the year for the airlines. You went into spring break, you went into Easter, you went into the summer. There's been a lot of strong demand. Demand at this point has not weakened. They've been able to raise fares 25 to 30%, this summer versus what it was year over year, and the demand is held. The problem is we're facing September pretty quick, and that's what the airlines have no idea what's going to happen. Can the demand hold through the winter? I'm betting no. I think we're going to see a pretty giant cliff in a lot of markets as you hit September and the demand just craters because people aren't going to say, yeah, I'm definitely flying for 30% more last year than this year to go to Sarasota, 7 times. Instead, I'm going to do 3 times during the winter. That's what's likely going to happen, and that's one of the reasons why there's so much uncertainty on schedules for this fall and winter, is the airlines, if it holds at $3.50 a gallon, are going to have a much smaller footprint than if it drops back to $2.50 a gallon, as they, again, can't afford to keep capacity in.
So do they just cancel flights?
So what they do is they don't really cancel day of or week of or month of. Essentially, it's about 2 months out they can do anything. So we're starting to see things switching for September and October right now. American, like 2 weeks ago, reduced Charlotte by 10% and Phoenix by 9% for September. And we're going to start seeing stuff like that, where the airlines just wholesale remove a bank of flying from a hub, or wholesale just pulling down that capacity from individual hubs, the non-strategic hubs. At the end of the day, hubs like Atlanta's, hubs like Dallas's tend to be ones at this point that aren't touchable. Chicago, for better or worse, is turning into that because of the way that United and American are at war with each other on it. But for better or worse, we've seen this over the last 15 years with Minneapolis and Detroit's of the world. Those tend to be the superfluous ones that if Delta needs to pull capacity, they pull them out of those. United kind of has that with Dulles a lot of times in Houston. That tends to be those where they're not quite as competitive as a Denver or Chicago is. It's still being determined. Again, at this point, all the airlines, every time I talk to them here, you're saying, yeah, we're holding firm, trying to figure out what we have to do, but we expect the shoe to drop. Nobody's dropped the shoe yet. Once the first one goes, we assume all the airlines are going to quickly start pulling back 5 or 10% capacity through this winter in anticipation of fuel not coming down. So again, when you look at it, operating margins, so again, I get paid by how confusing charts are. This actually is not my chart. I hate 2 and 3 axis charts. I just stole it from one of my colleagues on it. So normally I have this at 2 charts. I really hate having 2 or 3 different things on things. So the blue chart here is operating margin, and that's based off, again, on the left-hand side. The airlines made a whole lot of money in the mid-teens. That's when infamously American Airlines CEO said, we're never losing money again. And then COVID happened and they lost, billions of dollars. So note to self, never say that publicly, that you're never going to lose money again in the airline industry. So huge amount of money. You could see then again, they started growing again. The green dot there is growth. They went from, prior to 2015, essentially flat to negative growth for a long period of time. As mergers happened, as bankruptcies happened through that. That's when I was in airlines. I never experienced any good times. I was there from essentially 9/11 through 2011, 2012. So I only experienced, mergers, bankruptcies, and, rifts and furloughs, everything else. They did go through a good period of time for about 9 years, and then it went to hell with COVID. But during that period when they made money, they grew. Again, they were growing at 3, 4, 5%. The major airlines typically were less. The low-cost carriers grew a lot more up to COVID happened. And then it flip-flopped. COVID essentially created that, again, that K growth in the industry where the lower-end model, the model that had been growing so quick with Spirit and Frontier that were doing 15, 20% annual growth year after year after year, went, people aren't traveling nearly as what they have, our market. People don't want to pay a lot of money to fly on a really bad product that likely isn't going to get you there on time, if it ever gets you there, with a Frontier or Spirit. And people started paying a premium, and willingly paying a premium for Delta, American, United, Southwest switched their model to that product. And that's where, again, the low-cost market started shrinking, and the legacy and the higher premium market really started growing much quicker since COVID. So, as I mentioned, airfares, this is one where we have no idea where this is going. If I could, I would not be in here right now. I'd be making lots of money elsewhere. But airfares jumped ginormously here over the last quarter. The airlines have been reporting between 20 to 30% increase in average fares for year-over-year sales on the essentially since March, since the fuel spike. Not that surprising, especially with how the economy is and how people, again, not wanting to throw away vacations going into the summer. The question again becomes, can that physically hold through this fall? Because again, typically up until that point, again, in 24, we were actually down year over year. We had a little bit of spike in early 25, but again, it was 4, 5, 10% growth, and it got back down. We jumped up 30%. Again, I don't expect that to be sustainable. I expect we're going to see a really big weakening this winter. Hopefully I'm wrong, because otherwise the industry's not going to do very well this winter. But that is likely not sustainable with the current capacity that's out there.
So just to jump a little bit on that, coming out of the earnings calls out of the second quarter, you're starting to hear the same talk from the CEOs that you heard in 2008. And that's talking about no more market share competition. You're talking about capacity cuts as they're looking for the last half of the year, readjusting their forecast, and some of those typical things. Now, the first thing people say is, wait a second, you got a big terminal project going on, is that a concern? Remember, we're building the terminal for the capacity for which we have today, not our forecasted capacity. If we did that, we'd be building a third terminal. So that is one of our reasons we're conservative on looking at that third terminal, watching this capacity, watching this market share, watching what's going on, because we're not ready to jump into that or recommend that until we see some of this stabilize going on. And it's something we've been watching for a period of time. So that's when you go back to the planning, the justification reports. No one can guess when there's a war that's going to come on. However, that's why the FAA doesn't allow the airports to build and build and build. You can only build for what you have today. People think that's a little bit backwards, but this is exactly why we do what we do.
Yeah, and partly too, Traverse City is unique. You look back, and certainly since 9/11, you can see the trends. Every time you had a rather large dip in the economy, markets like Traverse City actually didn't see much of a dip during that period of time. Some of them, the Bozeman's, the Portland Maines, the Asheville's, a lot of our peer markets that we really are now our peer markets, they've actually grew substantially during that time period, because the airlines are looking for places that are stronger in revenue, that have a more likelihood that they're going to pay that 30% higher average fare. And for 4, 5, 6 months a year, we have almost an unlimited number of people that want to come to the Traverse City and are virtually willing to pay almost anything to do it because they don't want to drive, the 12 hours or 16 hours or 20 hours from a Dallas or Atlanta, and they don't want to fly to Detroit or Grand Rapids and drive 4 or 5 hours. So at the end of the day, they're willing to pay that premium because that's the customer. And that's what you saw during that same time period with Bozeman. So essentially Bozeman, from their biggest growth was from 9/11 through essentially 2012, 2015 timeframe. During that period, that was so much uncertainty that everybody else was not really growing any. Bozeman more than doubled during that time period, almost tripled. You look at Portland, Maine did a similar one, Asheville's done a similar way. A lot of, again, what I'd argue that our peer markets are a little bit more insulated because, again, for better or worse, while the economy's really taken a big swing this last 5 years, it's been going on for decades. And you really see that, again, with ski markets, with the Bozemans of the world and stuff like that have always had that higher premium market. We just, for better or worse, we're a little later to the game, than a Bozeman was, but we're coming on strong on that growth here over the last 5-7 years.
And we couldn't even get a direct flight to Bozeman.
I'm telling you.
You're the reason why I keep having to bring that up.
Hey, Dan, that's Jeff's fault. That's Jeff's fault right there.
I have nothing to do with that. That's all.
That's Jeff's fault right there.
I couldn't resist.
That was my first suggestion when I got here.
We gotta have an ice on the bowl.
And I think I may have laughed at it, so again, I'm sorry. Kevin's brought that up every year. I think I laugh at him every year at it, but it's
He used to laugh at me about Dallas, too.
we'll tell that story here in a little bit. So again, when you look at demand's holding strong, as I mentioned, so far with fares up so much, TSA throughput that we can see, because again, we don't have actual airport data for another couple months on what's going in May and June and July. But right now, at least nationwide, TSA throughput is still holding what it was last year. Again, do we hit August 15th or August 22nd, where most people are back in school in the country, and it holds? That's the quite literally billion-dollar question on what happens then. International travel, again, there's been changes the last couple of years on that in our view worldwide. It's definitely shrunk from what it was. We used to have consistent, strong growth year over year, both outbound and inbound. You can see on the light blue, it's a little bit stronger than the dark blue, or the dark blue there. Dark blue is the inbound to our market. Obviously, it's into the United States. It's shrunk more than the outbound has. But again, both though have shrunk a bit versus where it was before. So again, that's a little bit of a concern for certain airlines. United's one where they are astronomically larger than everybody else internationally on a percentage of their market. So if international really weakens, that could cause problems for them. When international is strong, it gives them a huge upside, which is what they had from 23 and 24 and 25, a massive gain from comparatively to Delta or especially American because of how much percentage of the capacity is international.
Does that spike the World Cup, Jeff, the going up?
Yeah, for the June 2026.
June
Yes.
2026.
Yeah, that's World Cup coming back to at least year-over-year average. If you didn't know it had that, yeah, we would have been double digits down this summer.
Are Canadians starting to come back to the U.S. at all? Are they flying? I know they're driving.
The numbers are not as bad as it was a year and a half ago, but it's still a lot of capacity is not back.
Okay.
Again, we'll be interested to see this winter because the majority of the Canadian traffic is a winter piece, and does it bounce back a little bit more this winter than the last? Is going to be the billion-dollar question for that. But most of that extra capacity ended up just going to the Caribbean and Mexico.
Okay.
So WestJet and Air Canada, majority of that capacity that they hold, just literally transplanted into the Arubas and the Nassaus and Cancuns of the world for that. Seating capacity, relatively flat for most airlines. There is, again, as Kevin mentioned, more capacity discipline out there. Large part, there's just not so much more they can do. There's not a lot of, looseness in their schedule for American, Delta, United, Southwest. They just don't have airplanes sitting around, and they don't have a lot of extra hours they could fly each day for it. So even if they wanted to add a lot, there's not a whole lot more they can do in the near term. Long term, there's a lot of deliveries. We'll talk about it here. But when you look at the growth-wise, predominantly the largest growth is Breeze Airways. They're the former founder of JetBlue, that David Nealman, that started that 5 years ago now. They're growing about 10 to 15 airplanes every single year for the next 5 or 6 years. They're that kind of niche quasi-airline. It's kind of like the original JetBlue with lower costs, but a relatively premium product. And so they're kind of a hybrid in that regard. Honestly, frankly, a perfect airline for Traverse City. We've talked to them a lot. We do hope that they'll eventually be in our market because they do have a little bit more of a premium aircraft product. So they do have a first class product. They have a lot of extra legroom seats, but they have a more cost model their pricing model like an Allegiant type of thing. So it's a weird dichotomy in that regard. But because they're a relatively new airline, lower cost, they can still make that work. And let's get a couple here. Again, as I've mentioned, what has been going on with the airlines is their whole shift right now, the whole purpose is margin protection. trying to figure out how to make sure this fuel environment doesn't erode margin, that, you know, fares can go up. They're trying to be more capacity disciplined through this, just to make sure that they're holding that margin as best they can. If you're American, trying to lose less money than you were. If you're United and Delta, trying to maintain that profitability through this period of time for it. Again, large part through premium demand and loyalty, that is driving the vast majority of the profits at this point, or revenue, is again trying to track and try to find pockets of additional revenue. And it's almost always, again, premium related. It's upselling to more first class seats, it's upselling to more extra legroom seats. It's more about that than anything going on, again, and route discipline for it.
So question, so many years ago, Allegiant went down in the Everglades of Florida. Obviously, that wasn't...
Valley Jet.
Somebody did.
Yeah,
low-cost provider. Anyway, and you know, that scared a lot of people. Now we got all these other new upstarts coming, Breeze and all of that. Does anybody worry about that?
I mean, at the end of the day, the industry is a safe
7% of their costs, maintenance, right? And other stuff that happens with that.
Yeah, the industry has changed a lot since the 90s. You know, being that the product of that time coming up into the industry at the late 90s, early 2000s, and sitting in way too many aviation safety classes during that period, there was a big shift at the airlines to crew resource management and a safety culture. So, you know, as silly as our safety minute even is for this, on where the exits are, that's really changed the aviation industry as a whole, as being not the gung-ho, I've been doing this for 50 years, I know what I'm doing, don't tell me where the damn exit is. It's listening to that. That's, even as, again, as silly as it is for us, that's the industry as a whole for the airline aviation has been safety related, number 1, 2, and 3, and then everything else goes beyond that. That wasn't the case in the 90s by any stretch of the imagination. It sure as hell wasn't in the 80s and 70s and 60s and 50s. That was a change that the FAA and industry decided or came together on after they realized we really probably can't continue having 3 or 4 crashes every single year. Because I think most people here are old enough to remember that was that way up through essentially the mid-90s, was we'd have 1, 2, 3 major crashes in the United States every single year. And essentially we're down to what? We've had 1 major one in the last 20 some odd years in the US. So I think that's a structural piece, and that's something that will never change. No matter who's running the airlines, anything else, I think it has now been beaten in well enough and become part of the second nature culture in the airlines that safety is really the only number 1 priority, where, again, I don't think anyone would argue that it was not that back in but prior to that period.
So in your airplane model, I'm just only going to beat this one more time. You know, 7% for maintenance. Over 500,000 maintenance people, shortage coming up in the next 10 years. You know, where does that fall into all of their projections and what it'll cost them? Is that a rounding thing?
I mean, at the end of the day, for better or worse, a lot of that will impact GA much harder than the airlines, because at the end of the day, GA can't increase cost without essentially running themselves out of business. You could double the cost of your fleet of A&Ps at the airlines, and that still only goes to 9-10% of your costs. So in the grand scheme, it adds cost, adds 2% more cost to the airline, but it doesn't, you know, have an appreciable effect that it would bankrupt American or United or Delta. But if you double the cost for GA A&Ps in a couple of years, there goes the GA industry, it's gone. I mean, that I think is the bigger concern that aviation should be worried about, is GA ceasing to exist if there's no GA A&Ps, and the ones that are around are charging $500 an hour, because there's quite literally no A&Ps left. So I think that's going to be the bigger issue. Because the other thing the airlines can do is you can overseas it. I mean, at the end of the day, most airlines today are moving heavy maintenance, or already are. It's in Latin America, it's in Asia. That will just go heavier. I mean, so essentially everything for Delta will go overseas instead of, 2 or 3%. United's like half of it is overseas on the heavy checks. Again, almost all of it will go overseas. So there's a lot of mechanisms airlines can do that are much, much easier than anything GA or corporate or anybody else can do on the AP side, because on a worldwide perspective, they can essentially grab those mechanics or those skilled labor at a much lower rate in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in China, and still do the same level of maintenance on it as they are here, moving those aircraft mechanics that are doing heavy lines to day check lines or overnight lines, and essentially again playing the house of cards with the airline side. But again, where that comes from is GA. GA is one that's going to get absolutely brutalized.
And nobody worries about the level of the training that they might have in Guatemala, the AMPs and stuff like that, right?
I mean, it's been going on for 20 some odd years at this point. There's never been a known issue on that. So at the end of the day, you know, it sounds bad. I don't want to, if anyone hears the AMP, I really apologize for saying this, but
he runs a school before he
okay.
says it.
I understand. The reason why I'm saying is,
I know
as long as you
there's
can
a lot more to
follow,
think, right?
well, no, as long as you follow the steps,
Yeah.
it's not something that doesn't matter if you're in Kenya or El Salvador or Traverse City or Dallas. You're just again following the guidelines and the steps of following A to B to C to D to E to F all the way through your entire steps. As long as they've taught that and the safety culture is there, which again, worldwide the safety culture is dramatically different than what it was 20, 30 years ago. You don't have that perceived. Well, again, I think it would be great if we could bring all that back. I assume you're going to have, just like with pilots, you'll have a period where it's going to have a problem, wages go up dramatically, and you'll have this big swing up. Where right now with pilots, you've never heard anybody say, realistically, there's a pilot shortage right now. My God, there's way the hell too many pilots, especially on the CFI level. I mean, there are literally probably 5 CFIs for every job out there right now. They physically do not have enough flying for them. And that's going to be years before that fixes itself. But 5 years ago, holy crap. I mean, you were getting from 1,500 hours, you could be, you know, flying for Envoy, and the minute you have enough hours to qualify for Legacy, 9 months later, you're at a Legacy. I mean, there was 23, 24-year-old pilots flying for Legacy American Airlines and Delta that, you know, 5 years before would have been a dream 15 years later. So,
and right now, FedEx is giving 40% increases to pilots.
Yep.
Who would have thought, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're going to see is, again, for right now, the pilots have all the power, the airlines. At some point that will shift, it always does in cycles, but right now the pilots have so much power, and they are holding firm that they're not going to give up on pay and, you know, keeping the demand constrained as much as they can to keep that pay up. I assume it'll be a similar thing at some point with maintenance, that it won't be the same level. You won't have maintainers making $500,000 a year, but you'll definitely have a 50%, 100% increase in maintenance when they get to that point where there's just not enough. For better or worse, supply and demand does actually work most of the time. So again, investing future, as I mentioned, this is one where this is a quirk. The industry's not doing overly all that great, again, in the grand scheme of things, but there's a lot of orders out there. And this is where, at the end of the day, the airlines have always been saying, we don't know what we're going to do with these orders. We don't know if this is going to be net new growth or it's going to be replace old airplanes. So when you look at United, they've got almost 700 airplanes on order for it. Something like 250 of them are wide bodies. So they've got this absolutely ginormous order book. They could take that and completely add net new growth, or they could just literally swap 1-for-1 668 airplanes for 668 current airplanes. That is the one, for better or worse. Good news is the airlines are able to grow if the economy comes surging back, fuel comes back down. Over the next 5 or 10 years, we could be in an industry that has an extra 2,500 airplanes on it. We could also be in a situation where we literally have shrunk because 2,500 new airplanes just replaced 2,500 old airplanes on that. So there's a lot of flexibility for that. In large part, again, the airlines are viewing it this way because all of these are relatively new and efficient. So you're looking at the MAX aircraft, you're looking at the Airbus Neos, you're looking at, again, the new 787s replacing old 777s or 76s. All of them are going to have, if you're replacing old for new, a huge efficiency gain. 20-30% fuel efficiency improvement than what the current models are. Or, again, net new growth, and you keep flying the older airplanes that much longer to have that growth for it. So, trends by airlines, again, this is going to be a lot of repetitive, so I'll jump through this quickly. American, again, they've had some challenges, for better or worse. They decided, again, infamously, we hate corporate. And they got rid of the corporate program, they got rid of the salespeople, and all the corporations went, why would we ever fly you now? It didn't go so well for them. And so while Delta and United had great profitability and great gains right after COVID with that, American did not. American then just went and tried to rehire all the salespeople. They went back into all of the direct sales avenues for corporate. They are up 26% year over year on that, but that's after being down like 90% before. So they still are a long ways behind where United and Delta were because they essentially did a self-inflicted wound on that. That is a large chunk again of where American is profitability-wise was because again, the corporate/premium customer they essentially ignored and purposely ignored for that. Their growth right now is at Dallas. That's the big one. They're redoing it. I live there. That airport is essentially one giant construction mess. New terminal comes online in 2 years. I'll add another 30 more gates. They've got 2 stingers that will also add another 20 gates. So they're going to add net new like 40 or 50 gates for American at Dallas. It is already a 930 departure hub. I think you could probably do math there. That's probably going to be like an 1100 departure hub. The good news for that means for us, as we get 2, 3, 4 years down the road, having 2 trips to Dallas every day probably becomes pretty likely in the summer. And it also becomes pretty likely to hold Dallas year round as Dallas continues growing. As the construction finally ends, that's probably the most likely outcome for American, for us, would be more Dallas during the summer and actually holding Dallas most of the year, if not year round, as that extra capacity comes in. Again, they're having some capacity growth this summer. They're finally starting to bring some more international aircraft online with the XLRs, a few more 787s from Boeing. But put in perspective, they have 100 to 150 less international aircraft than United does today. That creates a bit of a challenge when you're going after the premium customer. That premium customer wants to go internationally. You physically don't have that. That has been a giant problem for American and will literally be for years to come. Delta, they've been the poster child for how to conservatively run an airline very well. They don't care about market share for the most part. We'll ignore Boston and New York. But for the most part, they don't care about market share. They're not chasing to try to beat the other guy and win. They're trying to be profitable. They're trying to be the best airline they can be, which makes them a little more slow in plotting. They're a little bit slower to react on some things. They're a little bit slower to add when other airlines are adding. But again, when you're the poster child for higher profit margins and consistency, you have that ability to do. So that will be, again, their continued motto forever until literally their management, ever turns over, is very disciplined growth and much more methodical in almost everything they do than anybody else. United Airlines, again, they grew about 4% year over year. Revenue grew almost 17%. So again, fares were a large chunk of that. Loyalty, their premium customer, as they squeeze on it again. Internationally, they seem to grow another, 10 new international markets every year. And that's been their bread and butter, which, again, as I mentioned before, could be a problem if a global economy decides to crater or tank here in the next year or two. They are so much bigger than everybody else internationally. That could be a problem for them for it. But at least the last 3 years, it's been a great boon for them. Southwest went, hey, this isn't really working for us anymore. This whole let's do everything for free. Well, everyone's making a lot of money. And they had a activist investor that invested in it and told them, hey, you're no longer doing what you want to do. That activist investor then left after they changed their complete model. For better or worse, Southwest is actually doing better today in their new model than they were before in their model. So completely changed it. Yeah, bags are no longer free. Now they're seat assignments. They're talking about potentially putting first class in. They've got extra legroom seats. They're trying to monetize their airline every way they possibly can. The first of the airline lounges are supposed to open in the next year or so. They're having plans for that are across the board. They've said nothing publicly, but I'm sure it will happen. I'm guessing you'll see international wide bodies eventually with Southwest Airlines in the next 10 years, as well as they essentially become very literally another legacy airline in every sense of the word. They treat their hubs quite literally as hubs now. Before they didn't want to talk about connections and hubs. It was focus cities, things like that. They now literally consider Midway and Phoenix and Vegas and Denver and Peewee hubs. They are quite literally coming in for a connecting bank structure and heading out on a connecting bank structure. They are in every form a legacy airline except for the regional side. They do not have right now much in the way of that smaller footprint because they are still, their smallest aircraft is 137 seats. But they have more flexibility going forward with less than daily flying with markets. So I think you'll start seeing here significant changes in the next 4 or 5 years into much smaller markets than they've historically been, in large part because the MAX 7 may actually come to fruition now. They've got like 130 MAX 7s of Southwests parked at various airports throughout the West that they just can't physically get. They've been planning to have them for literally the last 5 or 6 years. Boeing couldn't get them approved, couldn't get them certified. They keep producing them. There are literally hundreds of MAX 7s sitting out there for Southwest, just waiting to be delivered at some point. But it's gonna take time. It's still not certified. But once that does, you'll start seeing more Southwest growth pretty quickly.
We hope that will be certified in the next few months. It's close.
Yeah, and then you're going to start the real long process of looking at airplanes that have been sitting there for 2, 3, 4 years. You're like, how do we get this thing ready to go? And it's going to take years to get those airplanes cycled through and start delivering. But the good news is you'll be able to get, 4 or 5 more additional airplanes every month out of Boeing's inventory out into the wild that they otherwise didn't have. Alaska Hawaiian, we mentioned briefly, not as relevant here, although we still have hopes that eventually they end up in the market with Seattle. They've been a whole big mess. Hawaiian has not made money for a very long time. Alaska looked at it as a way to essentially protect its side of the West Coast and keep somebody else from buying it and being that much bigger to Hawaii, because Alaska is a huge airline to Hawaii as well. So they did that. They then have taken a bunch of their wide bodies. They started putting them into Seattle. They're now flying Seattle to Tokyo, Seattle to Incheon, Rome, London, a few other markets. So Alaska went from an airline that flew only 737s to now they've got transcontinental flights all over the place out of Seattle. It's been a little bit of a learning curve, and then they got hit with $4 plus fuel, which is not a great time to start flying 6,000-mile legs when you're not used to that. So they're in a world of hurt. The one thing that you can never bet on or bet against is Alaska making money. So they will figure it out. They will be still a very profitable airline in the future. They're just dealing with the whole Hawaiian fiasco and will be for a while on that one. JetBlue, they're one of our airlines flying here. They are really also in a lot of trouble. We don't know the impact of Spirit on if that's going to be net neutral, really net positive, a little bit of gain. There'll be some benefit from that. They've pivoted quite a bit down to Fort Lauderdale to try to backfill from Spirit on it. But again, what that actually does to save them or help them is to be determined. They now have a new partnership. The American one got turned down in the courts, stupidly, and somehow United's is not. But United now has a deal with them for a partnership that allows you to earn and burn miles on each other. They're starting to get code-share relationship in there. They've been talking about, is this, and the reason why, you've heard United talk about, hey, we talked about buying Delta last year. We've talked about American. I'm assuming, and most people assume, it's because they're getting ready to try to soften we're going to buy JetBlue. And it sounds a lot less insane if you went from United American merger or United Delta merger to United JetBlue. So that's likely what's going to end up happening in the next couple of years. If JetBlue doesn't survive and turn around very quickly, United ends up probably buying them for a really large New York operation for that. Frontier Airlines, they were almost in as bad a shape as Spirit, but they had a couple of year head start or a couple of years lag as far as not being real bad. So they're a couple of years behind where Spirit was at this point. Spirit dying should help them the most because there's a lot of head-to-head competition between the two of them. But again, they've been challenged. They are trying to pivot extremely quickly the other direction. They're trying to throw first-class seats in the front of their airplanes. They're trying to do extra legroom seats. They're trying to really monetize their loyalty program. They are trying to do everything they can to not be a low-cost carrier because the low-cost carrier world right now is in such shambles as far as that. So we'll see where that ends up going with Frontier. But again, Spirit dying first means Frontier definitely has much longer to figure out how to survive before they're in a similar position. All right. Any questions before I go into actually what that actually matters?
Does anybody need a quick break?
I think I'm enthralled them so much, Kevin, that nobody wants to leave. So now we get to the great stuff. And the cool part about all this is, again, the industry grows at 1 or 2% a year. There's premiums spiking, low-cost carriers having its challenges. The good news is we fall into essentially the best of everything. The only low-cost carriers that actually are doing well is the one that is relatively big in our market, which is Allegiant. And the rest of our market tends to skew more premium. And that's doing well right now. And that's a large reason why you see this really giant ski jump almost for us, is the fact that our market is growing, our market is so strong. So 2011, which is when I left the airlines and Kevin started working with me up here, which I'm not going to say is a coincidence, but if you look,
wait a second.
we've gone up since
became
then.
Director since that time, so
I think it's a good thing. Kevin and I, if you look at this nice growth here is Kevin and I here. No, but I think a large part.
Well, you all look at 2025 when I came in.
Yeah, and the biggest year review that was on. But without that, you wouldn't have had a nearly as big a jump without Kevin and I's last 13 prior to that. In all seriousness, the market, part of the thing that changed is looking at how Traverse City is, what the market is, and trying to get out of, hey, our pure markets are Saginaw, are Appleton, or Green Bay. Our pure markets are Bozeman. Our pure markets are Asheville. Our pure markets are Portland, Maine. There are relatively wealthy, very, very large destination markets. We are much more like a Steamboat Springs, frankly, than we are Flint, or Saginaw, or Grand Rapids. And that's something that we've done, and consciously, Kevin and I, the numerous meetings we've had over the years with airlines, is pushing that message. That we are much more like a ski market, reversed with the summer, or a Bozeman, or a Kalispell, things like that, than we ever are a Flint, or a Grand Rapids, or a Midwest Great Lakes market. We're very unique in that regard. And that's something that, frankly, took some years to, catch, wind on. Again, I tell the story every time, in 2009 or 10 when I was with American, I remember, there was a connecting airports thing in Chicago that I gave a little presentation at. Kevin was there, he came up, gave me his little business card and said, "You want to talk to me about stuff?" And I'm pretty sure he brought up Dallas at that point, and I laughed. I'm like, good God, I've never been to Dallas on a 50-seat regional jet. That'll never work. I mean, Chicago barely works for us at that point. Like, quite literally, Chicago barely worked for American at that point. And then fast forward to last year, we had, a 192-seat jet daily. And this year we've got, 11, 12 times a week on 172-seat jets to Dallas. So I admit, I got that really, really wrong.
Say that again?
I got it wrong. But legitimately, though, it's a market that I had no idea what Traverse City was. I'd been through this area. I knew, upstate Michigan is beautiful, the lakeshore and everything else. But at that point, there really wasn't the understanding in the industry of how freaking amazing upstate or upper, northern Michigan, the greater Traverse City area is, and how unique that is. And that's, again, kudos to Trevor and the tourism bureaus and Pure Michigan, and everybody else on how pitching this message has worked. It's been, essentially a telling of that story, and the airlines understand that, again, we're not Flint, we're not Saginaw, we're not Marquette. We are a unique market, and that, again, really took root right about 2018, 2019. We saw that big jump. COVID hit, we came down a little bit, we flattened for a couple of years, and then again, we've absolutely torn off on that. So again, 130, 150% increase in passengers just in the last, a little over a decade here. So where that growth has come from, and it's definitely weird when you look at this, because again, when you I'm sure everybody here has been here long enough and remembers, Cal Delta used it, Northwest just said it. If it's cold and dark, it's our strength for Northwest. I mean, Northwest literally owned the cold, dark markets of America. Everything essentially from Ohio through the Dakotas into Montana, that was Northwest bread and butter. Then they merged with Delta, and that was Delta's bread and butter. Until it wasn't. And when you look at it, Delta in 2005 for us had 250,000 passengers. Delta in 2026 had 224,000 passengers. Delta has actually shrunk. So while we've grown 150% give or take in the market, our biggest airline, by far, 62% of the market back in 2005, has actually shrunk during that time period. The growth has been United American. United essentially grew from 70,000 passengers to almost 300,000. They're our biggest airline by actually far at this point for us. American grew from 74,000 passengers to 260,000 passengers last year. They are a strong number 2. Delta is, frankly, a really distant third now in our market compared to what they were. Was a absolute dominant, again, 62% of the market was Delta Airlines / Northwest 20 some odd years ago. And then you get, again, Allegiant is roughly 10-12% of the market, and then you get our summer seasonal airlines with Sun Country and JetBlue, which are very important to us, but honestly are a much smaller percentage of that. Really, our growth has been American and United, and they've been a little bit different the way they've done it. United has grown based off of adding a lot of frequency and a lot of big gauge. Not a lot of destinations in the grand scheme of things. American add a whole heck of a lot of destinations with a little bit more moderate gauge, not nearly as much mainline mixed into that. So when you look at our route map, look at it a little bit, American's by far our biggest carrier for destination serve. But again, United's our biggest carrier because they just have that much more capacity, especially to Chicago, where they're just dumping a lot of mainline and large RJs into that market to hold that market share. So again, this has been a wild success. It would be even wilder if Delta would even stay flat, much less grown anywhere even at a normal 1, 2, 3% annual compounded growth. We would have broken the terminal 5 years ago, and today you never would have been able to stand in there if Delta would have kept growing, sadly. Again, every time we talk to Delta, we bring it up. Every time we try to push them on it, every time they are very methodical in their capacity and what they want to have in it. Put in perspective, Minneapolis is down, I think, 56% in the last 15 years. Detroit's down like 20%. Atlanta's down like 1% in that period. New York and Boston obviously are up quite a lot. But again, the vast majority of that drop was Minneapolis and Detroit. As we lost 2 flights to Minneapolis and 1 to Detroit, that's essentially stuck out of the market. So this is one, and I do have a cute little graphical thing here, which we'll play on. This is essentially year over year. So you can see here from 2011, we had 3 airlines and 5 destinations, roughly 500,000 seats in the market. Essentially, we just have LaGuardia and Denver besides our year-round markets. You can see again, up through 2015, we grew up to about 500,000 seats. We didn't have, again, a whole lot of growth even from where we were in 2011. Really, is 2018 and 2019 here was where the biggest jump happened. We added Allegiant into there, a whole bunch more destinations. And at that exact same time, American added a whole bunch of destinations as well, as they took Dallas from just a weekend to year-round, or to daily, much larger gauge as well. 24, 25, and then 25 to 26 is where we had the big jump. Again, 24 to 25, we went from essentially 1 million seats to 1.2 million seats annually. So again, we jumped 20% through that period. This year, we're going to be up another couple of percent. Not nearly as much as previous year, but let's face it, we can't do 20% gains every single year here. But we've had a huge growth. Again, when you look at it, we went from 5 destinations, of which Denver was in there, I think 3 times a week or 2 times a week for a couple of months. LaGuardia was as well in there for that, and we essentially only had Minneapolis, Detroit, and Chicago. We've gone from that to what we have today, which again is kind of amazing when you look at the size of the market where we were before, just 15 years from now, or 15 years ago. But frankly, in my opinion, we're still almost barely scratching the surface of what we can be based on the type of market this is. That we still have a lot of growth potential, especially from that May to September or October timeframe. I think during the winter period, we've got some growth. This summer, I think we almost have unlimited growth that we could do just because of the demand that comes into this area, not just Traverse City, but the fact, again, you're the way people get into, you go to Mackinac, go up to Petoskey, go up to, Houston, even over to Alpena, even up to the UP. As we grow, as we get more nonstop service, our footprint expands. I mean, we used to be a little airport with essentially driving in from just the immediate Traverse City area. We now draw from all of northern Michigan, and as we grow, that's just going to continue expanding our pool. But again, like I said, 1.2 million seats versus like 460,000 15 years ago. So again, that's a giant jump in the amount of seats we've got. So again, I'm going to keep touting this because, hey, I just want to make sure Kevin re-signs my contract that comes up for renewal. I just want to make sure people understand, again, how unique our market is and that growth. When you're talking 163% growth from 2011 onboards to 2025 onboards, that's, again, when you compare it to national, state, region, Grand Rapids, Detroit, it's a major jump on that. So again, Grand Rapids grew a lot, but they grew only 86%. So hey, Kevin, you beat them by almost double. Make sure make sure they understand that.
Tell Tori that.
Yes, Detroit grew 3%. Michigan itself as overall grew 9%. Great Lakes region grew 17%. United States on average grew 34%. We grew 5 times faster almost than the national average. That again, just making sure, as we look at it, it really is a massive achievement that we've been able to do and the city's been able to do in large part. Again, I like to take some credit, but really it's Kevin and Trevor especially on how involved everybody's been on getting everyone together, telling our story and our message to the airlines on how awesome this is done. And again, Autumn, definitely use it. I realize I'm staring at Kevin, I'm like, uh-oh.
Paul, too.
You got to put Paul in that too. Paul's been on meetings. Autumn's just joined us, so she's going to be part of the success. It's going to be
But yeah, it's like I said, but when we talk about it, we'll talk about here a couple of our peer markets. I still think we are, again, barely scratching the surface of what we can potentially get to long term on this. Next. So one of the things that's unique about us, and this is where, again, part of the terminal piece comes into play and why we talk about the terminal is such problematic, it's so crowded, it's so hot, it's got other problems, the airlines don't have gate space. We're a really hyper-seasonal market, and it really put it in perspective, we look at the number of seats in January versus the summer, we have a 230% increase in the amount of seats from the winter to the summer period. Again, 2.5 to 3 times bigger during that. And frankly, if we had more gates right now, we'd probably be bigger than 230% swing on that one, because the airlines want to be able to fly more into here during June, July, August, September than what they can physically do. So in days, we're essentially full for all intents and purposes. But that's just where you have the challenge is, we're not a market that has, 450, 500,000 enplanements as far as the terminal is concerned. We have to make sure we're planning for 100,000 seats a month, because that's what our peak market is. We have to essentially have a market that's 80,000, 90,000 enplanements during the peak period, not 20,000 or 30,000. That would be on more on an average basis for a market of our annual enplanements. That creates all kinds of different challenges, from an air service perspective as well as an engineering and planning perspective. United told us this about 6 months ago, 8 months ago, that they physically didn't have enough aircraft in Denver to fly what they want to fly, and they had to make the tough decision of losing one of our flights in that. Otherwise, we would have been up pretty dramatically still. We've been up at 4,000 or 5,000 seats overall in the market, but that did kind of hurt this year, especially because that is one of our strongest markets, frankly, during the summer period for that. But again, as I mentioned, the growth, even just from the last 5 or 6 years, American's up almost 100%, United's up 100, almost 50%, Delta's down 20% over that time period. But we did add, and again, since that 2019 period, Allegiant, JetBlue, and Sun Country are all net new also.
How's the Houston flight doing, Jeff?
As of last year, did phenomenal. I have not seen loads this year on it. The year that we had just the weekend only, it was like a 97% load factor. I think we had, 32 seats the entire year?
14 seats.
Yeah. No, bi-directional, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, literally 32 seats both ways. That physically didn't get sold. Last year was in the low 90s. I'm assuming this year should do well, do well as well. Dallas will be interesting to see how that does, because again, we went from essentially only one time a day service with sometimes a week in extra trip to 4 days a week. We have 2 main lines that are flying. So again, we went from me laughing at Kevin about a 50-seater in the market to we have 344 seats a day, 4 days a week to Dallas. And it truly is a market that has exploded. Large part, again, thanks to Pure Michigan and Trevor and others, where I couldn't...
Well, that also goes to Paul,
And
because
Paul,
discover Northern Michigan, that was the big one.
I couldn't live in, I've lived in Dallas for 18 years, and about 15 years ago, I couldn't escape hearing about Traverse City and Pure Michigan and everything else, which is great, because I saw it every time and went, oh, my client. But otherwise, it's really made the change on the understanding of the market, on how big and how unique the Traverse City area is to Dallas when it is blazingly hot. It was a heat index of 129 when I left last Thursday. And so we got up here and I'm like, how could anyone not love this place? Another one, looking at it again, this is another way we look at the airlines to show them how awesome we are, but a uniqueness on it is, so 2025 third quarter versus 2019 third quarter, essentially pre-COVID peak versus post-COVID peak period for us. We've got 2024 data, 2019, and then the comparison between the 2 years. Purdue is passengers per day each way. That, again, because we're really small-minded, the airline people, we have no idea what 52,000 people are in a year, but we do know what 57.8 Purdue means. That's, again, 57 people flew one way and 57.8 people flew the other way on average every day for Denver. You hate to be that 0.8 person. I mean, it kind of hurts, but again, when you look at it, Denver grew 120%, in that 6-year period. We went from, almost 60 people a day each way to 130 people a day each way. And that's in the third quarter, which includes September, which really drops off. Peak summer, we have about 170 to 180 unique people every day going back and forth through Denver flying on United, which is a problem when we no longer have 360 seats a day back and forth for Denver with United. So this will take a bit of a hit this year, and probably a big hit this year on that. Chicago's number 2, Boston, Dallas, New York, DC, again, Dallas last year, over the last 6 years grew to almost 81 Purdue. You can see down the list. One thing that we always point out to the airlines is almost every market has grown, except for Minneapolis. Ironically, even though Sun Country came to the market, we were down so much on Delta, even Sun Country coming in couldn't offset that. But we had one market that was down in our top 20 markets for us from 2019 to 2025. But almost every market had an increase in fare, which again is really unheard of when you start talking about a 200 or 120% increase in passengers for Denver, but you still have a 3% increase in average fare. The airlines love to see that. Yes, I'm sure you don't want to see that because you want to pay less, but the airlines want to see that. They want to see the fact that we can have 100% more passengers flying to Denver, but they can still get the fare up. They can still have a fare where it is. You're not buying those passengers with a cheaper fare. That is a huge reason right there on why we've been able to grow what we have. When the airlines add capacity, the passengers come, but they don't have to buy that capacity with fare sales, with cheaper fares. That capacity just comes in because people already want to come here. People are already coming here. They've just been flying to Chicago, flying to Detroit, flying into Grand Rapids, and driving up for the last 15 years. This is just shifting them from doing that. So they already know about the market. They already want to pay the premium. They just can't because the capacity is not there. So a couple of different market band studies we do. We do a true visitation estimate, GPS study on the left-hand side there. Essentially, if you come into this area, Big Brother tracks you. And then we buy that data and we figure out where you live, and then we figure out when you're coming to the area. It's just wonderful. It's also kind of creepy. The right-hand side there is a traditional leakage study. That is essentially we buy online travel agency data, determine people from zip codes, they are flying from Grand Rapids on United Airlines, flying to Dulles to connect to Orlando, and we can extrapolate out what that means for us as far as people leaking to other markets, people driving elsewhere to fly out, and what that means of overall true market size. So visitation-wise GPS, again, we're a unique market. We're a massive market, but we are really seasonal. We have 4.5 million unique people coming to the area based on this data coming from within outside of a 100-mile bubble. Essentially, most of Michigan gets essentially lopped off in that to keep the weekenders and people that would never fly out of this data. So if you're looking at it from a state standpoint or other tourism standpoint, this number is likely bigger because they're looking at people from Grand Rapids or Muskegon or others that are coming up for the weekend. We are whacking all that out of this and taking that out of the data just so we have a little more apples to apples to other markets. So 50% of the visitation is from the June to August, 25% is just the month of July only. Again, a huge amount of visitation for it. Visitation is essentially flat year over year. We see that in a lot of markets, and you'll see here in a second the shifts in that though. That's something that we're hoping to see more of on it. But again, you'll see May starts picking up. September still holds pretty strong in October, and then it just goes back to our normal annual what comes in during the winter period as well. But truly, again, it also depends on the area. You're looking at Dallas and Houston. It starts picking up in mid-May because school's out, May 20th for us. But when you look at it for New York and Boston, as we've seen with what United did with schedule changes for Newark, school's not out until the end of June. It doesn't pick up until the end of June, the traffic, but it holds stronger in August and in September because they go to school much later on that. So that visitation, while it's an average, really skews based off of where it is in the country.
Jeff, where are we leaking people that aren't flying the Traverse City Airport from our region? Where are they flying from?
2 slides more, I'll talk to you about it. Okay. But yes, no, thank you. Literally, it's in the next slide on that. That's a nice softball for me. I'm really hoping that the batting practice has those nice underhand pitches for me. But yeah, so when you look at the visitation coming into the Traverse City area and the greater, again, northern Michigan, everything stretching from, Mackinac Island all the way essentially to Manistee is that swath that we're taking claim to for it. Excluding the state of Michigan on that bubble, Chicago's number one by leaps and bounds. Not real surprisingly out of the state of Michigan, but it's down year over year. Honestly, that's good to see. We'll see here in a second why on this. Again, Indianapolis is also down. Cincinnati's down. Cleveland is flat. But our top 4 are drive markets, not surprisingly. Because again, at the end of the day, still, no matter how much air service we have, we can't have enough to make up for the fact that 200,000 people are overnighting here every single day. We've got, give or take, 4,000 seats a day inbound? I'm not sure 4,000 equals 200,000, so we're going to have a big deficit. And the drive market's always going to be there. That's always going to be the bread and butter, no matter how big this airport can be. Quite literally, we could go up 3 more fold, and your number 1, 2, 3, 4 markets are going to be these drive markets because of that concept. Because we can never get to the point where we've got 3 million seats in the month of July alone to make up for what our tourist market is. So Chicago, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Cleveland, again, drive markets for that. Again, within that 12-hour bubble of drive range is historically where you draw the most for the northern Michigan, Traverse City area for. New York's our first non-drive market. Essentially about 200, 210 unique people a day on average coming from the greater New York area to our area. That does not mean on Tuesday, June 3rd, 200 people are showing up, which is on average. Which means there's 700 people showing up on most Fridays and Saturdays, and 50 to 100 on a Tuesday or Wednesday. So again, you'll see some variation day of week on that, but again, we break it on the unique on average piece. Minneapolis and St. Louis pops in there. Dallas is number 8, DC area, Los Angeles. But one thing you'll see here is the drive markets are shrinking. The fly markets are growing. That should happen. As our airport grows, we are going to be supplanting drive customers because fly customers stay longer. Drive customers typically stay in a market 2 to 4 days. Someone will be here for a week, they'll do still the Airbnb, but you'll have more on average. The average stay is always shorter for a drive customer. So they're coming up for the weekend from Toledo or from Cleveland or from Indianapolis. The person flying in from Dallas is going to stay here for a full week or 2 weeks on that. And so as you have more people coming in from Dallas and flying into Dallas or Denver or LA or San Francisco, Seattle, all that, it's literally going to force that demand up a little bit, but the drive customers down even more substantially. Because again, every person that's coming from Dallas and staying in that hotel for 10 days is supplanting 2 or 3 visitors from Indianapolis that are coming up for 3 or 4 days. And so that's what we want to see, and frankly, that's what we hope to keep seeing as we do these, is less people from Indianapolis, less people from Cincinnati, less people from Chicago, more from Dallas, from Chicago, from LA, from San Francisco, Seattle, etc. Because they spend more, and they eat out more, they spend more, they shop more. Every economic development metric is better to have a fly customer than a drive customer into the area. And so that's something that's really, we've seen here over the last handful of years. Really saw the differences last year when we did this was, again, year over year, fly increase, drive is decreasing. And again, I hope we continue that as we continue growing. But when we look at this, I mean, you talk about, New York, 206 average per day coming in unique from that area. That's not people going to to New York from our area. That's not taking the fact that they have to go home eventually. No matter how much we all love to Traverse City and we want to stay here, we do go home eventually. So that would imply you can have, 230, 250, 300 seats a day each way at a minimum for that. We definitely do not have that for New York. We don't have that for almost any of these markets. So at the end of the day, when we're talking about this, we have a lot of upside growth just to get to this current numbers without growing them. That's not saying, hey, as we continue growing Dallas, we have now a second trip, a third trip, more large mainline onto it. That number's going to continue growing. We're just going to supplant more of it, which is going to need more capacity. It's just a cycle that keeps growing, like we've seen with Bozeman's and again Nashville's and the ski markets, is what we're finally getting to for us. We finally kind of hit that next level where we're closer to those markets than a traditional Midwestern market like a Sioux Falls or an Appleton or anything like that. So, your leakage question. I guess there's one slide later, sorry. So we do this a little bit differently. We have a winter one and a summer one. Most of our markets, we do just an annual number. We grab the data for the 12-month period. From the travel agencies, we take 12 months worth of with their passenger data, smash them together into a spreadsheet and put up the data. This is different because the market is really different during the winter versus summer here. So we do I used to do a second, third quarter one. We've actually, now data is available monthly, so we actually do a slightly different. It is now May to October and November to April. Sorry, May to September, whatever that 6-month period is. We've actually switched it one extra period. So it's May to October and then November to April instead of traditional second and third quarter, first and fourth quarter. To get a little more aligned with what our peak markets are, peak periods are. So the left-hand side there is the off-peak, the right-hand side there is peak. Off-peak, we have a total of about 530,000 passengers being generated from the catchment area in that 6-month period of time, of which we retain 57%. So where are they going? Grand Rapids is 22%, Detroit's 15%, and then the other is 6%. There's still some crazy people that drive all the way to Chicago. You'll get a few people that are driving to the Flints of the world to get on Allegiants and stuff like that. But again, the vast majority of it is that Grand Rapids and Detroit for the leakage. During the summer, we retain 67%. So we're retaining 2/3 of our traffic instead of only 57% of it. Again, Grand Rapids and Detroit are the biggest two, and then again, a little bit less for the other. But you can see there at the bottom, the total number of passengers for that 6-month period, though, is pushing 1 million. So we're 80%, 90% bigger during that summer period than during the winter period. Not real surprisingly, because when you look at our service, it also skews that way. But one of the other reasons why we do it that way is it's a very different market makeup. During the summer, it's the who's who of cities in the country. It is number one Denver, and I joke every time with Kevin, I do this for the last 8 years. Denver, and this will be the first year it will not happen this way, but every year we do it for the previous year, the true market number. So essentially flown passengers, and the true market is including those people that are leaking, that are driving Detroit or Grand Rapids, and then we get that Purdue of 164 Purdue. Every year for essentially 8 straight years for Denver, that Denver the year number before is bigger the following year. That actually just flies out of the market. So no matter what we did for Denver, it actually grew bigger than that the leaking passenger was even before. And so this number 8 years ago was 55, 56. It's now to 165 Purdue. So we've gone up over 100 Purdue alone just for Denver. That is a market that continues to grow. We've still not figured out where the bottom is. Sadly, this year with United having to lose one of the trips, we'll pull back and hopefully it comes back next year. And again, it will be right back to where it was before. New York metro area is at number 2. Dallas is at number 3. You can see their retention, they got percentage of traffic that's flying from our airport, not driving elsewhere. So yeah, Denver, 60% during the summer flies from here. 40% drives to a combination of Grand Rapids and Detroit to fly out of. And then again, the service on the right-hand side there. The only one, again, that's got a star is Fort Lauderdale. We had it for a partial season. That is now no longer coming back for that. So that now goes to our biggest unserved market is South Florida for us. Otherwise, up until that point, it was Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle are our biggest unserved peak markets. So essentially, our biggest thing, our opportunities, are 1,700 to 2,000 mile transcons, which become a little bit more of a challenge, especially in high fuel to get. But that really is our next best opportunities, or underserved markets are now those major transcons. Off-peak, get a little different. Turns out, you guys, I haven't been here only during the winter up until now, it's cold here. Nobody really wants to stay here all the time. They really want to go to Florida, or Phoenix, or Vegas, or the Caribbean, Mexico, things like that. But domestically, Orlando's our number 1, Miami's our number 2, Tampa's number 3, Phoenix is number 4, Denver is our number 5. This is one we've been bringing up with United for years. This year we hold it through December, right? Or
December 1.
Yeah, December 1st, and it'll come back essentially, we're hoping in February or March of next year. So we're almost year-round for Denver. The likelihood is we're just going to be year-round with 2 months dark. Probably pretty much permanently for that market. It may eventually get to year-round, 12 months a year, but again, we're almost year-round for that. And that's in large part, again, when you look at that, Denver has been a market that continues growing and is one of our top markets, winter or summer. And then we go more winter markets there with Fort Myers, and then a couple of business markets, then Dallas and Vegas and Los Angeles and Fort Myers. And again, it turns out, again, we have a lot of demand to Florida and the South. That shifts, again, how we've been talking to the airlines. One of the challenges what we've been having, we hoped that Charlotte was going to add that extra way to get into Florida. Didn't stick. We're hoping that either a Denver or a Dallas long-term becomes that year-round safety valve, for lack of a better term, or extra option besides our cold weather neighbors of Detroit and Chicago for our service year-round there. So as I mentioned, a couple more slides here. Unless you guys want me to keep going, then I can add like 10 or 20 more slides, just wing it at this point. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up is how we look at the peer markets for Traverse City. We are not, and I know for talking to you guys over the years, and obviously working with Kevin a lot, historically have been what are we doing compared to a Green Bay or an Appleton or a Madison or a Saginaw or even a Flint or Grand Rapids. Reality is our peer markets are different. Our peer markets are some of that, but are more the Bozeman's, the Kalispells, the Asheville's of the world, the Portland, Maines, markets that have a really large inbound demand, and a tourist market like ours. It's also a relatively affluent tourist market for that. But one of the unique pieces, we don't have it too much on the next slide, I don't think, is when you look comparatively at size, we are astronomically bigger than most of our peer markets population-wise. When you look at Bozeman, their population is 150,000 people. I don't know if you guys have been to Montana, but there's not a whole heck of a lot outside of Bozeman. You're not picking up a lot of passengers from anywhere else until you hit the Billings and Great Falls and Helena, which all have service. The nice thing about Traverse City is when you look at the greater 50 mile from Traverse City Airport is we have 350,000 people that we draw from. We're astronomically bigger than most other destination markets. You look at ski markets, Steamboat Springs or Aspens or Tellurides of the world or Eagles, they have 20,000 people, 15,000 people, 5,000 people live in them. We have 350,000 people in them. We also have a bigger infrastructure as far as hotel rooms. We have a bigger tourist base than they do. In every aspect, we're bigger than a Kalispell, than a Bozeman, than, heck, even an Asheville and Portland, Maine, in every single regard except for passenger numbers. Because in large part, those airports were pushing in the late 90s and early 2000s this tourist heavy premium market that Traverse City wasn't. We really started pushing it again within 2010, 12, 15 time frame, not 2000. And so they had 15 or 20 year head start on us, which Bozeman, when we look at 2000, had the same number of planes as we had. They now have, correctly here, that's the next one, 1.5 million enplanements, and we're at 450,000. again, we were bigger market. We actually have a bigger tourist market than Bozeman. We have more hotel rooms. We've got every single standpoint bigger than Bozeman, except for employments, because again, Bozeman started pushing in the late 90s, early 2000s. This model of having, again, that high-end premium fly tourist customer that we didn't start pushing for 15 or 20 years after they did. And so we're catching up to them, but that's when you look at, why I say we're barely scratching the surface. You look at a Bozeman that has, again, 3 million O&D passengers, 1.5 million employments. They have 150,000 people that live in their city. They bring in a couple of million tourists. We bring in 4.5, almost 5 million tourists, and we've got 350,000 people in it. And if you expand to all of, northern Michigan that we should draw from, that, let's face it, Alpena and Helson's and others don't have a lot of good service, that adds to 650, 700,000 people, which again, is a much larger number. So again, we think, at least I think, eventually as we continue growing, we're gonna hit tipping points that kind of hit us to the next level that keeps growing exponentially for us. Eventually we'll run out of passengers, but honestly, I think we're double of where we could be from right now, eventually, 15, 20 years from now. Or if certain airlines show up, much quicker than that. But again, you look at it destination-wise, passenger-wise, things like that. Again, we are a unique market. Those are more of our peers. So, top air service priorities, and whatever the heck long I've been talking for this, turns into this one here. As I mentioned, Dallas and Denver are kind of our priorities to try to get a year-round stake in the sand, relief valve, whatever you want to call it, so that we're not just only having service to Detroit and Chicago year-round. We hoped that would have been Charlotte. There was a few things that kind of were against us on that one. It just didn't prove profitable for them for it. But again, that's kind of our hope here over the next 3 or 4 years, is to get one of those two markets fully year-round for that. Number 2 there, trying to get Delta to re-establish some of the capacity that's been pulled here. That would add right off the top, an extra 30 or 40,000 passengers to us. Another 10%, essentially growth for us if they just went back to normal, much less what they should be growing to. Things like that, Minneapolis and Detroit should just get that extra trip or 2 back into them. Atlanta's one that just pains me, that is still 3 or 4 times a week, when Charlotte went from nothing to 1 to 2 times a week to now 14 times a week or twice a day service. And for all intents and purposes, American's the biggest carrier in the Southeast now. You look to the west, where Minneapolis was the biggest carrier and Delta was the biggest carrier going west. United's astronomically bigger to traffic going westbound out of Traverse City than what Delta was. And that's stuff that we're trying to push with them, trying to remind them of. But again, they do their own thing. We have nothing outside of suggestions that we can do for that. Point-to-point markets, combination of Allegiant or a new entry carrier, somebody like a Breeze, could open up 5, 10 different unique markets for us that we otherwise would never be able to get. Markets like Raleigh-Durham, markets like some of the secondary or tertiary markets in Florida, the Vero Beaches of the world, some of the like Lakelands if Avello comes back, stuff like that Allegiant's not going to serve, but we have a market that can absolutely support them on a winter basis, and then on a summer basis, Cincinnati's of the world, that can absolutely pop in there. Again, Nashville's of the world, back into Connecticut with a Bradley instead of New Haven type of market if it's Breeze. Things like that at the end of the day we just otherwise would never be able to get with a traditional airline, because American's not going to serve, or Delta or United's not going to serve those type of markets. That's an Allegiant world, that's a Breeze type world there. Top service, top markets unserved, again, are transcons for all intents and purposes at this point. It's Vegas, it's LA, it's San Francisco, Seattle, Phoenix. We put in for a SCASI this year for LA and San Francisco, so hopefully that comes to fruition. We should hear something hopefully in the next couple of weeks to a month on if that comes there. And so that's, again, would add not a lot of seats in some respects, but a lot of prestige and a lot of awareness in those areas that we otherwise don't have. Because one thing that we have found, which will affect also connecting markets, is once you start getting to a certain socioeconomic point and you're going to markets, you're looking for nonstop time. You're looking for, how do I get there from LA? So if you're in LA and you want to go spend a week and a half somewhere or 2 weeks somewhere up in the mountains or on a lake somewhere, you're not going to want to connect in Detroit or Chicago for the most part. you're wanting to catch nonstop to Sun Valley. You're gonna make the nonstop to Kalispell, or to Bozeman, or to Eagle, or Steamboat, or any of our type tier markets. Without that nonstop, we lose a ton of potential customers. Even though we have a ton coming from LA, we have even more that aren't even considering Traverse City area or northern Michigan because it's not a nonstop there. So that really changes things, not only for the nonstop, but frankly for the connecting traffic over Dallas or Denver or Chicago, as you get more awareness into LA or San Francisco. As people come up here, tell all their friends, oh my God, this is amazing. And that's how that growth happens. So that's a huge piece of this. And we've had really good conversations with Alaska about Seattle, United about, LA and San Francisco, potential, year, 2, 3, 5 years from now down the line. But that's really where the next, legacy airline growth is likely. And then the last bullet point there is Southwest, which always comes up from everybody on Wednesday. I will then say it's probably a matter of when, not if, for Southwest. They will eventually be here. Is it 2 years from now? Is it 20 years from now is the question. I mean, they have a model. They clearly are shifting to markets like a Traverse City. They are heavily into the Bozeman's of the world, Steamboats of the world, Montroses of the world, which is Telluride. A lot of those pure markets of ours, Portland, Maines of the world, that we absolutely are a part of. We're at that next precipice of of having them consider us. The problem is they haven't grown much in 5 years because all the Maxes are sitting parked in Moses Lake, Washington. And so at some point when those start coming online, they'll start being able to grow again. And I think eventually that they end up in the market, which changes things again. That's one of those turning points, those like cliff moments or whatever you want to do, or big jump points, because that eventually instantaneously adds 1,000 seats a day into the market. And then everybody else competes with that and adds on, and that's one of those where you see a 30 or 40% jump in a year, almost instantly overnight for that. And so that's, eventually ends up, again, I can't tell you if it's literally 2 years from now when the terminals hopefully open, or if it's 10 years or 20 years. But if I was a betting man, again, it's within 5 or 6 years, they will likely be in the market, hopefully sooner than that. As we grow, as the market sees, and because the airlines, all this data's public, Southwest looks at it and sees, well, our market, when we started talking to them 10 years ago, realistically, we were We were a 1,000 employment market. We were growing at 5% a year. Now we've, a 500,000 employment market. We've grown, 50, 70% the last few years. That gets their attention. That they see that, and they're much more likely to add the market than, again, just kind of plodding along like we were a decade ago before. So, that's my last slide.
Allegiant to Vegas? You didn't
Oh, Kevin's been beating me up for that forever on this one. I think it's a potential eventually. The problem with Vegas right now is they're in a world of hurt. Like, the Vegas demand is down tremendously from Allegiant and overall from where it was 3 or 4 years ago. Essentially, Vegas priced themselves out of the market with all their hotel fees and expensive everything. And Vegas itself is having problems. And Allegiant, because of that, is not really growing Vegas. The other piece of it is, which will hopefully help a little bit with the Sun Country merger, is Allegiant does not fly longer than 8-hour round trips because they don't overnight cruise anywhere. We are essentially as on the bubble as you could possibly get for Vegas on the 8-hour round trip. And so because of that, they will not want to put crew overnighting here if they can't do the round trip in 8 hours. And so the difference why I bring up that with Sun Country is Sun Country, though, on the other hand, overnight cruise everywhere. They don't do almost anything going out back, just Minneapolis. So the question is, does Sun Country's methodology and crew kind of bleed over into Allegiant and allow more of overnighting crews on outstations, or does Allegiant just hold that hard line? So I think that will be a bit of it. And two, frankly, it's just such a long stage length that there's a lot of cost involved. And they looked at Phoenix based on the demographics of it for an inbound to our market as being a bigger market than Vegas, rightfully so. When we look at all our numbers, Phoenix is vastly larger inbound market than Vegas is. That risk, if you get it wrong, is a couple $1 million wrong. Whereas Florida being only a 1,200-mile flight is vastly different than a 1,800 mile flight. 50% more risk on that one. So Kevin's been beating up on it. Every time we talk to Allegiant, we bring it up. I try to temper Kevin on it just because of those pieces. The 8-hour rule, they keep telling us it's like literally we're the bubble market for that 8-hour problem. Anything further than that for Vegas is another base. So things that they fly to like Allentown or Knoxville. Yeah, is it? Yeah, Flint's a base. So they have a base on one end. So the crew can be back in the base. So that's why they can fly further. We don't have a base here, so that crew has to be able to get from Vegas to here and back in 8 hours. And if it's projected to be long in 8 hours, that flight gets canceled here, and we've got 170 really unhappy people that aren't getting to Vegas. So that's part of that reason is the cost-wise, the risk of it, the two, quite literally, when we're through like that 5-minute period of, well, we're good to we're canceling every flight.
Didn't you add the fact of fuel cost? When you add the fuel cost onto it, they looked at it as I can go serve 4 markets in your time frame of flying versus your one time. So you got to look at it. They can fill the plane 4 times versus our one time. They're gonna. It's an easy.
How far is it to Phoenix just out of there? 3.5?
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes shorter or 10 minutes shorter. It's quite like I said, we are just, every time we talk to them, they're like, we're not sure we can do it or not. And I think that's part of the operations people are saying, no, we can't. I think the planning people are saying, yes, we can. And I've always lost that battle as a planning person that tries to argue with ops because there's a whole legality thing and canceling flights, ops always wins. So that's, every time we've talked to them, that's been their biggest concern has been, can we physically operate it, especially during the winter, because the block time becomes longer because of winds. Yeah.
Jeff, you said Denver was not flying nonstop in January and February.
Yeah, December, January, yes.
That's surprising because we have such a huge percentage of our population that downhill skis that want to go to Denver.
Yeah.
Here, that's.
We talked to them about that, we bring that up.
Coming back.
Yeah, we bring that up with them a lot. Part of it has been their concern on what the impact would then be to Chicago. It's actually a large part of what happened to Charlotte. Charlotte was a good example. Charlotte, in the grand scheme, did okay. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad, but we actually had a pretty negative impact to Chicago for America because of that. So essentially, those extra 70 people a day that were flying to Charlotte came off the back of American and of Chicago, and they weren't able to backfill it completely. So the fares came down a bit, load factors came down a bit, and it took Chicago, which at the end of the day, nothing in Chicago works in January. Like, again, having done the P&Ls for American during there, and I'm assuming it's still the same, nothing works in January to Chicago. It's just a matter of which one's the least bad for profitability for it. They don't want to make a market that's already average in January, worse in January, because we could literally take, as great as we are during the summer, we could wipe that out with 2 bad months of the winter. And it could go from our market being a gangbuster market from April to October, that literally gets that whole profit wiped out by having January, February, March suck. And I've seen that, I've done that. And that's why airlines are really careful in winter here, because we're good, we're average to good. The problem is nothing is good in Chicago. So if we go bad by 10% or 15%, we went from average but still losing money to, oh my God, we're losing a lot of money. And that's the concern. And that's why the airlines are so plotting and methodical during the winter. Whereas the summer, I mean, as we've seen, the airlines will just throw anything at it and be like, let's try it, let's see if it works. American last year threw multiple main lines on DCA just to try it. Didn't work as well, and they brought them back to large RJ and a couple main lines. But again, they're willing to try it in the summer because the demand and the profitability is there. If you miss it, all right, you're going to make 10% instead of 20%. But you miss it by 10% during the winter, you go from losing 5% to 15% loss. I'm having a bad conversation with my boss now. That's the reality of winter versus summer here. So we have to be very careful winter pushing things, or they have to be, just because it could put us on a body list or put on a bad side. And airlines, it could affect even the summer at that point if the winter goes bad. So, oh come on, I want more. I'm sure she doesn't. I'm sure nobody else does, but But seriously, no, I do appreciate it. It's been a blast this last, especially 7-8 years of working with Kevin and Autumn on this and the board. So hopefully, again, this is still just scratching the surface. The new terminal will hopefully open up all kinds of opportunities to continue growing, and hopefully, again, we can add Transcons next summer, and hopefully add Southwest in a few years, and add some point-to-point stuff that we otherwise wouldn't have. Again, I think we should be marked as 30+ destinations in 5 years. I mean, we should have 2 or 3 more airlines. It's just got to be methodical and hopefully smart about it. Thank you.
Well, just out of curiosity, will Bozeman ever slow down, or will they keep going?
Yeah, I think what you'll find right now with Bozeman is they're probably now in that 3% growth a year now going forward range.
Okay, and we're at much higher.
Yeah. We at some point will hit there. Again, our problem is Bozeman has a winter peak and a summer peak that we just don't have. So there's going to be 500,000 passengers, 750,000 passengers, and we just can't reach on them. Even though we have a bigger population than they do, that they can tap into, they have a huge ski market that they can tap into, and even went to Yellowstone that we just don't have. Unless you guys want to build a really tall mountain here, and like import the landfill from Detroit, build a 1,000-foot mountain, then you got a ski resort here. But no, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we've got a summer that can match them, if not beat them. We have a winter that can't.
But that's part of the story we're trying to grow with the airlines and working with Paul and Discover Northern Michigan is there is growth to be had in the winter months.
Well, I think part 2 will be, as the economy continues shifting, we've seen this in the last 15 years here, and you'll see it more and more. As people buy their second home up here, hit their 40s and 50s, either their kids are older, their kids have now graduated, they want to move, they're going to move here permanently. And that's where the big benefit year-round, that's what Bozeman is seeing a huge bit year-round traffic, is the amount of people that move the area because they bought a second home there that are now traveling 15, 20, 40, 50 times a year to go because they're consultants or they're literally commuting for their job. There's a lot of commuters in Bozeman that literally leave Monday morning and they're back Thursday afternoon every single week because that's the lifestyle they want to live, and they pay enough for that. Traverse City is honestly getting to that point where I would expect, you'll have a lot of that, especially moving forward as we continue growing. You'll have hundreds, if not thousands, of people moving to a unique lifestyle here, like you get with the ski markets, like you get with the Bozemans and stuff, that work, remotely and then fly to their job or their customers. And that changes also dramatically, again, like at Bozeman, that you'll see a lot of business travelers leaving Monday mornings and Sundays outbound because they live there. And they then come back, Thursday afternoon.
Jeff and I did a little bit of a study. One of the things we always used to coin the phrase is we were the pure Michigan airport because we had more tourists flying out of the airport up until 2 years ago. And that has changed. So we're starting to see this trend as we came out of COVID. People learned, they bought their second homes and they learned they wanted to live, play, and work here. I think even Cobalt Banker came out as we have the most millionaire millennials now in the 49685 zip code in the country. So you're seeing those located here, and that's immediately turning into our local travel. So we used to be 48% local traveler, 52% tourist. That's flipped. We're now 52% local traveler, 48% tourist. And, of course, time of year impacts that they're drastically, etc. But that was what's interesting in the changes that are coming out. And we've seen a lot of that growth, even though we serve that vast majority of northern Michigan. Within 50 miles of the airport is where our core local traveler is coming from, specifically even in town and up the peninsula area.
And it's going to be, as we grow, especially during the winter, as we can get hopefully a little bit more reliable hub also in there, which is why to me, one of the most critical pieces that we can drive that we hope for Charlotte and hopefully it's Dallas or Denver, having that second hub that's not prone to the exact same weather you guys have, that can get out, that has more reliability during the winter, will really help that business traveler for that year-round basis. And again, as we add the point-to-point markets, they'll grow further into the spring, they'll grow further into the fall, but being able to have people live here that can get, again, from coast to coast, hopefully next summer, on non-stops out of here, is a big part of being able to move to a Traverse City and be based out of here for someone that can work remotely. So that, if you're a United person, if United does add the Transcons, hopefully next summer, you'd be able to get from literally San Francisco or LA to Washington, D.C., to Houston, Chicago, Denver, nonstop out of here, and connect quite literally any single market United serves without any problem anywhere in the country, single stop. And that changes things dramatically for the person that needs to get places, that can live physically anywhere. And let's face it, this is a beautiful place to live. It's one of those unique markets that, there's a couple dozen of in the country. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
They are in the process of setting up lunch right now, so I think unless you're ready for an immediate break, we can take a break. What's everybody's thoughts on doing like 30 minutes and then picking back up? Does that sound reasonable? Keep things moving?
Great.
Okay, all right. Well, then you're free to go about your business. As soon as lunch is set up in the process right now, we'll let everybody know. Reconvene at 12:30.
She's no funny. See, you know whatever you say, I love it. So that's the thing. I take nothing seriously and things like that. Stuff like way too much.
Yeah, Gary's hat. Gary's hat. Gary's warm and more to come back.
Everything you're saying.
I can't wait to tell you what I need to get in your brain so deep that I will not find my way out for a while.
That's no charge of
Hi,
charity.
How are you today?
I heard that comment all the way up here.
It opens over here.
So before we get started, I wanted to kind of go over a point that we actually went over many, many years ago when Coach Vermond started with us. Coach, as many of you know, he's done everything in coaching, I think, but I think hockey and baseball have been his two sports that he was there. So we had a conversation, but we also were talking about leadership. And it was just offhand, and he mentioned the Miracle on Ice and Herb Brooks. And so I did some looking into this, and through some of our leadership classes and other things, Herb Brooks always comes up as a very inspirational for what he transitioned USA Hockey from pretty much a no-name in the hockey world to, winning the Winter Olympics at Lake Placid. So, but people ask me all the time why we do jerseys. And so I'm going to play the why, and hopefully you'll get it after we play the why. This is after they just got their butts handed to them, literally. Yeah.
So, before, find out soon, let's go back on the ice, come on, let's see. Find out in a minute, won't we? Let's go, come on.
You guys don't want to work during the game? No problem, we'll work now. Go home. Now.
to win on talent alone. Again. You gotta think about something else, each and every one of you. When you pull on that jersey, you represent yourself and your teammates. And a name on the front is a hell of a lot more important than the one on the back. Get that through your head. Again. Everybody get on that line. Hey. Again. Again. Perfect. Come on, Greg, roll with it. Again. Michael Ruggione! With your Massachusetts! Who do you play for? Play for United States of America! That's all, gentlemen.
So very important that we've talked about through some of our development. The name on the front will always be more important than the name on the back. And it's really has been driven into each and every one in the culture of our organization. And you'll always see that from here going forward in what we talk about. Dan, who are we?
Team TVC.
Will always be Team TVC. And that's why you see it on the plaques in the terminal. That's why you see it in how we act and how we do things. We do it together. We do it all the time together. Whether at the board level, whether we're at the staff level, whatever it is, it's always Team TVC. And when we're out in the community, it's very important that when we represent ourselves as Team TVC. So not only is it exciting to have these jerseys and wear these jerseys with Cherry Capital on the front, but what's also fun is the fact that these are the same jerseys that the players wear on Wednesday nights here at the Pit Spitters during their home games. At the end of the season, they will auction off these jerseys to the public, and the money that's raised through having the event here and having the board meeting here, etc., our team retreat and everything here, we've set it up so that money will be donated to Wings of Mercy. Last year we generated about $6,800 toward Wings of Mercy. So it's bigger than any one of us, and that's why we're here today. We heard a lot about some of our things in the past and some air service going forward. Now we're going to be really working in on a lot of the strategic plan going forward and different things happening. We're making those notes. But as we go forward, it's with Team TVC. So, Stephanie.
Now we've got goosebumps because that's one of my favorite meetings. I don't know, that's a good way to get started, right? So I thought for the first couple minutes here, what I want to do is, I wasn't sure as to how many people have been involved through strategic planning. There's a lot of different terms that we're going to use, and I would expect nothing different. TVC has taken kind of their own twist to this with your past strategic events, so I want to talk about that a little bit, and then we'll jump into the process. So one of the first things, when we talk about strategic planning, typically we're looking at first setting a mission and a vision, so that's providing that broad level. Then we get into specific goals that we're looking to formulate. From goals, we then usually identify the term usually uses objectives. So how are we going to manifest that? And then last but not least is then how do we measure that? What's our targets? How are we going to implement that? Here at TBC, you've taken it a little different in that you've used the term strategic actions instead of objectives. Nothing wrong with that, just a different terminology, so we'll be using that term today as we move forward. One of the differences, though, that I want to point out to you, and this is research that we did, Steph Green and I did as a part of the Airport Cooperative Research Program, was looking at those actions through two different lenses. One being a reporting, meaning it's something you can't control. You're simply reporting out. It's a metric, it happens. So something like Jeff's air service numbers. We had X amount of enplanements. Do you as the airport influence that number? Not really, it's just a reporting mechanism. The other side of the house is influencing action. So what do you actually have the power to change or influence, as the name implies, to that target? So getting down into then our measurement. So I want to think about that as we go through, that do we have some of these metrics that we're going to look at as we go through today and tomorrow. It's not good or bad to have one or the other, just recognizing what they are. And then that way, when we're sitting here trying to look at, well, how do we measure that success? How do we measure that we've got that put into place? Is that something that's purely a report out, it either is or isn't, compared to an influencing where what can we do? Can we affect that change? In my conversation with Kevin and with each one of the team that I did talk to, not once did the mission or the vision come up. The conversation was, those are pretty solid. We feel strongly about where those are. So I guess give everybody just a quick minute, we'll read them. If somebody has a compelling conversation we want to have about it, certainly open to it. But not a single person that I talked with deviated from this. They said these were still strong. So the mission statement being that the Northwest Regional Airport Authority is to be a major driver in the economic growth of Northern Michigan. The Northern Regional Airport Authority will be a leading edge innovator to create global access and world-class customer service to build prosperity for its stakeholders. That's a pretty good aspiration, I think. From the sounds of tying back into some just conversation about what we're seeing on your service, I think you're leaning towards that, right? We've got people coming into the community. And then our vision statement being that the Cherry Capital Airport is to be the airport of choice for all residents and visitors to Northwest Michigan. I think that's still pretty solid. Anybody have any concerns with that before we move on? I see head shaking and the head maraca of no. All right, then we'll jump into the fun stuff. So in front of you is a summary of what's currently part of your existing strategic plan. So this is where you were in 2024 when we looked at this and said, what things do we want to accomplish? A couple things. There's just 4 categories. I'll give you a little peek behind the curtain when we start talking about the conversation for today. We've now got 9 different categories. And some of them are offshoots of some of these. So we're diving a little deeper. You've started to get your feet wet, you're getting bigger. We need to expand a little bit more than just 4 goals. The reason you have the handouts in front of you, because if you're getting old like me, there's not a chance I can read that. Probably Rob can't read that. So in front of you, you have this summary sheet, and this is taken again straight out of your existing strategic plan. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this right now because each one of these have been pulled into these 9 components that we're going to talk about. So you'll see some shading where we're talking about these were existing goals that are there. There are some of them that have been accomplished, which is great. So we've got, for example, in goal number 1, which was a safe and secure environment at the very top, we've completed the ILS on runway 10. We've updated minimum standards. In goal number 2, you'll see highlighted in gray at the bottom, we worked with air carriers to be able to meet current schedules. I've highlighted that because there was a target date, but I'd argue, and I think Autumn and I chatted about, that's ongoing. So it had a date target in the old strategic plan, but it's something that, excuse me, we're talking about continuing, moving forward, but making that an annual, so we're checking it annually. But where the detail might be is, what's our metric look like? What are we trying to do with that? So again, more of a deep dive we'll do in a little bit. On the optimize our financial position, the only one that we really could check off there as an officially done was our parking lot study, because everything else is quite honestly, on that annual basis. There's things we're doing, we're gonna talk more about that as well. And then last but not least, you'll see the customer service, enhance the customer experience. That one we're gonna talk about here in just a moment, that many of the items that are under that customer experience are gonna translate and spread into just about every other aspect. I think Kevin didn't know it, because he hadn't seen these slides, that he teed me up perfectly for where this is gonna go. Also in front of you is a handout that shows the current organizational chart. One of the things I want to draw your attention to as we jump in today is there's a number of items on here. If you look back at our goals and objectives, we had under customer experience, we did have staff retention, establish new positions. Several of the positions that you have today weren't even part of the conversation in 24. We've got our general counsel and property manager being Carrie. We've got an IT systems manager, that wasn't part of the conversation in 24. We've got an entire police force that's been stood up, that wasn't part of the 24 conversation. We've got some assistants to our badging and an airport mechanic. Those are things that were kind of talked about vaguely in 24 that have manifested itself. So number one, big kudos with the fact that you guys see what you need to do, and you've done it. This isn't something that the strategic plan is holding you up from, if you will. But more importantly, as we look forward, based upon what we're hearing from Air Service, where do you need to go taking into the future? So we'll talk more about that with each one. So that's kind of a reference for you to see where we're at today. So these are just a few of the things, and like I said, Kevin teed me up perfectly for it, that came out of conversation with staff. The one I loved at the top was exceptional customer service. That came out in every single conversation, without fail. It didn't matter if we were talking about finance, ops and maintenance, Air Service, every time that came out is something that we wanted to make sure happens. The one that goes next to it, which is kind of related then, is running lean. That we've got a small staff, and we do a heck of a job doing what we need to do, but we're always right on that bubble, that we don't have enough people to do it how we really like to do it. We're doing it, we're making it happen, but it could be better. We'll love our jobs. That was connected to the running lean. Time and time again, it came back, we're running lean, but we love our jobs, that's why we do it. I had, little birdie told me that, Mr. Sal often finds himself in a pinch. He's not above getting into that plow truck. You do what you need to do here, and that's to be applauded, but we also need to think about in the grand scheme of, is that sustainable? The answer is no. Culture of safety also came through continually. That we want to make sure, first and foremost, that we have a safe operating facility. So that's, again, something to keep in mind as we go through the conversation. Keep staff happy. That also was said numerous times, and that because we run lean, because we have a hard time retaining people and keeping them because they want to go off to other places, we need to keep them happy. We need to create an environment where they see a career path here at TBC, that this isn't just a training ground that they can move on from. And last but not least, as you just kind of heard from all this, it's all connected. So that's why we started with Air Service, because Air Service kind of starts that we've got people coming into Traverse City without that Air Service, we don't have a lot to offer, right? But all the rest of this then is connected to it, and so how do we blend all of that? It gets very tricky, you'll see here in a minute, of where do we then put some of these different metrics, these different strategic actions that we want to look at, because they can go in a lot of different buckets, if you will. The other thing that we heard across all the interviews, or I heard, really centered on these 5 issues. There was a lot of conversation about that customer experience. Like I said, that was probably the most talked about, that we want to make sure that people coming through, and not just as TBC staff, but as our airline counter, our rental car, our police force. I mean, it was across everything that we want people to understand, because the common theme was, the traveling public doesn't make a distinction. And that's a conversation I have an awful lot with some of our customers and clients, is that, I like to say an airport is a lot like a mall, right? You don't control what the prices the airline set. You don't control the service and, do they get a thank you at the cafe. But when somebody has a complaint about the airport, it's the airport, right? They don't make a distinction of who those are. So continuing that customer service, and you're going to see that in a couple of the goal conversations. Again, safety repeatedly was an issue, and again, making that acknowledgement of safety at what level. Every person has a different level of responsibility for safety. We were joking about it that, I talked to Heather in finance, we were talking about, well, safety, and I jokingly said, well, if it's like our safety training, I'm an office rat. My safety training involves, I promise not to run with scissors. It's a lot different than the safety training that Sean or Bill has to do when they're out in the field. Keep your hard hat on, make sure you don't walk into a hole. But safety is still a common theme throughout the culture. Training became, as you'll see here in a moment, very key across every topic, as well as staffing and the IT solutions. So where that gets complicated is how do we then address some of those in our different goals? Are they strategic goals, or are they more on the performance measurement side? So we'll talk more about each one of those in a minute. So again, we've got our strategic actions, and then what was kind of lacking, if you take a look on the left-hand side of your measurement, is just some more detail on how do we measure success. A lot of the 24 goals had some, I'll say a little squishy, in terms of it maybe was a little higher level than you might want. That also could be okay if we decide that's what we want, so long as we follow it up on a either department basis or organizational basis of giving some additional detail to drill down so that we can be held accountable. Right now, it's a little bit of a challenge for us to target those elements if we don't know how we're actually measuring it. A couple of them, for example, just said implement. Well, is that implement and then do what with it? So thinking about that. So again, no specific, no right or wrong answers today. It's about getting those conversations started and having that dialogue. Okay, so the next couple slides, what we're going to do is we're going to go through, as I mentioned, I took everything that I heard, as well as all your existing goals, and I've kind of realigned stuff into 9 different categories, or buckets, if you will, that they kind of seem to fit in terms of themes. We're going to go through on a goal-by-goal discussion, and I use the term goal. I don't know if these are going to manifest themselves into actual goals yet. That's part of what's going to come for the next 2 days. The individual TDC staff that helped generate some of these, I'm going to ask to comment on them, because every one of you that I talked with was very passionate about these topics. I don't want to do it a disservice by not being as passionate as you were about the topics. So we're going to ask you to comment on it, and then we'll have some group discussion. If there's questions about it, a drill down, yeah, that's important to my group, and I didn't talk about it, kind of conversation to get through. Hopefully we can get through most of them today. We do have a couple staff members who need to A, either leave early, or B, aren't coming until tomorrow. So a couple of those we're going to shift to tomorrow, and so we know we'll have those to move through. And so then, as I mentioned earlier this morning, tomorrow we're going to actually have I'm going to call it a prioritization event, where y'all get a little sticky dots and you get to go mark what you think is important, and we'll have a conversation on that. Clear as mud? That's a lot to throw at you right after lunch. Sorry. All right. So, one of the things is we're going through this conversation, and it'll kind of lead into the elements as it relates to prioritizing tomorrow, and then where we're going to take it as a whole. Are these kind of elements? Is the level of action. So is this something that is, maybe we have more goals lurking out here. Maybe some of these manifest themselves into a more singular goal that makes it easier for us to manage and evaluate. It could be that some of these solutions move into, again, more of that measurement phase. Maybe they're not an action item, but they're how we actually implement it. So again, keep those in mind. We'll call some of those out. The organization, is there something here that we should drill down more in terms of who's responsible for some of these elements? Is there a certain department? Is there a certain person? And I don't mean person, but role classification that needs to be making it happen. And then last but not least, how do we make sure we're making success? I know Kevin's done a great job of looking at this annually, but is there a more periodic review that we should be considering? So again, no right or wrong answer today, just kind of setting the stage so that you're thinking about those things as we go through this conversation. Actually, Sean, I realized I didn't get the boards up. Can I ask you to get those boards up? We're going to take some notes on if we need to.
Sure.
All right. So as I mentioned, if you look at the sheet in front of you, we had 4 goals previously. One said safe and secure environment. That was goal number 1. Goal number 2 was prepare, strengthen, and expand air service. Number 3 was optimize our financial position. And 4 was enhance the customer experience. What you see in front of you and how we're going to work through them here generally today is I kind of reversed that. So the 4 previous goals that we had, we still have plenty of new suggestions that were provided to discuss with those. But I'm going to start with some fresh categories that come from the conversations that I heard. Stop, just get over this. Here. So, as I mentioned, repeatedly the concept of training, staff development came up. And so that's why I've elected to start with this one. Because if we don't have the staff to make things happen, that we've heard Mr. Hart set the stage for us on what's coming, I think you're going to be hard pressed to maintain the customer experience. If you're wondering why you're getting these individually, it's because if I've learned anything, if I give you the whole slide deck, you can't be trusted not to look ahead. So, all right, so the concept with this one is to, and again, titles on these goals, if you will, were kind of my first pass based, again, what I heard. So this one is retain, hire, motivate, and train skilled staff. So what I heard from a lot of the staff when we went through this is that, listen, we have a hard time, we've got a lot of turnover in some of our areas. So that's where that routine element comes in. We hire, we need more people. So we need to figure out how do we hire them. The trained skilled staff, I heard very repeatedly that, we've hired for personality fit in a lot of places, but we really need to hire for skill sets now. We've got these areas where we need people who can do certain skills. And then we need to motivate them. What's going to keep them here? What's going to keep staff happy? What's going to cause them to want to build on that culture of safety, etc. So what you see on the slide, the first 2 that are at the top are colored in green, and that's because that mirrored pretty closely to one of the existing strategic actions. So you can see the existing set provide customer service training and expectations for airline staff. So that was reaching outside of TVC staff, but looking at how do we do something, and you can see the goal was tying it to the airline badging process. But we think it goes farther than that. It's not just about the airlines. It's about a rental car, it's about the curb service, it's about parking, etc. So that's where the new goal came in, and that we wanted a customer service training for non-airport staff, period. It doesn't matter where you are, but if you're employed within the airport system, outside of the TVC staff, we want to make sure that you're getting some level of training about what customer service is about. So that one is, a carryover, if you will, but really getting more pointed with it, going beyond just airline staff. The grouping that you see in kind of the orange color, you can see at the bottom of it, the existing goal stated staff retention and establish new positions. So that was under customer experience. There we simply said new positions and new hires. You can see the 4 items above it is what we heard through those conversations. We heard people say we want to focus on hiring key skill sets. And talking with Chris, we heard that HVAC, bag build experience, an electrician, more mechanical focuses are all things that we need, especially as we continue to expand our infrastructure, our physical plant that has to be maintained. So key issue. We also, the second one, hire employees to meet necessary staffing levels. So right there to the right-hand side, you can see that my conversation, talking with both Mark and Carrie, they discussed that, there's probably, I'll use the term admin position, support position for them that they could share to help with, I think the conversation was leasing.
Day-to-day administrative follow-up, tracking functions, things like open meetings or Freedom of Information Act requests, those are picked up. Contract tracking, purchase orders, service orders, board follow-up, those kind of things.
So right there, I just turned 3 people. So at the moment, they're thinking at least one more person to add that. Our law enforcement, which you'll hear from the chief tomorrow, he's looking by the end of 2028, hopefully adding at least 3 more staff, plus a K-9 unit. So again, more staffing. You'll hear more tomorrow. Bob, in my conversation with you, sounds like you got a heavy lift with your zoning ordinance. Among other things that I support staff to help you with, right? And then discussions with both Chris and Dan, discussing, again, more, and there wasn't a specific number that was put towards it, just more, multi-skilled and specific skilled individuals who can help support the operations and the maintenance side of the house, as well as seasonal support. So again, no specific number on that conversation, but we need more, and you'll see some more of that. And then finally, the last two, which I was hoping Chris was going to be here to tell you.
I tried texting you. Yeah, he's running.
Okay, all right. Well, when he gets here, we'll let him talk passionately about it. Was the last two, which I think was really important in the conversation that he and I had regarding this, was creating job classifications for employees. So, you could argue that that could still be under this existing goal, but I really like the conversation he and I were having with calling that out as something specific because it contributed to that growth potential. He said, right now, if you come on, you're pretty much an ops person, and you're an ops person. His suggestion was that we start looking at creating some classifications. So an ops level 1, ops level 2, maintainer 1, maintainer 2, kind of thing, to give somebody a progression. Right now, it's pretty flat line. So that's an option for discussion. Do we want to get into calling that sort of thing out? I think it's got some merit in terms of providing growth and fulfillment for staff to move forward. And then it also kind of ties into and create new job descriptions or positions, excuse me. So there was discussion of a fleet manager, a building and grounds manager, and this is all again to promote growth and development. So keeping staff happy, showing reason for advancement. Why would I stay here at TPC? Because I've got places to go within the existing organization. Again, these are the types of things that we could leave them as strategic action items. We could also put some of them, if we wanted to take that grouping of 4 as an example, and put them as performance measures under our goal of staff retention. So again, that's a conversation to have as we move forward with the board and staff of do you want to keep those as individual strategic actions that we're going to do this, or is it we're going to do them, but they're more of a metric of how we're going to measure moving forward on that. Then the 3 new ones that we had down here, which kind of new but not, the culture of safety. Safety was obviously its own separate goal, but it didn't have the term that we got here, which is culture. That really came through, that felt like it should be a standalone element, that we want to focus on that, and that was across, again, every function within the airport. Doesn't matter what level you're at, you've got some level of safety that's responsibility for yourself. The other one that came up was succession planning, that we've got a lot going on here, and that this could be applied to every level, not just the C-suite, because Kevin's going to decide that he's ready to go as soon as he's not paying for college right now. As soon. And so what do we do? How are we going to fill those positions? So that's one to think about, and that was, again, all staffing levels. So what happens if we do lose some of those operators, even at the lower level? There's a backfill we still need to be prepared for. Support staff in their jobs. I thought this one was really important. Again, Chris spoke very passionately about this, which I really appreciated. Training's a huge personal thing for me as well, is how do we equip, train, and mentor, as well as pay, time off, etc. How do we keep staff motivated to be here and support them in their jobs? So again, elements that, does that manifest itself into a measurement tool, or is that more of a goal? And then last but not least, the strategic training. How do we get specific training to each individual so that they have the skill sets that they need? And also, again, that ties into that advancement. So a lot to take in there in terms of this element that, again, really only had a singular element in the existing strategic plan of retained staff. So that one could, again, blow itself up into a goal that was pretty robust, that focuses on that element of making sure that we've got good staff here at TBC. Any questions or thoughts about any of those? Paul, you look very contemplative.
Yes. Do we have any, it seems like we might be ready, do we have a full-time human resources person all they do, because this is a lot to manage, but someone to support the staff, to provide some of these things, and when we get to the point, now, particularly when we grow, we might need a human resources executive. I don't know what the position title is, but someone's gonna have to manage it all, be the support, when we hire, documentation, all those things.
You are definitely in the seat to force our next slide. Much like Jeff, I have a slide. That whole idea is one line item coming up in our optimize our financial position. So, but I think to that, I'm gonna add to our list here.
Save my comments to them as well.
All right.
Okay, to respond, definitely.
Well, and I do believe that your common theme when you look at, you know, the hiring, the staffing, you know, really starts there with the human resource officer. Because we're at that point. You know, I think each time we've done strategic planning for the last 10, 12 years, it comes to a point where our growth has exceeded our employees that we've seen. And I always watch the measurement in our financial audit and the percentage of personnel costs. And it's usually interesting in the first part of our strategic plan that you'll see our personnel costs up in that upper 40%. But then we'll grow. And we'll grow in financially and whether, you know, you'll see our revenues and expenses will grow. But you'll watch the personnel costs drop down, and I think Mark, last year or the 2025 audit, they were 39% or something.
Yeah,
In that ballpark.
Yeah, based upon, I mean, the dollar amount obviously is gonna start to escalate when we add bodies in. But with our overall operation going up, you know, excess of that is driving that percentage. So the activities and operations are there to support looking at those additional options.
How many full-time staff do we have on the, or not contract, but on the airport?
Full-time.
You have 42 full-time staff, and then you have, what do we say, how many seasonals do we have this year?
3 seasonals.
3 seasonals, so 45-ish total staff. So where we were in 2011, to put it in perspective, because Jeff did a big presentation in 2011, I think we were 17 full-time staff, was 3 seasons.
We're still subbing out elite security for overnights and different things. We're still subbing out fire to protect fire.
And kind of parking out.
Last parking.
Yeah, so I think when I started just 5 years ago, I think we were at just 28, 5 years ago. 20, now we're
So to put it in perspective, I think the last count I had at Grand Rapids was 110 for their full-time.
So is it anyway even with passenger count?
It's proportional. It's proportional. I don't want to say even, it's proportional.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's proportional to passenger.
So another airport with 1 million people ought to have about the same amount of employees?
Yep, except for when you look at like a Lansing. Lansing was around 65-ish. And one time I think they were as high as 86.
And how many passengers?
They're about half of ours.
Flint had 52 when I left Flint, that was 2 years ago, or like a year and a half. And 52 employees, but that included the fire department, and police.
And how many passengers?
2 years ago, they were about around 700.
So we're right up.
Same
Right up, same
lines,
right.
They have been bigger than us.
Correct.
passenger-wise.
Correct.
Go further south, they don't have snowplows.
Yeah, there are some differences, so. But there is some proportion to the passenger count to there, but then you're absolutely right, Darryl. That's also the one thing that comes up in airport costs with the airlines is we plow snow versus a Florida airport doesn't plow snow. So you're adding, you know, $2 to $3 million in operational costs for Florida airports. So you have a lot of those things. When you look at this, yeah, human resource person would be definitely the next step. And we'll talk about that more in finance. But you're also getting into the point where in the past, we've had a general philosophy, whether it's hiring a maintenance person or an ops person, we're looking for a generalist, a general person that's kind of has skills in all trades. They might be a master of none, but a master of all. And they work in a lot of different areas, and that's the type of employee that we've been looking for in the past. And so I think those are some of the things that these discussions have brought out. Do we want to start looking for skilled, licensed individuals, you know, in these specific roles? You know, and are we at that point, especially when we talk about a new concourse, do we want to bring in people that are skilled in HVAC so that they can learn from day one as it's being built and put into place? An electrician that's being there from day one. So when all the trades go home and they say, here are the keys to the building, that we have the skilled people in the state.
If you look at every one of these categories, they could easily fall under an HR person's duties. Who does that help on the current team? Whose workload is that?
Everybody falls to Heather and she reports
That's the
to
point
me.
I'm trying to make. I mean, one person could significantly lighten the load on a bunch of people.
Yeah. And I will say, and I think we'll cover it a little bit longer, more as well, more on the technology side. We are looking at technology support options as well from third parties and help with that as well. But we have to assess whether that makes sense or whether having a true person on staff overall is.
The fear is there, in my opinion. You get back to what Kevin said. If we're looking for someone specifically with specific skills, are we trying to dilute it too much?
Yep.
Anything that jumps out here that you think doesn't deserve to be up here?
I want to add $1 million financing property, please. At least.
At least. And like I said, the key thing is kind of keep an open mind, and that's why you'll see I didn't give you your voting buttons yet, right? Is that a lot of these are going to come up repeatedly throughout the other 9 categories, if you will, because there's synergy between them where, you know, providing some of this directly falls into a different category and vice versa. So we'll kind of get through all of it and then kind of do a digest from there. Okay. The next one you have in front of you, we've hit on a number of these through the conversation this morning that Bill gave us and Sean talked about. And then there's some that also came from staff conversation. And you'll see the only 2 that we have that came from the existing strat plan are the bottom 2. One of that is being the real-time survey, which, thank you, Sean. I need to call you Bannon on. Under goal 4 had the real-time bathroom survey.
You are not Bannon. Sorry, Sean. I didn't say that out loud.
We didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything over here. Just noise, that's all. You didn't hear.
That topic is one that I had I think, very enlightening conversation, because one, I wasn't sure what it was, the way it was worded on the strat plan. But Chris shared with me what a benefit and curse that is, and the fact that, you know, some refinement to that is necessary. So exactly why a strat plan, you go through this is to evolve, right? So as you note here, it said, need a more effective way to prioritize responses by staff members, possible touch screen details or QR code. So the conversation was had is, this is great. We've got the little smiley face placard that's in the bathrooms. If, you know, you're unhappy with whatever's in there, you hit the unhappy or not. Right now, now, because we're prioritizing customer experience, and guys, correct me if I get this wrong, since Chris isn't here to jump in, is that maintenance or ops will respond to this when they get it unhappy. We don't know if that's because there's no toilet paper, we don't know that's because a faucet is stuck on, we don't know if this is I'm ticked off because my flight's delayed and I just feel like being a pain in the butt and pushing it unhappy. The challenge with that is the staff is responding. That is both a good thing and a bad thing, right? We're elevating customer service because we're responding, if we're out of toilet paper, we should fix that. But the level of response is drawing away because, again, we're running lean from those staff doing whatever they were doing previously. It's not quite a drop everything and go, but it sounded like pretty close. And Dan, was it you or Chris that was telling me about the closing the bathroom while we had a flight leaving? Was that Chris?
It was probably Chris, but yeah, we met with the janitorial staff about that, putting up signage for the people using the 88 bathrooms when it has to be closed. But yeah, and then working with their staff to make sure that they can go clean it and not close it, right? So.
This is, just to add to that too, this is one of the challenges of our current terminal size. We have a male and female bathroom, and the assistant restroom bathroom on the secure side. And then on the public side, we also have a male and female bathroom that's there, an assisted bathroom. And then behind the scenes, we have employee bathrooms both on the east and west end. But they're not, one is a public one is for the airlines behind the scenes. And then we have a second floor restroom. So what the public uses for restrooms are just two. Four, one for each section. And so, so some of the issues when we get complaints, it's because they're at capacity. And there'll be many times our staff goes in there and they don't find anything wrong, except for there's a line to go to the bathroom. And so I think one of the biggest things that the additional concourse is going to add, especially in the design of it, is the fact that we have a men's, women's, and then we have a middle that is for everybody. And those stalls go floor to ground, etc., to allow. But when we have to shut a restroom down, one side or the other, we always have middle. And exactly with middle, then you have both sides. So we have a lot more flexibility. So I think, when we look at our A concourse right now, and some of the remodels in the bathroom that we've been discussing, we're not just looking at, new partitions and hand dryers and that kind of stuff. We're actually looking at more toilets. We're looking at more accessibility in that regard because of the fact that we have the volume of passengers. Remember, this is probably one of the biggest keys of the terminal being designed for 350,000 passengers and we're processing 935,000.
Pinch point.
It is the biggest, you have so many urinals, you have so many stalls, and that was based on 350,000 passengers.
Kevin, what about restrooms over, we don't have any over by the baggage claim area, which is where
Correct.
everyone's waiting, so they gotta backtrack and go all the way back to where
Correct.
people are coming down as they get off the plane, people are going to wait. The bulk of the people, it seems like, if they're not in the whole area, are over in the baggage claim waiting for friends to come in. I feel like the more we have, it just disperses traffic, so it's not all jammed up in one
Correct.
spot.
Correct.
But what airport have you flown through that when you deplane, there isn't a wait at the bathroom?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. We talked about this when we talked about Concourse B. We were worried how far they'd have to walk. Tell me an airport you've gone through recently that you won't have to walk way further than our passengers. I mean, we've created a monster in some respects because it's been such a great facility to fly through for decades, literally.
But I feel like one of our missions is to have top customer service, And I feel like we should have better customer service than everybody else and not have people wait.
I think managing it to some extent, right? We gotta, I think that's what we've come to find through the analysis is exactly what Kevin's saying is it's just a sheer capacity. So we need to, kind of like what we're talking about in the top line is what are our triggering events moving forward? We can't wait until we're running 300%. We need to figure out what the triggers are before we hit those capacity issues that are driving these customer experience issues.
And Paul, we are doing this with staff right now, just to let you know, when we do see that, we talk to the janitorial companies and others, our staff, directing the people to the ADA bathroom, letting them know that they're there, directing them to another bathroom that's not publicly accessible or readily public, you know,
We
accessible.
do post signs when there are restrooms on the second floor in the public spaces that are down there. We've done some of that. And yeah, does that help? It does, but it's still a volume push. And it's interesting to watch the happy or not responses. You know, I will say when we're September to May, we're scores, I'd say average probably 94, 96% on the happy. This week's, with our max, we're starting to get into our peak week now. These next 3 weeks are our peaks of summer. We're at 86.
Might be a good time for a seasonal employee.
There you go. That's why we're bringing these
Posted
discussions.
right outside the door.
Dan just volunteered. He's
I'll do that. Can I drive the bus too? Wait a minute, I don't want the bus anymore.
No, we're gonna put bathrooms in the bus.
What? Oh, yeah. Maybe I could drive a mobile bathroom.
Do we dedicate just at the peak
Mark
time?
off
Do we
side of the
dedicate just a maintainer just for the bathrooms like some other airports,
So
or
we're-
is that not possible?
It is possible. What we've done through our janitorial company is we've increased the amount of team members that are on during peak time. We have done that. Is it to add one more, or is it to add someone, you know, from our staff to be leading that effort? So when you say more of a temporary employee, it might be more of a management temporary employee than it is an actual person cleaning and scrubbing. It's more someone managing.
See, I knew restrooms would be much more of a hot topic than any of the pavement stuff. Sorry, Sean.
Well,
It affects us all.
Well, when we talk about airlines, we can't do
Absolutely.
baggage, we can't do prices, we can't do seats, but we can do
Yeah.
toilet paper. We can do toilet paper, people. We can do toilet paper.
Well, I think it's a symptom of where we're at.
Absolutely.
Double ply then or triple
One
ply?
of the pinch points when you're.
We got double ply, definitely, in the softer.
I mean, you've got
Not the
limited
razors.
resource that you do with the amount of traffic that you have, you know, yeah, you get the offload, but you usually then aren't also having an outbound at the same time everybody's competing for. So I mean, you definitely have the pinch point coming from both sides. All right, the other one that we had in this, it's completed only from the standpoint of, it did have a time frame on the old one. My suggestion is that's something, as you can see here, I'm proposing that our target should really be per project, is our construction safety phasing plan. So this is something that's coming out of Bob's team, though. Any project that's happening on the airfield, we need to be filing appropriate paperwork, if you will, and plans for adherence to compliance for FAA approval. So I thought that was great, the fact that that was called out in 24 as a specific action. And I know with Rob on staff now, you know, that's something that's being much more heavily policed than before. The rest of them that you see are all titled new, and this is because in the past strategic plan, if you look at it, about the only actual infrastructure or equipment item that was listed was the ILS and runway 10. Everything else was not infrastructure based. So, you know, the conversation that Sean had this morning, thinking about where our pavements are going, some of the conversation from Bill about our other vertical infrastructure in terms of our earth building, SRE, et cetera. With them aging, that's why they have manifested themselves into here in what we are calling our procure, construct, operate, and maintain. So again, kind of putting everything together as it relates to infrastructure and equipment. again, as we look through this, we could potentially parcel some of that out if we need to, but I wanted to capture it kind of in totality. So we're just going to run through them really quickly. Dan, jump in if I've got something wrong with you. Continued terminal expansion, or the addition, excuse me. So what's happening now, you can see we do have a plan of 27 for what we're currently working on, but then as we determine what's step 2. Triggering event is a general rule in FAA's eyes is 60%. When you reach 60% of your capacity, based upon your projections, that's when you're supposed to start planning. So that's where Ms. Green and her team come in, where we're thinking about, well, what size should it be, what does it need to include, what are we developing? That's also the environmental, the NEPA compliance. That in itself can often take a solid year. It's following the normal process. So if planning's a year, and environmental's a year, and there's this unknown, how long does it take FAA to get on board? You can see we're there today. We should.
How long does it take the FAA to review it? That's a great point.
What is it now?
So, a dumber question.
If they don't lose it.
An even more basic question, Stephanie. What's the actual capacity for phase 2 or phase B? Like, I've never asked. I probably should have at some point. What is the capacity for when we build out for full phase or B for the terminal?
935,000.
Yeah.
So on an annual basis, or is that
On an
with the
annual
few with the peak
No,
units?
yeah, with
Right, so essentially we're full though during the summer.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
With even the new one.
Yeah,
Yes.
with even the new one.
Okay.
We designed for the
We
peak
mix-
hour passenger of.
So like as of today, we literally would be full for B, even with B opens today.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's good enough.
Yeah.
I'll try to break it harder.
Because that the FAA doesn't allow us to do it any other way. If we could plan on what your projections are in the forecast, and even the forecast that we showed them on a conservative basis, Stephanie, I think we did one that was like 1.7%, and then we've done the normal, what we've grown since 1978 at about 5%, and then we've done one that we would consider the ultimate.
Yeah,
what
Southwest
we
shows up and we're in trouble.
Southwest, yeah, et cetera.
We pulled 2 entrant carriers and
And we've done that. If we could plan for any of those, the 5% scenario or even the ultimate scenario, we would be way beyond the sea.
So, dumb question also, Stephanie. How do ski resorts or ski towns do it then? Because I'm assuming they must have some type of waiver, because otherwise they'd have one gate and they'd never have anything more than that.
I mean, a lot of it is locally funded.
Okay.
I mean, that's the problem that you get into. If you're going to use the federal dollars, you're going to get into having to thread that needle.
Okay.
Yep, that's very true. And we're starting to see interest in some of that. And actually that interest is coming from, yes, the tourism community, but some from the business community. We're seeing that, and even some from the tribe. That is looking.
With slot machines in
Isn't that what
Terminal
Grand
C.
Rapids did? They had.
Grand Rapids had some private donations through the boss, especially for the security check.
So again, we may be at the point where on some of these elements we could be looking at, we're at that 60% capacity or better. There's more work for us to be doing. So just going through a few of these, evaluating ticket counter units. If we're successful in attracting some additional carriers, do we have the capacity to do that? Think about what it would take to stand that up. As you can see here, we got 2028 was a number that was thrown out through the staff conversations. Our addressed bag belt system needs an enhanced bag claim combined with the checked baggage. Bill mentioned that that's a separate element, but in my conversations with some of the ops and maintenance team was, well, we're going to need some belt service before that. Before that whole system comes online, we've got some immediate issues that we've got to deal with. So, maybe that one's high priority and has to take place completely outside of the SRAM plan itself. But it's an immediate.
Stephanie, one thing on that too, when I talked to Kevin, I think a couple of the other staff, is because we are a high tourism area, big golf area, ski is a designated ski bag, golf bag,
Oversized.
baggage, carousel like you see in Denver and other like big golfing areas. We might consider that if it's available.
kickoff meeting coming up soon.
Then we've got expanding the economy parking lot. Yeah, I think there's almost double.
Through the winter,
I think in
people
conversations,
must-
are running about 75%.
I was wondering, is there something on the carousels for car seats? Those kids nowadays,
Yeah.
these great big car seats.
We have
That would
bins.
do the same thing that he's talking about.
We have bins for them. Yep, whether the airlines put them in the bins or not, that's another statement.
We lead them to water.
We tell them on a monthly, if not weekly basis, to use the bins. So they're getting better. Actually, I'm just sending out it's called baggage hygiene. We're just sending out an email with the TSA today on it again.
Expanding the economy parking lot, so the current economy parking lot wasn't on the previous strat plan, so that's come to fruition, and we're already getting to a point where we need to be thinking about what next. Mark, I think it was a conversation with you, you said something like close to 75%.
Yeah, I think when we were getting really busy, it was 75 and higher at that time during our peak, a real heavy travel season.
So again, that's that question, are we planning the church parking lot for Easter Sunday? Or are we gonna keep in that realm and know that, very peak periods were a little pinched, so that would be another one that could be.
Just out of curiosity, is the peak season for that new parking lot January, February, March, or right now?
I think we saw the heaviest hit during like spring break.
Yeah.
That time of
Spring
year.
and fall
Yeah.
are the two
Yeah.
highest.
Yes.
It's not packed right now.
No.
No, it's a little
Yeah,
more
even
spread
though it's
out.
our peak months.
Yeah.
Yeah. These people are flying in.
Car rentals.
Yeah.
Yep.
For our car rentals.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stephanie, I'll just make one more note too, because you said customer service for the airlines and the other tenants. We struggle with a lot of new people too, for like we were just talking about baggage hygiene, customer service, I'll not into like getting into the weeds or anything, but just a normal operation because they're brand new people and it takes them time to get on board with security and badging and driving and all that good stuff. So in addition to customer service training, just overall training it for an airport.
Airport environment.
Yeah. I know that was back a slider too. So. But what else got me going on baggage hygiene?
Like I said, you're no Vanna.
Hey, Daryl. Hey, Daryl. I'm just worried about him as the engineer. He's supposed to have it level.
That's a really good point.
All right, so then we've got,
That's one of the goals. We'll make it part of his goals. Be level.
a conversation with both Bob and Mark. We talked about, again, additional terminal access. If we're bringing that many more people into and out of the terminal building, terminal area, possible signals at right drive to Judson, coordinating that with both the County Road Commission and the MPO, providing additional ability to get. I was amazed yesterday at, I guess it was about 3 o'clock, I came across Airport Road and the steady stream of cars turning onto the airport. I assume they were heading to Costco. Maybe it was the right time for the flight. I don't know, but I was flabbergasted at the sheer number of cars that were coming eastbound. So again, thinking about what does that look like? Does that stay as a strategic goal, or is that something that has a strategic action that is improve airport access and measurement targets our signals at right Judson? So again, no right or wrong, just things that we need to be thinking about, we're looking for a focus. Coupled with that was a study to look at the land side access around the airport in general. How do we better provide access, signage, etc. I know that was an issue that Capital City Airport Lansing did a few years ago. We don't know how to get people here. You know, is there better signage that we should have in terms of getting them in? For Lansing, it's a matter of, you know, the freeway system that surrounds Lansing. You can get there about 47 different ways. So that can be a real challenge. So that's something, again, to think about if we want to look at that. Another one that's near and dear to my own personal heart is the fact that your master plan is from 2006. If you look at that and you think you're in a completely different world, I think it's probably time that you take a peek at that, as well as your ALP, your airport layout plan. And that ties in somewhat to Sean's comments about your upcoming pavements. Identifying where might those pinch points be on your existing pavements, where FAA could be thinking that you should do some reductions, where you might be thinking expansions. So again, going through that master planning process will give you some opportunity to evaluate those areas and start coming up with a game plan of how would you address those. Bob, anything to add to that? Because that's in here.
I might tweak signals at Right Drive and Judson just to say intersection improvements to be a little more general. Other than that, yeah.
Could be roundabouts.
Okay.
That's one of the possibilities.
Where? Right Drive.
Right Drive or Judson.
At the altitude hangar. Now that I got new pavement, I don't care.
Except for new
But I'd like to put a castle in the middle and collect a fee. There you go. My new house.
The way these roundabouts work, some people are going right through the castle.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
And then we had, this one, you know, is a bit more nebulous, is our address aging infrastructure. And so that's what a lot of the conversation this morning can go into in terms of the ARF building, the rental car building, roadway lighting, the long spectrum parking lot building, the revenue collection. Those are all pieces that, again, don't show up in your existing strategic plan, but looking forward, we probably need to be contemplating the what and the when. The snow removal equipment building got called out very specifically in conversation with the ops team from the standpoint of we've already got some equipment that's having to sit outside pretty frequently, which is a concern. And so that one kind of stood out, and that's why you see it there listed by itself. It's something that we need to look at, as well as potentially a study to figure out what kind of equipment do we need, how much do we need if we're adding additional infrastructure that we're going to be clearing. As Sean showed you, we're adding a lot of additional pavement. It's going to need to be cleared. So do we need to look at additional equipment to make that happen? The airfield lighting and signage replacement, Bill mentioned that this morning. That that's just an evolving element. Looking at how do we get that plan. And again, some of those could be more of those measurements, getting those aligned, but they may not fall as an action. But be a measurement of how we'll be planning for that.
I have a question. So when you plug
morning can go into in terms of the ARF building, the rental car building, the roadway lighting, the long short-term parking lot building, the revenue collection. Those are all pieces that, again, don't show up in your existing strategic plan, but looking forward, we probably need to be contemplating the what and the when. The snow removal equipment building got called out very specifically in conversation with the ops team from the standpoint of we've already got some equipment that's having to sit outside pretty frequently, which is a concern. And so that one kind of stood out, and that's why you see it there listed by itself. Something that we need to look at, as well as potentially the study to figure out what kind of equipment do we need, how much do we need if we're adding additional infrastructure that we're going to be clearing. As Sean showed you, we're adding a lot of additional pavement. It's going to need to be cleared, so do we need to look at additional equipment to make that happen. The airfield lighting and signage replacement, Bill mentioned that this morning, that that's just an evolving element, looking at how do we get that plan. And again, some of those could be more of those measurements, getting those aligned, that they may not fall as an action, but be a measurement of how we'll be planning for that.
I have a question. So when you plug in Hertz, Traverse City Airport, where will it take you?
Like in your Google?
Yeah. Google Maps.
It should take you to the
Fly on drive, yeah, so fly on drive.
Stand by.
But then,
Dan-
people know where to go from there, because it's really not to the terminal. You gotta go by the terminal and come around.
But we have a lot of
Yes.
signage directing them to the car rental lot, and it's, you know, we rerouted that road, we put a new exit in, put some gate arms in, free or not free, and it is gonna take years and years, because even when we went from the old terminal to the new terminal,
There's still people looking for the old terminal.
I mean, they were still looking, but yeah, I see most of the people getting to the car rental lot that need to get to it now. Yeah. Because of signage, yeah. And some of the car rental companies are actually have staff members out there with golf carts and desks and different mobile solutions for out in the parking lot.
With some airports, it's really easy, right?
Yeah.
With the Google Maps, it takes you right to the gate.
We've actually worked on some of the Google Map updates in the past. Specific to car rentals, I would have to defer to whatever Rob was finding, but we did do some specific Google updates for a couple things.
Yeah, just taking the terminal.
I was gonna say, the guy sitting right behind you, Dan.
That's what I was just thinking.
Make it happen.
But you know, with this new staff, it won't be a problem. You know, he's expecting 5 more people.
Wow, Frank, you didn't even ask for one.
Yeah.
Dan's got you 5. I like it.
The one thing you brought up on that, there is in Google Maps, the rental car parking lot, but it doesn't take you on the main entrance. Because I did this yesterday.
Does it go right drive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's.
So it does take the back way, which
that's
does probably,
better.
because there's no, well, it is, but there's no signs anyway.
You know, no, when you get to the end of right drive.
Yeah, we get to the very end, but as you pull
There
in,
is a
it's
sign by
weird.
the stop sign.
But when you're pulling in off of the main road, turning
There
left,
isn't. Yeah,
it's
correct.
awfully weird. Why am I turning here? And I've been there, but it's still sitting there going, I'm on the right spot, right? Because this looks like I'm turning into just a forest.
Yeah.
And it's not there. So
Lord.
it may have a good thing to have a sign right there that says rental cars. If you don't want people doing it, or go there. Right now, Google takes you in the back way.
It's good to know.
He's fantastic.
No, that's good to know, because you also have Google taking people out. Right drive,
and
and
taking a
then
left-hand turn.
when they want to go back to the terminal, they miss the terminal drive to come back, and they go out the right drive at South Airport, and then they try to make that left turn, and it's almost there.
Yeah, that was not fun last night either. Right that.
I just knew that you were from Texas.
I mean, I don't mind traffic, but it definitely was noticeable trying to make both lefts both times. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, it should,
good
yeah,
point.
that is a great point, especially when you're exiting. Yeah.
Any signs for Jeff and Dan? They're both having a hard time.
Well, I knew where I was going. I was more worried about the bigger concern on it does take you in a route that has no signage. You have no idea you're going to the airport. Like, it is a weird routing for the rental car
Yeah.
when you put it in the rental car lot.
Good point.
Out there in the corner dancing.
Jeff's just scared to drive into the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we've had dancing signs.
Spin in the side.
Damn, there's another.
Another
job
seasonal
opportunity.
worker.
Yeah.
I could do that.
I can do that.
Hey, we've had.
I got lots of years of college.
Sign guy.
We haven't the dancing sign guy.
I could drive around the bathroom and show people where to park.
Yeah.
Where to go, where to go.
Yeah.
When we had launched the cell phone lot, we had the dancing guy.
The pizza guy.
Did you really?
Did you?
Okay.
Yes.
We did. It went
So
well.
now we're on the dancing pizza guy.
Hey, if Dan's doing it, we're good to go.
There you go. All right, Dan is
And
good.
I'm cheap.
I know.
I didn't say free. I used to say free, now I'm just cheap.
All right, and then the last item that we have, we talked about the water main this morning, was software tracking. So one of the things that Bob mentioned was some project management grant tracking software that could tie into also some of the finance related stuff in terms of being able to help support grant closeout. So job security for Frank, standing up some new IT solutions, and hopefully some efficiency for Bob and his team making projects work.
You will see that tomorrow.
It's on the
All
agenda.
right, well, there you go. So you mean my elements are gonna be outdated before we even get them done? That's the story of my life.
That's how we do it here.
That's
I mean, you're a day ahead of it, so.
I'm a day ahead, that counts? Okay,
Yeah.
good enough. All right, any thoughts about this? Like I said, almost all of these that we've talked about, none of these were in your previous draft plan. Because we're starting to get a little broader, we're starting to think about more stuff. That, before, the only focus that we had on anything infrastructure based was runway runway 10 and the ILS. So again, this could manifest itself as a goal. It could also be under, potentially safe and secure environment. We could say, address infrastructure and equipment. And then a number of these could fall in as measurements. So again, different ways to look at it depending on how robust, if you will, you want to make your sets of goals.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right, whoops.
That'd be up here. It's on the title.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah. Falling through your review.
Like, hey, Mike, I did.
You're on the exact top title.
Hey, Sean? Yeah. You left. I get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's just going to work more with us. All right, so in conversation both with Kevin and also with Paul, I thought some good suggestions came out.
Yeah.
You might want to take the numbers out, I'm not sure if I can with some specific targets as it related to the board. And you see a lot of it really has to deal in terms of board development. So looking at some periodic governance review. And the challenge with authority boards, in my experience anyway, is there is turnover. So there's always somebody new coming on. There's things that are happening in the industry. So looking at what our governance is, suggestion was that we look at that. We're looking at membership, governing, bylaws, etc., keeping that in everybody's mind. We had a periodic review of federal and state obligations. So conversation that Paul and I were having about grant assurances. What are you actually obligating the authority to when you take grant assurances? Are you familiar with those? What are some of the things that are happening out there in the industry? That those might be good things to discuss as well. And then onboarding document. I understand, Kevin, that you put together a folder of sorts for new board members. Is there an opportunity there to possibly more formalize that, or at least make sure that that's in everybody's mind? Board training came up. There's a great program through the American Association of Airport Executives, AAAE, that does board member training. So that was discussed that could be, as well as just general governance and fiduciary responsibilities. Sometimes that can be an issue. I served as a board member for Mead and Hunt and thought that was going to be a really cool thing. It was terrifying. When I actually saw that I was holding people's lives in my hands, I went, I'm going to go back to being a department manager. Now I'm in charge of only 11 people's lives, not an entire company. So, important things to keep in mind as a board member. An annual report came up of, something, I know the airport does one, but is there one that potentially is for the board itself? And then the guest satisfaction survey, this came back. It's probably not placed here, but it came out through some of the conversation as it related to the board about getting periodic feedback from airport users and tenants. And this was broader reaching, so I'm not talking passengers, we're talking more of community sort of. Paul, you and maybe talk a little bit more about that.
I can talk more about board training maybe.
Oh, I thought that one was one of yours, okay. All right, sorry. I either gave you credit or not.
Sorry. It's a great idea.
Okay, well, I'll take that then. So these were all things that came out again. We didn't have anything related to the board in the previous strat plan elements. So again, this was one that could be a single line item of board authority development, and then again these could end up being performance measures or measurement targets if we wanted to. If we don't want to stand it up as a standalone. Any questions or thought on that? From any of the board members? Something else you'd like to add or take away? Okay. Then we'll keep moving along. All right, we're going to skip this one because Carrie had to take off. We're going to skip Lola.
Thank you.
Did we learn anything?
Yeah.
Hey, Steph, if you
Yeah.
do on that one of Carrie's,
Yeah.
if we get to a point where we can circle back to it, I just kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the trainings, one-on-one, it's called one-on-one.
Oh, are you taking those shots?
For airport managers in the state, and general aviation managers. Kevin presented this year in conference, and then for us, we hosted.
All right, so this next one is where the next 4 topics, because environmental and the law enforcement, we're going to defer till tomorrow, because Carrie had to leave, and the chief is going to join us tomorrow. So the next 4 groupings are actually starting to then circle to where our previous strategic plan had 4 goals. So here you can see safety and compliance. That same color coding applies to the one we looked at in terms of staffing. And in terms of the existing strat plan, has a single line item that says Part 139 certification compliance and ACM compliance. So ACM being your airport certification manual. Conversation with Dan was that, you know what, we really should look at maybe that being 2 separate. That we want Part 139 certification compliance to be first and foremost. That's really providing our safe and secure environment. And then the airport certification manual is a subset of that, but it's kind of its own entity in terms of keeping that current. As a part of that, there's a number of different documents. There's a snow removal plan, there's our emergency management plan. There's a whole bunch of additional plans in there that we're not getting into the drill down on that, but as you can see in the comment, making sure those documents are kept current. So again, those 2 could potentially become individual line items as far as action items compared to being all combined into one. We also, and this came from, I learned a lot talking to Lori. I'm exhausted, I don't want to be in her job. It sounds like a lot to process, for lack of a better name. So in the existing strat plan, we just have a line item that says TSA compliance audits and inspections. Well, I thought that seemed pretty benign until Lori and I had about a 45 minutes or better call that she explained to me that that includes 4 annual audits with key deadlines that she's doing. It comes with inspections. It also comes with badging. There's a whole laundry list, and I don't know if you want to expand on that a little bit, but that gets into some of these other new elements as well. You want to do that?
Floor is yours.
New ones? Floor is yours, Lori. This one's really you.
Oh, she's
You can go right up. You can go right up in front.
Look at, turns right around and look at
I know.
He's one of that badge.
Hell, I wear my badge to bed. I figured I needed to get in my house. I don't know.
You do too.
Oh my God.
But at least the laundry people don't have all 3 of yours anymore.
They had them once.
Yeah.
That was stressful.
So we have the 4 audits that are like the main-based audits. There are additional ones that TSA comes in and out with that they do. I do have a new assistant, you know, thank goodness, nobody will steal her. She has HR background. I know, she's wonderful. She's only been in there like 3 weeks. But, oh my gosh, she's been saving grace so far. But a lot of additional stuff with TSA pre-check coming into play in the office. We're going to do that on Mondays and Fridays. That should be kicking off here in September. So there's a lot of training that comes with that. Our aviation worker screening is on there as well. I do all of that as far as quarterly. Every month, we're required to report to them. So I have to do numbers, totals of people, any items that come through that aren't supposed to be there. I have to document that. So that goes monthly. I do the schedules quarterly, at least they let us do quarterly now. So that's good. That's a big hassle for our office at least. But,
Before you interrupt, does everybody understand what that was? I was new to me, airport worker screening. Do you know
so
what that
AWS, aviation worker screening, that's where it's mandated now that we basically sized down the amount of access points in the terminal going from public over to the site of security area. So we have that down to 5 access points where all of our aviation workers can go through if they don't go through the checkpoint. We recommend they go through the checkpoint, but they are all checked, or we are all checked, even if we go through, scan with a wand to make sure we don't have any items that aren't supposed to go through to the other side that don't pertain to our job. So that schedule is out of a randomizer. It's created through TSA's randomizer. I have to basically sit there, hit the button. It tells me what I can and can't do on what doors, a certain amount of hours, which is 10 per week, that these individuals have to randomly sit at an hour here, 15 minutes there, half an hour there. It has to rotate around, and only elite security is our people who do that right now. Our used to be our armed guards. They're our night guards. It has 24-hour access, so they could be doing it at 1 o'clock in the morning. They could, be doing it at 10 o'clock at night. I try to run it in sets, but that's all getting reported, and that continue on. We might be expanding on that. I don't know if I mentioned that, where we have machines that you have to walk through metal detectors. So we haven't gone anywhere federally with that yet. It's kind of still stuck in the House or the Senate. Everybody's trying to argue whether we really need to do that or not. A lot of airports are based where everybody goes through, all the workers go through the checkpoint. We're not necessarily designed that way. So that's been definitely a hurdle. Any questions on any of that, aviation worker screening stuff?
Who is our new person, and will we have an opportunity to meet her maybe tomorrow?
Nope. No.
You can't talk to anybody for 6 months.
Once we've got him, we don't introduce him to anybody else because we're afraid to lose him. She should be here tonight.
Yes, her name is Teresa Day, and she'll be here tonight. But she's wonderful.
Good. And then have we started the TSA pre-check process yet?
Yes, Ron and I are in the middle of our background checks and training. So basically, I think we're set to go. Teresa's in that process right now. So our week that we're planning it is the first week in September, right after Labor Day. We're going to have on-the-job training, a setup day. Everything will be like a testing day, then a go day on Friday, September 11th. So that's the plan, at least that they were planning right now as far as that goes. But yeah, pre-check will be at the airport starting in September.
Now that will be every Friday and?
Every Friday and Monday. Yep, the normal 9 to 12 with an hour lunch break, and then 1 o'clock until 5.
And what type of revenue does that bring to the airport?
Right now, we're sitting at $5 per person. We can do the pre-check quick, or we can do the hazmat. We also have additional services where we can offer passport photos. We can do birth certified, which means if they show up without the normal certified birth certificate, which some people have hospital records that has a seal and they think it's certified, we can actually get one of those on demand, and they just pay an extra fee. So some of that money comes to us as well for each service that we provide. So yeah, it'll feed into that person's annual, as far as who's handling that on Mondays and Fridays. Ron and I are backups for Teresa if she can't make it, or if we're on vacation or something happens. Teresa not only fills in my office, but she will fill in for Ron at the front desk. She's already had a day or so up there answering the phones, because Heather and Mark are way too swamped. And Dan loves to run up to the front office and take care of everybody with a big smile.
I had to cover you all last week. What are you talking about?
It was part of the
Oh, he was?
TSA.
That's your secret job.
It's like being brought up for West Wing for a week.
Just take the credit.
You're out. I haven't had any phone calls. It's okay. I'm impressed.
He's amazing. I typed in just TSA into Google, and it immediately came up, TSA apply from Traverse City. He's good.
Yeah. Yeah, that was all me.
Give you directions to go down that road.
Yeah, but I can't find the TSA. Because Google won't take it. Yeah.
Laura, you want to mention also the scheduling software that you were talking about?
Yeah, so we're playing with the thought of, a lot of airports have scheduling software where you go online or some kind of app that you can get into and say you want a fingerprint appointment, or you just need a renewal, or you're a new person. We are talking also about, if we don't go the scheduling software route, maybe we could have a little link into, I'm going to speak terrible in the IT section here, but a link at least into our world of, hey, oh look, there's a badging appointment that I can sign up for. Other airports, similar to our size, have that going through their website where they can sign up for a specific appointment at a specific time slot. That way I'm not having to juggle, like, well, I can't make it at 9, I can only make it at 9:30. Like, no, I want to have what's available right here, because we do accommodate a lot in the office, and that's great, we love to. But when it gets, down to the schedule and someone's late for like their SOS appointment, it's the same in our office, that it gets backed up. When one person's late, it creates, a roll downhill thing.
Lori, why don't you take a big step back and explain what the office does.
Wow, how much time do we have?
Well, no, but I mean, some board members like Dan know what the office does because Dan experience is the whole badge process. But other board members, what they experience is they get their parking card from Heather.
Okay.
So they don't understand the background check, they don't understand there's movement training, non-movement training. They don't understand that. When you mentioned that it's like the Secretary of State's office,
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody understands the complexity of the board.
Okay, and feel free to stop me along the way if you guys do have any questions. Basically, anybody who has a badge on the airport comes through my office. Doesn't matter if you're GA or if you're airline employee or our side, 139 related.
And they come in lots of colors.
Yeah, Dan has all three with green here.
And you got different colors.
Dan's got a blue one on the side.
He's got the big badge.
So in addition, how many, like over 1,500, right?
Oh yeah, we're sitting in between 1,500 to 1,600 badged individuals. Normally the AOAs, there are a lot more of them than CIDAs, probably by, 40% more. We're almost tied 50-50 for AOAs and CIDAs. So AOA, you don't need a background check, you just do a security threat assessment through TSA. Takes a day or two on the norm to get that cleared. Okay, that's if you're a U.S. citizen. Okay, same way with CIDA. You come in, you have to get the.
What's CIDA and what's AOA?
AOA is Air Operations Area. CIDA is Security Identification Display Area. So the CIDA individuals, they have to go farther and do a fingerprint or background check. That goes straight to the FBI. So we go all the way back to basically birth. I tell everybody until now. We pull up everything. We want to make sure everything past the age of 17 is closed. I can see everything except sponge records, basically. So we clear them for that for CIDA. AOAs aren't required that. Anybody born abroad that is not a U.S. citizen, you'll clear pretty quick. But if you're a U.S. citizen, say you were born in Germany, Daryl, it's going to take you 25 to 30 days to clear a background check for TSA.
Our last month, current commander at the Coast Guard station took a month to clear her department because he was born in Germany while his dad was on an Air Force base.
Yep. And
he was a commander.
Yeah, and a lot of people come in, I've had background checks, I've had this, and I'm like, that doesn't matter to the TSA. I don't have any control over it, I just have to submit it. It goes through, so anyways, after everybody clears, they come into the office. We do training. It could be non-movement training, which is around all of the ramps, perimeter road. If you're AOA, you don't touch our air carrier ramp because you're not background checked for it. So any AOA non-movement driver cannot come on the ramp. But they are in their own areas. You have to have a specific badge for a specific area. Dan belongs to the North Keys. He just can't run willy-nilly over at the West Keys. His badge won't even let him in over there unless he has a West Keys badge or he's assigned that. So there are different varieties. He holds multiple badges because he belongs to multiple hangars. We have movement drivers. Those are the taxiways and runways. So basically, most of our staff has movement or non-movement for the most part. For those of us who stay in the office and try to help out with different functions when Dan lets us. But basically, the movement drivers have to come in every single year. It's required by FAA, so they're in my office. Firefighters have 1 month, our staff has another month. So we have to keep up on all that. Tom Looks is our operations manager now, so he has to basically keep that side of the house going, but coordinates with my office. Everybody does a renewal every other year, so every 2 years, nobody gets a badge more than 2 years and 30 days. So everybody AOA or CIDA has to come back. All the paperwork's required. We have our new security system, so Genetech is what it's called. We're teaching the authorized signatories, or trying to. It's getting a little crazy, but basically everybody imported in from our old system to the new system. It didn't go smoothly as it should have, but we're working through it. So I don't even know if you can see your people yet. Some can, some can't. So we're in that transition process of basically teaching all the authorized signatories in each area how to go about this.
Authorized signatories are basically a representative from each of the tenant that are responsible for their, whether it's their employees or their associates or their partners in
Some of us are slow learners, right, Lord?
Some of us are really.
Also,
That's why we get to drive the bathroom.
My phone is nonstop. Between phone calls and emails, it's a lot of juggling, but we're getting there. But we're adding on all these new people, and thank God Frank's only 2 doors down for any of the IT issues that come up.
Plus you have all the contractors that are working on this new terminals, that, a whole other issue.
We basically tripled the number of computers we have for computer-based training to accommodate the massive influx.
Yeah.
And you know, if you go to any other airport that, around here that doesn't have an airline, you just walk right out on it. Everybody walks. I was in Wisconsin doing non-controlled airport. You know, it's so easy, but we have airliners and the world changes.
It's just hard to explain to some individuals because they don't understand, you know, hey, you're attached to a 139 airport and there's this whole other security side. The bubble is attached to everybody who comes inside the fence.
Bubble is a good word.
Yeah.
And that's actually the biggest thing with the GA community. They just don't understand.
They can't get
They
it.
think we don't like GA, which
Yeah.
is not true. We
Yeah.
just have different rules we have to follow. You can tell it to 20 of them and 5 of them retain it.
Yeah, I mean, so we repeat ourselves a lot in the office, which is fine. You know, we want to make sure I do the same audits every year and try to get everybody on the same page. A lot of people think, oh, it's difficult, or she's difficult, or this whole system. No, it might seem difficult to them. It's just required. It's just necessary, and I'm trying to be as gentle as possible and handle as much toilet paper as I can. It's a nice soft
Well, it gets
landing.
back to the conversation we had earlier, Ian, is when you and Jeff were talking about aircraft mechanics.
Right.
It's, you gotta follow the book. That's where we are. It's a regulation. You have to follow the regulation. So we can't go A to Z and skip, you know, L and M in the middle and achieve the same compliance.
So you said regulation, so also she has to follow 1540, 1542, all the security directives, the national amendment, and our security program. So in addition to what she's doing, she has to make sure all these deadlines and hour requirements and day requirements are followed to a T. On the background checks and STAs and everything else.
It's the gray hair.
Hair's
It's
way
a
overrated.
lot. It's a lot of juggling.
I agree.
Yeah.
So there's more that she does too. I just gave her a whole bunch for the training, for the movement, non-movement, security training, updates on an annual basis.
Oh, yeah. It's a constant circus. It's
You can have these audits and inspections, but we also have an annual inspection. So that's where TSA comes in and tests not only the audits and everything else that are going on, but they actually go in and test our security posture, test doors, test people, test, you know, construction. They test everything all the time.
They were just here 2 weeks ago doing that.
And the stress trickles down too. You know, I feel stressed because you feel stressed.
Oh, yeah.
And then I make the people that I give authority to feel stressed too.
Yeah.
You know, it goes all the way up and down pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys feel it too. No.
Well, and one of the biggest things, Ian, when it comes to that stress is teaching tenants what they can do to help protect themselves. And there are a lot of times that when a tenant's building a new hangar, they would like to just put in lock and key. Lock and key is great. It meets the regulation standard. Well, lock and key video works great. Lock and key that's operated by a pin pad is even better. But when they start to realize what fines that they can receive for not maintaining that compliance, then they start to realize lock and key isn't all that great. And that's the thing, and then everybody looks at me back here like, oh, you're spending our money, you don't like us. At the end of the day, we're trying to protect them. It's, you know, no one likes to buy insurance, but yet everybody has to have it. And that's a lot of what we're doing here in this office is ensuring the compliance and everything else. And that is a very big job. So.
And what are the fees? Just share the fees a minute. I mean, if I lose one of these, I just pay you how much?
Only $75.
If I lose the second one?
First time.
It goes up to 150.
And if I lose the third time?
Hi, Dan.
Dan, those aren't the fees you have to worry about.
I know,
If
tell about the other
TSA gets
fees.
involved, you're worried about $18,000.
I know.
So strike fee
Per
for 1,
occurrence.
2, and then 4, and then you go into the
Tell
national
the
database.
start the first strike, how much is
First
that?
strike's $100,
Second strike.
is $200,
Two.
then 400. We have had individuals that have reached 3 strikes. At that point, they go into a national database, so that if they get pulled from another airport, it will show exactly what they did, what time frame, they stayed in there for 5 years. We're trying to combat the strikes. If we give our strikes out, that's better than TSA's fine. I think an individual starts at $18,000 now. So you don't close the gate, you're going through the door, and they says, well, you need to tell me how far I can drive through that gate. And I'm like, if I tell you you can drive 8 feet through that gate and you drive 8 feet and 1 inch, guess what? TSA inspector standing there and they measured it, they're gonna have you, you're $18,000. I can't stop them, but I can at least buffer it with our strike program and say, hey, it's only $100, you know the rules, you messed up, let's try again. You know, so it's all those.
It allows for retraining each time. It allows for their lieutenant supervision to be part of that training program. You know, so it's not just a one-time hit. It is a full training session.
And it's unbelievably easy to screw up. Your brain goes someplace for 1 second, you drive away, you have a kid do something, you get a phone call, you drive away. Holy crap, it goes fast.
That's why the first one's like a traffic ticket.
So what percentage of the airport budget is covered by his fines?
30%. Hey, I'm pretty low on the fine.
Yeah, Dan's been pretty good, I will say
I was
that.
starting to wonder, I'm thinking, this is a revenue generator.
That's one thing it's not. I will say at the end of the day, with the time that's spent covering the personnel that's doing that, yeah, and then all the badge, I mean, you gotta look at what are we paying per badge now? $10 a badge? That's just for the plaque.
Just the card.
You know, just for the
Yeah.
card.
Not for the time, not for the audit, not for paperwork, any of that.
It's crazy.
Yeah, when you look at what we pay and the background check and everything else with all this, $75 is.
Well, even lost badge, people are like, well, I'll just pay the 75. No, that's not the point. If we get to 5%, I have to rebadge and redesign everybody within a 2-month time frame. And we've done that once back in, 14? It was terrible. It was absolutely, I'm like, I don't want your money, I want you to find the badge, you know?
And keep the badge.
Yes.
And close the door.
Close the doors.
I would say they are an equal opportunity.
Get his wallet out.
Yes.
They actually dinged an airport board member years ago.
Oh, yeah, I never heard of that.
Yeah. He went
Thank
through.
you.
It wasn't fun.
Yeah. And we've also dinged TSA federal security directors.
Really?
Yeah, and not properly weighing in. And so this is, it's created a buffer, as I said, it's a very good program. You know, but it's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
Crazy. For everybody,
Yep.
you know?
So when you're thinking about Lori,
Right.
when you're thinking about Lori, and you're thinking about crucial aspects of staff, hiring, training, etc. That's one of the things you have to specialize in, even succession training and succession planning. Because a key person like Lori goes, you know, even when she goes on vacation, you know, we need them. So those are the things that we have to look at in succession planning, is what happens. Lori's very young, we'll say that, to be safe. But she's not gonna be here forever. So at what point, how do we get someone to have qualifications and knowledge of someone who's be here? So those are some of the key points of the succession training.
Even though I'm in the badging office, you don't want to. It's the Upper West Wing.
Well, I think this conversation demonstrates exactly where, you know, some of the elements of this goal previously were going, and that, you know, this looks like a pretty benign single line item as far as a strategic action of providing TSA compliance, audits, and inspections. We just spent better than 20 minutes covering this, and so that was kind of you guys did it without me even trying.
Thank you.
Deeper dive of how important this is, that probably needs to have more elements as we see here. Our pre-check, our scheduling, our worker screening, starting to call some of those things out, either as strategic actions or at a minimum moving them over to measurement elements so that we see that and can manifest that in its entirety of what is that office really doing and what's looking to have. I think the only one left that was up here was an existing, and this was, I know, discussed with Chris a little bit, was the MIOSHA employee accidents, and he said unfortunately there have been a couple this year, last year?
This past year, yeah.
Okay. So, again, that one, the goal was in an annual report with no accidents. I think that's a great goal to have. That's a measurement. And then, annually you're taking a look at what did happen. And then repeat how can we change that, or is there anything we can do to combat whatever caused the accident. Any other discussion on this, Dan? I guess you and I talked extensively about just the culture of safety.
Yeah.
Anything else you can see on here that we should be developing as a strategic action to support it?
Well, I think we've been one of these, just looking into SMS, so safety management systems, we're not there yet, but reached out to Grand Rapids and some others that are, Grand Rapids is using theirs right now, but they do it in a phased approach. They usually start in the airfield and start moving in closer to the buildings. We're getting closer on getting a skeleton plan going on the SMS.
And so compliance for SMS, one is a small hub criteria. We're not classified as a small hub yet, but if you calculate us in calculation, we're a small hub. So that's going to change. If you're in international services, if you have any international flights, we don't have those, but it's always a talk, especially now that Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto has pre-clearance, and so some of that ability to open up for some of that opportunity in the future could be there. And then 100,000 annual operation, and that is actually for us. We peaked out at 96, and in the last couple of years we dropped to 92, and I think we're 89 respectively. So we're not that far away from 100,000 operations, and so when you look at that, so SMS is a reality that's coming to us one way or another very, very soon. What is SMS? SMS to airports is ISO to manufacturing. That's really what it is.
Do we have any responsibility as far as our contractors and subcontractors regarding safety and compliance?
Yes.
How are we overseeing that?
So example would be AFLAG. So with safety and compliance, they're part of our 139 compliance with fuel inspection. So our ops supervisor audits them, inspects them on a quarterly basis, ensures all the training records are up to date to meet that FAA inspections.
What about with the terminal construction?
Safety phasing and compliance.
That's the safety phasing on that last bullet point on your sheet, and that's Bob and Dan together with Chris also, and then it also falls to our consultants to help us with the safety phasing plan. So Sean and Bill have put a lot of those together.
Might also mention that in terms of TSA compliance, we also have a cybersecurity compliance portion that takes time.
So like today, it may not, this is just overall security compliance. Everybody's signing in their passwords and everything else. Frank doesn't allow us to do that.
Not me.
We have to use our hotspots on our phone because we know that's a trusted source and everything else. QR codes, another rule that's come into place. But the sad thing at airports across the country is everybody's putting QR codes on tables so that you can order food and everything else. So I'm starving. Frank doesn't let me eat anymore. So
I had to use one on my travel, and I was not scanning it, and all I kept on Frank would be like, no. So
Problem is somebody could come along with a QR sticker.
Right.
Click it, go to some nefarious.
So, but even those are more corporate policies and stuff like that. TSA is starting to pick up those policies and transfer them to us in their
And then, like Lori said a couple weeks ago, we had our TSA inspections start. We have our 139 FAA inspections start Wednesday, so a couple days away. But I was just showing Kevin, you know, some previous inspections and different things. You know, we've had a very good history of inspections, and knock on wood, if this is wood, but yeah, some of the stuff they find is like spacing on paint markings, or just recommendations for different things that they see maybe at other airports. So.
All right. I think it's a good spot to take a break. So I've got about 18 after. How will we come back at 2:30 and then we'll pick back up.
I didn't know this company was so big.
No, it looks like it blew my mind. The radar is so size.
14.
Yes,
This one looked really
No, we're much small.
some of the predictions are pretty dire for today.
Oh, yeah.
They operate in the You've got good resources.
We're not getting anywhere.
Autumn's up next and then you're ready.
I'm ready to make stuff up.
All right.
Do coffee again this morning.
You an all-day coffee drinker?
No, not usually, no.
baseball leadership lessons several times, but one of the best leadership movies is Moneyball. How many have seen Moneyball? But have you looked into it? I'm just saying Dan better because he's been with me long enough.
God, I don't want to fail that.
So I'm saying Dan better.
Pretty sure I saw it on the
That's supposed to be more. So I'm not. That's supposed to be more of a general man. I think it covers some of. I haven't reviewed the book, but I think it covers some of the points. So if there's something bad in it, sorry.
In the movie Moneyball, Billy Bean, played by Brad Pitt, provides a few great examples of dynamic leadership. So today, we're diving into the 2011 hit and sharing the best leadership examples of dynamic leadership. So in this movie, Brad's character Billy Bean is faced with managing the struggling OSAs, a team that simply doesn't have the money or the resources or the respect to managing the struggling Oakland A's, a team that simply doesn't have the money or everyone else is doing, and that's the respect for his lesson. A leader isn't comfortable with the status quo if he does what everyone else is doing, and that's our first lesson. A leader is uncomfortable with the status quo. Will never reach your greatest potential if your goal is comfort. Great leaders are really comfortable tiny budget compared to giants like the Yankees. Will never reach your greatest potential if your goal is traditional scouting methods. Billy's team has a tiny budget compared to giants like the Yankees, played by Jonah Hill, instead of uses traditional scouting methods. Basically, data analytics under the player by Jonah Hill. It wasn't popular to scout metrics, but Billy saw the future data analytics data under the players. And another great leadership lesson here, but leaders aren't overly emotional. Data, they have intuition, yes, but they make decisions based on data. Lesson here, not the strongest overly emotional. And that intuition, yes, but they make decisions based on data, not the strongest emotional. Scouts, another great players is that he doesn't back down from conflict. But he knows change requires scouts. He trains players. He does this with his coach, and it's tough. So he knows he sticks with the course even when He does this, now leaders have to be kind and they shouldn't be overly confrontational with the course, even if it's unpopular, they have to stand up. Now leaders have to be kind and they shouldn't be overly confrontational. And Billy listens to concerns before pushing forward. He builds respect, so great leaders aren't afraid to disrupt, but they do it thoughtfully. And Billy listens to concerns before pushing adaptive leadership in tough spots. So they disrupt, but they do it thoughtfully. Losing games, and finally, Billy shows adaptive leadership in tough spots. So the A's first adapts his run. By the season's end, they set up a winning streak, but they got a record going. The best leaders adapt enough to listen to others. By the season's end, they set up a winning streak without abandoning got a record going. The best leaders are open-minded enough to listen to others. Shows that leadership is about power, it's about vision, courage, and smarts. So long story short, Billy Bean shows that leadership is about power, and it's about vision, courage, and smarts. I hope that's helpful for you. So if so, like and subscribe, it really helps the channel. Thanks, I'll talk to you next time. I hope that's helpful for you. If so, like and subscribe, it really helps the channel. Thanks, I'll talk to you next time.
That's one. What's the famous quote? I love it. I love to see it. I also love it. It's the best way to learn how to terminate an employee. I love it. You know, I also love it to go see that. It's the best way to learn how to terminate an employee. You know, so that's why we, you know, just kidding. You know, so that's why with that said, it's really just kidding. He is the leader. With that said, though, it's really interesting to say the ways he is a leader and the team, almost to the point of the anxiety and the fact that he can't be there. He drives off multiple times. And when I find it, he can't get him to be there. Turns around and comes back, and they almost do. And when I find it, cements the soul superstition. Turns around and comes back, and they also do. It's a great lesson. What we're doing today with strategic planning and how it's is a great lesson that what we're doing today with each status is you're listening to so as now staff and over in each staff. You're going to make some changes that might not be popular. Might not be popular. Might not be popular. You're going to make some decisions, but these are things might not be popular. Might not be popular. Might not be popular. Regulated. But sign grants are things that we have to be true to receive one that are highly regulated. So there are a lot of requirements. Sign grants that unfortunately may not be what everybody wants to hear. May not be what a stat. Unfortunately, may not be what it may not be what everybody wants. That they have to be. May not be what a change to create things. May not be what another board. Because one of the things they have to do is honor change to create things. So we can grow. When the FAA thinks that I goes honor an airport, whether it's Michigan or anywhere across the country, when the FAA looks at health goes to another constant, whether it's Michigan or anywhere across the country, and they look at health, that is the ultimate constant we say. Go back and look at health, when they're working with Bob, that is the ultimate Rory or anybody else, Frank, anybody that when they're working with Bob, they come back and look at us. Rory, that's anybody else, Frank, anybody that's on our team, not afraid. They come back and look at us. We're not afraid. That's why we are here. It might be a little uncomfortable. We're not afraid at the end of the day to achieve it. We're not afraid to do some mission or vision. It might be a little uncomfortable. And really, at the safety day, security of the and our mission, our vision, and really the safety, security of financial. And really, that is our So those are some fun lessons. So if you haven't seen Moneyball, really, most of you have. If you haven't seen it in a while, so those are some of this fun lessons. So if you haven't seen Moneyball, most of you have. If you haven't seen it in a while, go back and listen to it in a different way than how you see it, because it's a lot of fun to be in great. Look
a while away.
Hey, what happened to Kevin?
Oh, where's Kevin? That big Mark.
Kevin's that big Mark.
All right, so our next one. All right, so our next topic again is, so again, the top one, the existing goal was to maintain first superiors. So again, color coding, top one, the existing goal was to maintain superiors. discussion out of conversation. And then this exercise was to retain and grow existing areas. Metric was essentially to take the single periods to year-round service. I think we heard about that with just presentation this morning. Essentially to take the existing areas to year-round service, new areas. Just that also carried through the conversation. Existing, new areas. That also appears, and then you can see some of the other conversation that led into some of that, which are expanded the summer season, tied into some of, and then you can see some of the other conversations led into some of that with expanded the summer season, that tied into some of the competitiveness industry. That would consider here, I put into some of that had to do with being competitive, making sure our infrastructure, that would support that, so that was tied to some of that infrastructure, making sure our infrastructure is going to support that, so that would tie into that existing infrastructure, operation, and that was one source. So in that, we have the existing carriers with more schedules, what we see expanding, contracting, so that internal is to review to talk a little bit more. What we see expanding, contracting, and what our opportunities are, and I actually touched on a lot of it, know what our opportunities are, and my first week we got Chuck, I came in. It was,
No, it was.
There's a lot of work going into that.
She got JetBlue, like, after half.
There's a lot of work going into that.
She got JetBlue, like, after a half.
No, but that's perfect. I think it was like an hour.
Just remember, if they leave though, that's fully on you.
That's
Just make sure we clear that up. Just remember, if they leave though, that's fully on you. Just making sure we clear that up.
But I mean, that's a perfect example of how much it takes. They worked for what, 7 years, despite your best effort and way back when. And just despite your best effort, that and what happens is speeding up. So one of the main things hopefully that speed it up. So.
One thing I would just say for some of the metrics is I think it's more time to capacity growth. Then one thing I would just say for some of the metrics, airlines, I think more time to, because at the end of the day, capacity growth, then obviously some countries about to die because they got murdered. Because at the end of the day, one of them, so we're not maintaining that one. Obviously some countries about to die because they got murdered. So there goes one of them, so we're not maintaining that one. From that perspective. You know, JetBlue's not working great for them at this point. And so it shouldn't be necessarily a blemish on us if we lose looking great. Oh, right. Like that was not a blemish on us. It shouldn't be necessarily. It just didn't work with that airline with that timing around at that point. Like that was not a blemish. So to me, it's more of a. It just didn't work with that airline. Then we have grown since we lost. Schedule. So to me, it's more of a. Did we grow since then? It should be more. We have grown since we lost. Growth perspective, because if American United continue growing and they double in size, it should be more Allegiant leaves or some kind of perspective. Because if American United continue growing, those guys have doubled in size or triple. Who cares if Allegiant leaves or some kind of doesn't come back or at Southwest? If those guys are double or triple, it should be more bad for better or worse. United may decide to put 30,000 seats a month specifically in Chicago and almost nothing else anywhere else. And for better or worse, United may decide that would be a bad thing if they did that. And have almost nothing versus again having 9 rounds of American rate. That wouldn't be a bad thing if they did that. If they had Miami and Phoenix. Versus again having 9 rounds of American rate.
There's 2 other carriers that are serving Boston. So all the JetBlue people that are appealing about Traverse City, they don't stay in Boston. Everyone's going, all the JetBlue's going up to Traverse City, here's the 3rd airline, nonstop in Traverse City, Michigan. Everyone's going like, we're getting what the hell's going up in Traverse City, here's the 3rd airline, nonstop to Traverse City, Michigan.
Part of the challenge, especially
that push from JetBlue.
JetBlue probably would have find the summer until Delta. Well, that's part of the challenge, especially with that. And Americans, JetBlue probably would have bigger ones last year. Delta, you're out of there on the road station. Delta, and Americans, was the bigger one last year when they went from crowd there week to 7 times. Delta quite literally tripled. And that eats into what much we can do. There's only a finite number of people from Boston that are going to come here that we grow, especially Boston. That eats because the problem is there's only a finite number of people from Boston that are going to come here that we grow, especially literally our competition. Because the problem is they're right next to that becomes a more challenge. If we would have had 3 airlines, literally our competition out there, that's a very different animal because there's no that becomes a more challenge. If we would have had 3 airlines out of Atlanta, Boston is a very different animal because there's no competition. So that would be the one thing that I would say, if you look at that is, and certainly for judging, is never look at it based off of, because I know Kevin really likes, I have 20 destinations looking at 19. And certainly as judging is never look at it based off 15 destinations, because I know Kevin really likes to go, hey, we had 20 destinations and now it's 19. If we're at 1.2 million seats this year, if it's 15 destinations 2 years from now, that to me is a success. Even if we lose 1.2 million seats this year, 1.4 million 2 years from now, that to me is a success. Even if we lose 3 markets.
Well, that's what we've always talked about. Is, going back to the original philosophy, it's always been seat. You got to remember, work at the start at small seats, where we had 34 seat turboprops. And you got to remember, we had to start. We said, give us a 50 seat, where we had 34 seat turboprops, and they did it, and it worked. Then we said, okay, give us a 66 seat jet. Trust us, and it worked. Give us a 76 jet. And we said, we never asked for anything greater than. And it works. Give us a 76. And that is the key to. We've never asked for anything greater than, and that is we started with a 44 seat regional jet. We had 190 Dallas. We started with 44. This year we have on Sundays we have 197 800s. Each of the 100. This year we have 172 seats. 737. So 800. You're looking at each of the 100. Where's the wind? The wind isn't the route. It's the wind. So when you're looking at where's the wind? The wind is supply and demand, and because trend also takes the economic. We can say yes, we're supply and demand. But I will say our airfare translates to airfare competitive. I mean, out yes, we're premium market. But I will say our airfare. I just flew out to Phoenix. Flew out Friday, came back last night. Case in point, I just flew out. I paid. Flew out Friday, came back last night, and that I paid direct impact from having seat competition. That is we have a nonstop that's there with Allegiant going to Phoenix Mesa. But that's on a Wednesday and a nonstop, or a Saturday. It's there with Allegiant. It's not on prime days or anything. But that's on a Wednesday and a Sunday. But that also helps that market. It's not on now prime days or anything, but it's there. It's about seats, but that also helps that market. They're connecting now, competing, getting those connections. Getting about seats in the market. Right, and even if they're connected, I agree with that. I really think adding those that philosophy right into the I agree with that. I really think adding there's more to the philosophy into just growth and services, impacts fares and impacts. There's more to this equipment and impacts just growth of services, impacts fares and impacts. When we look at impacts aircraft operations. Our air carrier aircraft operations, pretty consistent. Talk about aircraft operations. People say, oh, our air carrier aircraft operations, more noise. Pretty consistent. It's actually less. We're seeing less. People say, oh, there's more air. We're seeing more seats, more noise. When you take out 2 regionals, and that were 50 seats, we're seeing so you have 2 regionals that were 100 seats. You take out 2 regionals, and you add in one air 50 seats, 20 and 100. You have 2 regionals. You just grew your market. And you add in one aircraft operations, 150 seat. You just grew your market. When you look at it, we've grown, but you reduced your aircraft operations, in seats in the last, 15 years. You look at it, we've grown. Capacity's only, departures only up 50%, in seats. Again, it's gone from 52 seats on average, capacity is only, number of departures only up to 92 seats. Again, it's gone, that's a big part of the average departure, I think 2011 to 92 seats. You'll see a shift pretty quickly. That's a big part of that will continue, especially in Chicago. We'll see a shift pretty quickly, but at the end of the day, especially in Chicago, that happens. Reduce more Detroit frequency, but at the end of the day, that's what's going to. And for better or worse, as that happens, you are more reliable, but you lose the frequency rate in the market. And for better or worse, as that happens, 30 or 40,000 seats in Chicago reliable on United or American, they may not keep that extra frequency. You've got 30 or 40,000 seats in Chicago on United or American, they may not keep that extra frequency to Charlotte. I don't think we'll do that point. There's destinations that save much capacity. I think some of these markets isn't some extra frequency. I don't think we'll be soft with the destinations are safe for the most part. Denver this summer. I think some of these markets added that capacity much shorter. Like we saw in New York, didn't have that this summer. Where United added that capacity to much shorter, like one trip to Chicago
and didn't have that. I think that's another piece of like Denver are more happy with this. And kept those in one trip instead. Yeah, it's a big piece of this to me is, I think that's another piece of like the new entry carriers that open up potential new markets. Yeah, the biggest piece of this to me is American. I think eventually we get Miami. New entry carriers now, and 5 years from now, I think it makes sense. Because I think Phoenix does as well. American, I think eventually we get Miami. And at that point, quite literally, 5 years from now, every single hub that they have, I think Phoenix does. We're done with American outside. They see it games. And at that point, quite literally, we have every single hub that they have. And we're done with American outside at that point. Well, once we get the transfer results, to ever pitch nothing left there for them to add. United is quite literally every hub. Well, once we get the transcons, Delta is Delta. Nothing left there. Things that we can talk to without because quite literally every hub will have served. But I think the new points again, if they're hitters on the third things that we can talk to is that new entry carriers. And that's where but I think the new points again, if hitters on the third thousand now, a new airline is that new entry carrier. And that's where again, does a breeze come in? Legion slash Bell ever rebirth themselves a little bit airline to some of the point-to-point Midwest markets that the Legion slash Sun Country start looking at us a little bit differently. I think become some unique as far as Midwest destinations that we but for. I think legacies we're really close to essentially becoming unique as far as legacy destinations. I mean, they're but for we're within a year or two. Legacies there ain't any more legacy destinations. We're actually maxing out probably at legacy destinations. It's then going to be the point. We're within a year or two. There ain't any more legacy destinations. We're out to probably the season into Jake's then going to be the point. May, September, October, everything else too. And then again, grow the season into Jake to May, into September, October, and then again trying to just get that year round.
And the expansion of the start of the season, I think should be certainly grow season Denver. Houston is starting amongst some of our legacy carriers. So I think
our big O&D markets, Dallas, Denver, our big O&D markets, their season's going starting a little earlier, going much longer. The peripheral ones. Their season's going starting a little bit earlier. The peripheral ones being the Newarks, the ECAs, peripheral ones. They have pretty periods that they're running to, just because it's much more Newarks, the fines as far as what the run demand is, just the size of the periods that they're running to, just because it's much more starting later. The fine as far as the run market demand is, December essentially market to them. That's the Newark period. Yeah, Newark started later as I started where you see with Dallas run through. They're willing to start essentially earlier and earlier. May go later and later to September, October. Denver with Dallas, you'll see that they're willing to start earlier and earlier. May go later and later to September, October. Visit Denver, City. I think you'll see that as those core markets, as we work with Michigan and tourism guys on what are the key markets as far as those bread and butter ones, obviously tourism guys on what are the key markets as far as they expand those bread and butter ones, obviously ones that will be able to push into the fall, spring, key, but otherwise. As they expand to other ones, there's those ones that be able to get pushed into the fall. Mid-September, it's just going to drop that otherwise. It's a lot of it again, trying to get that Atlanta to fall into Dallas. Mid-September, it's just going to drop into what we do. Denver year-round, Dallas. Again, trying to get Atlanta to fall into the Dallas category. It should be. Denver year-round, Dallas year-round. And then again, I think part of this for the at least customer service / hold room space and stuff like that. And then, I think it'll be interesting to see what airlines do and all of a sudden have service / hold room space like that, because we haven't been able to do that in a while. I think it'll be interesting to see what airlines do and also have ability to last summer they were, because we haven't been able to do that in a while, because they wanted to out of Dallas. I guess they talked to American in my last summer they were intrigued by the remote piece because they wanted to add that Dallas. I guess they managed to fit that in by precipitate a big jump in extra frequency or something. Nothing, but that is something that could be like on top of precipitate a big jump in some frequency or maybe precipitate. That's to be determined. There's much happier by not being like on top of each other. So
questions,
that's to be determined, but it's certainly customer service.
When I look at that goal, retain, strengthen, expand air service, retain, best customers. I look at that goal, retain, strengthen, expand air service. Everything we can retain to best customers operationally to make it easy for them. Everything we can. Yeah, I know you said it's a small thing and they're acting like it's going to make or break, their worldwide. I know you said it's a small thing and they're acting like it's going to make or break airport to make sure worldwide where we wake up happy again. We can be doing
yes.
To make sure
so that's been one of the, I think, the greatest things of doing
our team
project. Yes. So that's been one of the, I think, the greatest things. When things are going well, the less you hear from them, it's because when things are going well, unless you hear meeting monthly, all their properties, so everybody's negotiating. And so we're meeting monthly, and I think there's all their properties that needs negotiating both sides. And I think there's gonna be some benefits to that communication channels for both sides. Airlines, bringing things more like communication channels keep us. They have space for their work. Bringing in eventually self-baggage drops, all that kind of stuff. They have space for that. Bringing in eventually self-baggage drops, all that kind of stuff to bring forward to make sure that's all part of stage what their long-term plans are. To bring, Jeff Keenan all part of things, what their long-term plans are. But not just, Jeff Keenan, I think the biggest thing. So when United, right now the current plan, not just inside Delta, and United will be in, so when United, right now the current plan is American wants to stay at 8 million course, not because it's older or any different rate, it's because American wants to stay at 8 course. So when you look at the way United is different set up, because they don't have American spread out set up. So when American could have two jets now set up United and the way American Delta have. But in those American will have two jets open up just like United. Bob, how many spots? Almost 6 spots. But in those two jets, so they're going from a two operational to potential, so they're going from a two their operational, they have enough potential to work it to having 6 aircraft. But that's what they're looking at is that flexibility. Their challenge is that they can have that whole west side. But that's what they're looking at is that flexibility that they can. So yes, we are looking into that. We're also looking at some of the contracts that were just approved here recently. So yes, we are looking into the common use. We're also looking at some of the making sure that the common use equipment recently. We're first starting off the common use for the airlines like Allegiant, making sure that the common use equipment. We're first starting off with the airlines like Allegiant and the spread of the others. Our feelings is that the infection, more common use platform spread there, the other flexibility these carriers have. They have different gates. The more common use platform, so we're building that flexibility is a word with the different. We don't even have it right now. So we're building that. At the best we can say flexibility word forced. We don't have it. It's at the best we can say, force family fun. There you go. And so that's so you're gonna have force family fun. There you go. And so that we're meeting a lot of that. So you're gonna have the flexibility to determine. One of the things that they find the most challenging, and so we're meeting airlines, is that final work with the carriers. One of the things that we find the most challenging airports don't have the ability to dictate what the carriers can meet. We just don't. It's like telling, airports don't have the ability to, it's like a downtown business. We just don't. It's like telling how to price the t-shirt. It's like a downtown business because they tell the city, they can't. How to price it, we don't have that per se. And so, but we're trying, the public believes that we don't have what we can do. And so, but now the public believes that Delta contracts, and I'll put it graded United contract, Delta contracts to Unify. The schedules are set up. United comes in before Delta, grounds like an hour. The schedules are set up. All right, United schedule comes in after Delta. Like perfect day, no problem. All right, that's the schedule. Tell you happens every night. 60 perfect day, no problem. It's delayed one's early. And guess what? We're on top. 60% of the time, one has to wait because they delayed one's early. Guess what? We're on top. They're only supposed to be working, so one has to wait because they have one crew. How do we? They're only supposed to incentivize the carriers. So those are the things to want to address. So how do we set up incentivize the carriers to want to address? That's on airplane now. Some of the things that we've discussed is, that's what we're trying to do. Now, some of the things that we've discussed. But do we give up at some of our majority? And Jeff will probably cringe when I say it. So they do we give up say in our majority interest clause? order to, so they exchange for us staying in our capital operational, in order to exchange for us to have some input on their operational personnel. And even if we get that, that's about the best we're gonna. So those are some of the things, but yeah, it's a long answer. And even if we get that, but it's an interesting world. But yeah, a long answer to a question, but you know, because it drives us crazy. It's an interesting world. Talks the airlines all the time. You know, because it drives us crazy. Delta is talks about Delta all the time, but their philosophy is we're not chasing market share. Delta is so much chasing, you know, proper capacity. Their philosophy is we're not chasing market share, and we're chasing looking to, you know, proper capacity. Our capacity discipline. What are they doing wrong as a business here? Please their shares. They're doing everything right. So that's why they're number one. What are they doing wrong as a business? However, that's contrary to what we want. We want more fairness. We want more destination. However, that's contrary to what we want. We want more fairness. We want more destination. We want them to expand. And so when we talk about the years of development of these touch points that we're working on, when we talk about the years that we met, I was the assistant airport director at the time when I went to that Chicago Jeff to go back. We met. I was the assistant airport director at the time when I went to that Chicago conference. And we started working on American planting seeds and back then. And we started working on American before planting seeds. We delivered back then. And it was almost 10 years later. That is just, that's the way it is. Southwest. I've been meeting with Southwest. It's just, that's the way it is. At a minimum, Southwest, I think we had even been meeting with Southwest. There was a chance for Southwest. At a minimum, since as part of the AirTran merger before then, because there was a chance for Southwest that if they were as part of the AirTran merger, when that took place, we had that Denver gas product. United wasn't even touching. That's in 2009. We had that Denver. So Southwest United wasn't even touching. We've been doing this since 2009 issue. So if Southwest comes, he's hurt. We've been doing relationship things, but the key comes back to making the ones that are here happy. He's hurt. These relationship things, but the key comes back to making the ones that are here happy and keep retaining them.
Of course, yeah, I think you said story with air service relationships. I think air service comes down to your story.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge has been, especially in the last 15 years, airline planners don't stick to the job. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge, the vast majority of the time we meet with United, it's airline planners don't stick to the job. Same thing. So Delta's are usually every 3 or 4 years. The vast majority of the time they'll change. United is they're usually more stable. Same thing. American United. Delta's are usually every 3 or 4 years. The likelihood of the same hub manager overseeing what we're talking about, American is virtually zero from 1 year to the next. The likelihood of the same hub manager overseeing, there's not a single hub manager. There's virtually zero that's in the same hub 2 years. Over 2 years, much less literally. That's not a single hub manager. Well, the interpersonal relationship, what the challenge is, that's why it takes so long, much less is quite literally. Well, so the interpersonal relationship, that person's off to international, that person's off to another damn airline, that person's quite literally out in cargo sales meeting, and that person's off to international, that person's off to another damn airline, that certain airlines now in cargo sales. We've got a couple of directors/MDs that are certain airlines, Delta's great, because we've got a couple of, probably why we're directors/MDs. Delta, the loudly growing Traverse City. A lot of markets are, which is probably why we're better than frankly some other markets. That's helpful. Delta is, you look at American United, I think a lot very much like Traverse City, the profitability of it. And so that's helpful. But there's not that you look at American United, I think because it's literally quite literally a different person. But there's not that same time we build because it's literally leads to some of this very every single as we're pushing to Miami, Fort Lauderdale, which leads to some of this very long lead time. Fairly decently last 5, 6, 7 years. Every single time we talk to American, it's a different person that we're seeing Miami. Fairly decently last 5, 6, 7 years. Quite every single time we talk to Steve, it's a different person because half the time they're not even ever been engaged before. They go nothing about Travis talking about who we even are, and that because half the time they're not even ever been engaged before. And for better or worse, we don't have the same recognition as that. as Asheville, which is one reason why, when I spend most of the meetings, we don't have the same airlines at Jumpstart or the headquarters meetings. As Asheville, large reason why, when I spend most of the meetings going back to the airlines at Jumpstart or the headquarters meetings. Like Bozeman, there's a large chunk of like a steam station, like an Aspen, or like a Fort Wayne or Asheville, going and to keep planning that so people like those talk about like a Bozeman, was like a steamboat, us being the same, like Portland, Maine, as a Bozeman, planning that so people talk about that Asheville was, you know, us being that same light, as never been in that conversation before, as ever for Maine or Nashville, and that will help on those lines when it's kind of never been in that conversation that way, ever, because it'll be naturally out. This market help rate tremendously when it's kind of frequency that way. Because it'll be naturally out. This market that was always the way you did it. You got extra Bozeman from Nashville. I got more than you had time somewhere to throw the damn thing in there. That was always the way you did it. Guaranteed you're not going to lose money. Bozeman, Nashville. I got more than and I hope you have time somewhere to point. Throw the damn thing in there. Especially when we get it's guaranteed you're not going to get our terminal. When America's looking at it, I hope we get to that point. We should be looking at that, especially when we get the extra capacity at our terminal. That's what America's looking at. We should be running all 6 banks, every single bank to that. That's what they do. Certain markets call Denver, Bozeman. We should see that eventually. If we have enough every single every bank for American United to Chicago, we should be having that when we have enough. Which in itself will grow every bank fairly for American United because we should be one of those markets that we should have like volume, which in itself will grow us. Which is substantial again, but because we should be one of those markets that during the summer we got no gate space. We barely make what we have. Again, but we can't physically get there. That 2 years from now, we got no gate space. I think we'll get a natural 15-20% long through that. And that 2 years from now, when the Southwest comes, that they might get a natural 15-20% long. Everybody then jumps that thing again across the board. If the Southwest comes, that quite literally, it's not just Southwest, it's 1,000 seats. It's everybody then American upgauging everything Chicago to mainline. United upgauging everything Chicago. It's not just Southwest at 1,000 seats. It's Atlantic going daily. American upgauging everything Chicago to mainline. Just United upgauging everything Chicago to mainline. Somebody kicks, Atlantic going daily. It's things like that that all of a sudden pop. That just won't happen until somebody kicks that. Yeah. And again, the biggest thing that we changed probably, a decade ago, a large chunk of our presentation. And again, the biggest thing that we changed probably, a decade ago, is one of the things we want to associate a large chunk of our airlines meet with, especially at these dating conferences, to be perfectly honest, because the individual person associate literally 35. Airlines meet with, especially at these dating conferences, having 200 clients, the individual person will be boring ass presentations, but just data. And I can tell you, try to really get this is what boring ass presentation. Again, just talking about the comparisons. We try to really get these. This is what Traverse City. So that they walk out of there going, talking about what Traverse City. It's showing how something want to do that. So that they walk out of there knowing, I want to visit Traverse City. I know Traverse City is something we want to do. That's the difference that we get here. That's what we want to do. Saginaw doesn't have that, Fort Wayne doesn't have that, our peers in the areas don't have that. They're talking about, Saginaw doesn't have that, Fort Wayne doesn't have that, our peers talking about don't have literal millionaires coming up. They're talking about business $1 million. They're talking about people going to Florida. They're flying back and forth. We're talking about literal millionaires. That's what we talk to, go to out, which is a very different animal, and they're flying back and forth. We get it, it's New York. Better than that's what we talk about. My clients, which is a very different animal. Fort Wayne is exciting. We got yay, another better than monotony again. Will or will not travel. My clients talking about Fort Wayne is exciting. Yay, another business that will or will not travel. This is this is exciting. My clients as well. I'll push on them. I'll push a bit. Traverse City is probably one of the more unique markets in that regard. My clients as well. I'll push on them. I'll push a bit. Traverse City is probably one of the more unique markets in that regard.
Analysts, I laugh. That's another reason I bring up the money. Yeah, when you have to look at when you bring up the analysts, the data. That's another reason they all have the data. Why we have the data. The data. They all. Everybody wants to make decisions. We have the data. The data is great. I think we've had everybody wants awesome decisions responses on data. Once we've had our presentation, I think we've had more awesome. Follow it up on once cherry pie presentation. If cherry pie is served in November and everybody's having cherry pie, great. They do remember when cherry pie is served in November and everybody's having a bad afternoon. Look at our presentation. They do remember. You look at if you go back and look at our presentation. And that gets back to look where I got an extra, and do a new route, and frequency, and that gets back to where just like it's been great, I'll use one of the prospects that Jim talked, just like it's been great, I'll use one of the American Airlines forever. Alaska's been a code share with American Airlines. Alaska does enough that I can remember, or creates enough passengers with that code share to actually be reported. Alaska does enough, or creates enough passengers with that code share to actually be reported by the DOT. And so, I've always said to Jeff, when we go to the meeting, that's really interesting talk. I've always said to Jeff, like, why do you want to meet with Alaska? Because I want to thank you for the Jeff, and why do you want to meet grown? Because I want to thank that you're still Alaska, because they got to feed all those 787s. That is grown. They got to feed all those 787s going over to Asia. Feed all those 787s. Is there a market in Europe? They got to feed all those 787s going over to Asia. That is there a market? Those types of conversations don't just start out because, hey, but that was actual, those types of conversations don't just start out. So we've been thanking them, hey, for those 20 plus years, actual, don't lose it, don't lose that coaching.
And that's where relationships is Jack and
don't lose it, don't lose that coaching.
And that's where relationships is Jack and Lucy. For what is there? Now we have to be part of the Travis Party, now we're members. Now we have to re-educate Americans.
You never know. You never know.
All right. That leads us into money. Okay.
Money.
Money, all right.
Show Mars.
Everybody's
Money.
Show
Mars.
Everybody's
So same sort of thing as optimizing financial position and strategic items from the 2020. So same sort of thing that optimizing several of the strategic items from the top that came back with some. Here we've got similar response. The reason I color coded a couple of the top because came back with some conversation with a similar response. Some of them are bold. That does have to change a little bit because the conversation with some of them are bold. Some of them does have to change that again. Because of the activity that's happening in the airport. Some of them are just, they have to, again, because of the activity that's happening in the airport, the impact by passengers, stuff like that. I'm just going to go into the kind of the impact in more detail tonight. So,
yeah, I mean, as I look at this list, and as Stephanie and I kind of walked through what we had previous. Yeah, I mean, as I look at this list, and as Stephanie and I, at the end of the day, what we had is all the things we're talking about today. At the end of the day, the growth of the airport and all the best of our ability at this point, that includes really falls back, not only as an operational perspective, but the best of our ability done. That includes current terminal expansion, not only from an operational perspective, effort to go at $1 billion. Anything we can do to support terminal expansion, we've done a great biggest effort to go at so in conjunction with that, the recent bonding that we just done at so in conjunction with that, really going to be critical for us. And it's really going to be what's going to go for us. How do we ensure that we're in a good position? And so some of the things that are listed on what you're going out, kind of how do we ensure that place? So some of the, if I really want to go down the list per se, a couple of things that you want to key on. Our driven days, if I go down the list per se, a couple of things that we want to key on. Our driven days, we have to develop our charges for our airlines for next year, and then we have to develop rates and charges for our airlines, and we did that from the standpoint of ensuring that we got proper coverage as it relates to debt service, and did that from the standpoint of, we've always had a goal of a year's worth of cash on debt service. We know that's going to be now cash on this. We've always had a goal of a year's worth of cash on, but as we increase our operations and bring more revenue in years 3, 4, and 5, but as we increase our operations, so we've already done some analysis on that, so our goal is to continue to manage that to ensure that we stay within. We've already done some analysis on that, so our goal is to Another piece to what we also talked about is from state another piece to basically we also talked about is that we've always wanted to be around the perspective. And in looking at based upon other perspectives us that we've always wanted to be around doing from state here. And in looking at here, it's really not another perspective us that are us doing what we're doing, but it's also what we're looking at. It's really not based upon other words and for us, but it's also what we're looking at capital investment for so so we had 797. That is gonna capital investment. We'll continue to monitor that at the end of the day. So we had 797. That is gonna try to hit. We'll continue to monitor that at the end of the day. Make sure our goal is not so much to try to hit with our airlines or but to make sure that we charge today competitive as we're working on with our airlines rates. Are in a good enough spot where they can keep going forward, but make sure those that we're adding are in a good enough spot where they are capital going forward. And some of the other things we've talked about to a certain extent, I do believe there's some technology things we're going to be looking at. And some of the other things we've talked about to a certain extent, big one for us, I do believe there's some technology things we're going to be looking at over the next year goes off. A big one for us is going to be a financial. But as we do that, we're just not going to jump on down to it goes offline. I'm going to work on developing. But as we do that, we're just not going to jump on some spaces. We can better man work on developing. I don't think we have good work information for not only better management, but for our operation. I don't think we have a good technology or to be able to look at or not only myself and say, hey, but for our operation and I want to go see yourself or to be able to get some of those what we're doing. Hey, say, guys, I'm those items kind of I want to go there. So everybody gets assured that we're KPI stuff on those items. So that's a big thing that's on my list. So everybody has to be assured that what else. So, and then that's a big thing from the standpoint we talked about supporting our HR, HR side of the business. I know that is going to be something we talk about supporting our look at it and then look at HR side of the business. I think that is going to be something. Whether it is going to be somebody, we need to look at it. Whether we can utilize a third party to help us with some of these. Whether it is bringing specific items, whether we can utilize a third party to have, but with some of these specific items. So that's going to be something that myself and definitely have, but they can help support that. And the other piece to this, I think, is really just what are future opportunities for additional revenue. And the other piece to this, I think, is really just what are future opportunities for additional revenue potential. Always looking at a lot of things coming on board for development on airport property. That's always something we're looking for. We always do have people that reach out to the airport property are interested, and that's always something we're looking for. We always do have people that reach out to the airport and start to run our interested. Way more expensive than they want to have. More often than not, and we're just leasing the property to us. Way more targets than they think is everything on the side. And we're just leasing the property. We've got a lot of room for that. Our students still look at those opportunities. And then the only other thing, I got a lot of room that I think we've had some internal discussion with those opportunities. And then the only other thing I did put on there that I think we've had some years or 2 years or so was and I think we may come, we can, the next
Sorry, I just woke up and
we may come,
sorry, I just woke up.
Wait a second.
Yeah, they're fine. I don't care. But I don't care.
Who was born first? Okay. If you call the
T-hanger.
Who was born first? There you have it. I thought you were going to come back with a tablets. There you have it. I thought you were going to come back with the tablets were written in the hanger.
Why they had a whole building.
But I'm happy with them, I'm not complaining.
Were they first tables or?
But I'm happy with them, I'm not complaining. I like it.
Were they first tables?
is
Just
our
five years ago, there was just dirt on the bottom.
Yes.
Just 5 years ago, I tore down one with just dirt on the
Mark,
bottom.
question for you. In green, new comment. You say continue to present pros out in green. Is there something new you say?
No, it's just, and I think we touched on some software opportunities earlier. No, it's just looking at some software opportunities earlier. So we can be a little more efficient. Just looking at some options will be able to better conduct that process. Especially so we can be a little more efficient with it. I'm getting now the closing process. We need to make sure that we're on top again, especially with all the different grants and stuff.
It seemed they would
We need to make sure that we're on top of it.
And there's still that part of it in terms of some of the, and there's still that part of it in terms of some of the, I mean, even since a couple years ago when they made some adjustments, but, right now, I mean, even since a couple years ago when they made some adjustments, working, even with right now, the biggest thing is much less consistency of records between, even with our consultant teams, Heather and I, and records, all that, much less consistency of records. We have an opportunity with this Heather and I, and that kind of live and all together package. And we have an opportunity in the system to have also Heather does live and create an extra spreadsheet to track something out where all that information already doing is part of the project. So Heather doesn't, it's just trying to make a spreadsheet to track something that works already doing as part of the project process. So it's just trying to remove some duplication of that simplify it.
It's downtown.
Yeah,
it's downtown.
And things still go to FAA and they'll still sit there for.
It's downtown.
Yeah, it's downtown. And things still go to FAA and they'll still sit there for. Yeah, there'll be built-in reminders.
Programs that can give us
reports or this.
And as you probably,
There'll be built-in reminders for quarterly reports or this.
And as you probably essentially that said, Dave will not get to do. That number gets paid back. We've got that on the section that says Dave would not get to do. And that number gets paid back. Put something a little bit more efficient for us, like get it back that.
We're tired of being
Mark wants the money
Something
back.
a little bit not making money for us, to get it back.
So Mark, just out of curiosity, how would you come up with another $300,000 or $400,000? So Mark, just out of curiosity, how would you come up with another $300,000 or $400,000
Well, that's good.
4 or 5 years? You're gonna sell some of my hands. You're selling the tea. You're gonna sell some of my hands.
That'll come to there's a lot of different.
You're selling the tea. But I mean, what could you raise for income?
Yeah, well, that'll come, a lot of different ways.
I mean, other than rent. What could you raise for
assessing
income?
what our, well, the way.
Other than rent.
Other than rent, we're always assessing what our square footage, some of the other things, I mean, like, really, from that standpoint of just being more efficient with, some of the other things that he talked about, that really, for a standpoint of being more efficient with some of the maintenance stuff, that things that we saw, trying to run that, I mean, that's the over system, continuing having. So it's really, for me, I'm looking at both sides of the equation, trying to run that, I mean, revenue will get you so far. So it's real, for me, I'm looking at both sides of the equation. Revenue will get you so far.
Getting low six figures out of our new lighting and HVAC systems, that's totally feasible. We had some initial low six figures out of our step lighting and HVAC systems, that's totally feasible. We had some initial HVAC planning, step 5 dollars, some of that, basically, I think it goes pretty well. And there's HVAC.
Well, yeah, you can look at all, one of the things that, one of the things that we always, well, yeah, you can look at all, one of the things that, one of the things that we always look at is, kind of great, there are things that had everything else, investigate additional terminal, kind of list, there are, 40 acres, investigate terminal, new investment objectives, another great, 40 acres back park investigate, but at one new investment, another great thing that the only way to come back to park solutions is you have a tenant. At one point in time, we're going to look at that tenant would be, but the only way a parking network works is if you have a tenant. So so how do you make efficiencies in that work car all the time? Especially in a peak season market. So it's how do you, because our peak season doesn't drive a peak parking time. Especially the off-season market. Our off-season, because our peak season doesn't drive peak parking. You're looking at the opportunities. Our off-season drives. As always, non-aeronautical. You're looking at your different options that looking at section. As always, non-aeronautical options, we say that includes car rentals, section. Both are going to be a target of us to, as we joke about T-hangers. It's the most opportunity to remove. However, at
No, they don't, I didn't say.
no, at the time they do. But yes, they need. But at that time, however,
No, they don't, I didn't say.
no. At the airport, but at that time, and at that point, we would change the model from. Is it the airport or from a building lease? And at that point, we would change the model from a ground from that drive building lease sticks and bricks into more of just a plain ground. There's a lot of variables. So that drive is different for several years on that. So there's a lot of variables when we look at several years on that. So and then also we need our space for getting some of that private investor. So the opportunity to build more hangars. We're here from the college, getting some of that private space investor and others that they love for space in the college to circulate. Even as simple as others that. They want designs in 70 circular direction to even as simple as thing at the end of the day. Our wing designs of our civil engineer plans have expanded since then. And so we're seeing our wing hangers are civil engineer plans. I'll say millimeters as you're trying to push. And so we're seeing our hangers where they used to be 3-4 millimeters as you're trying to push an airplane in. Adapting hangers where they used to be 3-4 foot, a 10 set hanger, T-hanger. Adapting to might be 6 or 8 set type of aircraft, or 10 set hanger, T-hangers. Might be a 6 or 8 sets in the future. So, when you look at that, I think looking at a lot of the measurables on a different side. So, when you look at that, I think looking at a lot of the measurables, raising the design, whether to develop in house radiators and everything else.
And key might be on how many hangars you're able to put up so you can go in quantity. Key might be on how many hangars you're able to put up so they're affordable.
Yes.
Right now they're quantity. Instead of looking at nice quality hangars that are $4,000 right now they're trying. The guy on, there's not a lot of interest. Quality hangars, they went in thousands. Quantity and not as nice, they can get down, there's not a lot of interest in that. And take out our quantity and not as nice, they can get them down to a price people can afford and take out our.
You're 100% right.
Heated,
all that kind of
everything but air conditioning. They got Wi-Fi.
They're insulated at that point.
Heated.
Well,
everything but air conditioning. I had to go
He's sitting in the back of Sarah's car. He's sitting in the back of Sarah's car.
That's exactly right. Do we want to build but that's exactly right. Do we want to cover base, base or
with a full chain door or something, so you don't have maintenance.
Base, so there's various things.
With a full chain door or something, so you don't have maintenance.
So there's various maximum rent to look at because, our rents are.
It's $460.
For one of the new, but that goes off and down for some of our older systems. For one of the new systems, but that goes all the way down where hangars are going to brand new builds. That are in the, even that infant frame, when you look at where hangars are going that are brand new built, even that frame hangar is going to be 6.
On the other slide about similar to some of the airlines. Kevin, what about really good customers? And the other slide about an opportunity similar to some of the airlines. So if it's closer, really good customers going to pay a little bit more. An opportunity for them to pay more. How many people would like if it's covered parking, so they're not affected, particularly if they're leaving their vehicles. How many people would like the time? Covered parking, so they're not affected, particularly better customer service. They're paying a little longer period of time. Like, but if they're willing to pay, like the airlines, better customer service, they're paying a little bit more legroom for it. But maybe a model there, like valet parking,
Reserve parking.
reserve parking, maybe a model there,
Yeah,
valet parking,
reserve parking.
reserve parking,
Yeah.
I mean, that's our biggest revenue source.
Yeah, well, and those are good things.
That's and those clubbing in the
Working with
hotel.
our concession.
You never know.
You know. Yeah, well, and those are good things, you know, that's the one thing. Really secure that spot for the concourse. You know, having Ron and Simca really secure that spot constantly presented us into play and into operation. The opportunity is going to be a revenue generator, presented us into play and into operation. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's going to be a
So
revenue
there's a lot of
generator.
opportunities. I mean, I think we ran some initial numbers just
Yeah, no, you're
ahead for that development on the east side. So there's a lot of opportunities. I mean, I think we ran some, it's roughly just ran a year off my head that, just for the land.
Yeah.
Just the land. When we talk about the hotel, I think it's roughly what we had per year, that, just for the land.
Yeah.
Just over 100. When we talk about this hotel, so between those two, there's 300 per year. You know, so that's what our intention is for that. So between those two, there's your three. And also with our new parking plan, that's what our intention is to try and find a way. And also with our new parking plan, also side, helps a lot of us. It's, you know, we always look at rates, but at the same time, we don't always want to have that be specific or cheap for us. It's, you know, we always look at rates, but at the same time, we don't always want to have that be the go-to for us.
All right, well, I'm gonna round out the last topic. We've got 20 minutes to stand between you and the bag. Okay, we'll round out the last topic. We're gonna move on to enhancing the customer experience. So this was goal number 4, and we're gonna move on to a couple items, enhancing the customer experience. This was goal number 4. Some of those, we made some suggestions, a couple items you can see here. Placed here in customer service, maybe some of those, you'll see that we had some suggestions, that maybe training and expectations. Placed here in customer service, they have to go elsewhere. We had provided customer service training, staff retention, and new positions to the airline staff. The first goal this morning, terminal B addition and new position, that discussed that. The first goal this morning, our terminal B addition, we already got that. And then we got continuing to support and get back to the community. We started maintenance conversation with, we got continuing to engage back to the community, maybe make that a little bit broader. And with autumn 2 cover, continuing community engagement, maybe making that a little bit broader. And then I'm going to cover
Enhancing the website is something we're working on right now.
things that came out of our
Frank and
conversation.
I are enhancing the website is something we're working on right now. Frank and I. But I think it just helps that we work on our application is key and everyone has she might not be going to. But I think it just helps that communication is key and everyone has share. They might not be going to the information that we do have website to us through those channels and just tell the TBC story, like the information that we do have available to us through those channels and just tell the TBC story like we do the airlines style, bring it all with them. Keep it aligned with our branding.
Mark, I think the airport program, you and I chatted about.
Yeah, that's just something, we've got some local artists that, has had some works up in the Boulder College. Yeah, that's just something, we've got some local artists partnered with them because it's been space for them to show their Boulder is, and we tried to tailor what they put up there. We just partnered with them because Traveler good space for them to test their work and whatnot. And the latest one that they have up there right now is looking out their plane window, Traveler experience, whether it's the outer picture and whatnot. The latest one that they have up there right now is actually on their plane window. We've gotten some pretty positive pictures of destination Detroit in regards to they did that. We've gotten some pretty positive feedback. I think it's inevitable with the addition in regards to did that. A lot of airports are going towards. I think it's inevitable with the addition. So I think that's just something that a lot of airports are going to have to look at more closely in the next year or two. So I think that's just something that we've got some opportunity have to look at more closely in the next year or two and that kind of stuff. So and again, it's engaging your local community and having it be part of and that kind of stuff. So and again, it's engaging your local community.
Which great examples are terrazzo floor. Which great examples are terrazzo floor.
I don't know who's doing like Facebook posts and postings. I really like them. One thing I'm wondering if we can do is to kind of dispel
I
some
really
of the
like
rumors.
this. One thing
You
I'm
brought up
wondering
one
what we
earlier
do
where we
is
have the ground hand.
kind of dispel some of the rumors.
If
You
we can
brought
just
up
do
one earlier
like some
where
facts.
we have the ground
Those are not airport
people. If we can just do like
Those
some
are
facts.
employed by the airline.
Those are not.
I don't know that that works. Again, I'm not a huge
employed.
social media person.
Those are employed by
I've
the
seen some
airline.
airports do that.
I don't know
Yeah,
that that works. Again, I'm not a
It
huge
does,
social
yeah, you
media
have to do it
person.
in a unique way to capture
I-
the
I've seen some airports do that.
But it can be very positive.
It
and
does,
explain
yeah,
some
you have to do it in a
situations,
unique
but
way
then
to
it
capture
can
the
be
attention.
very negative. People
But
say,
it
oh,
can
you're
be
just
very
avoiding
positive and
responsibility
explaining some situations,
but then it can be very
And
negative.
it's just because
People
they all
don't
understand
they
what
perceive it this way, therefore that is this. And when it's just because they don't understand, they perceive it this way. A great example was the recent when it's not necessarily true. I don't know if you all saw that. A great example was the recent South Traverse City. And I don't know if you all saw that out there. And it had all these prime cities and everything else. And we received media calls, Southwest had all these prime cities and everything else. And media calls, we received multiple media calls, Southwest Airport media calls, routes that they received media calls, everybody received media calls, multiple Washington, the AI Airport, the routes that they received media calls, everybody received media calls. And so, social media is very hard to be challenged at. So with the right message, so it's social media is very hard. We even had another one 2 days later. So if you remember, we'll talk more about it tomorrow's meeting. We even had another one 2 days later. And remember, we did an emergency prayer about it tomorrow's meeting now. And next thing you know, there was a post and it said taxiway golf will be now closed. Between today and May, there was a post that said taxiway golf will be now closed for between today, 24 hours maybe, 36 hours to do the, it was closed for repair. 24 hours maybe, 36 hours to do the quick. That's a normal maintenance thing. That happens at airports all the time. You know, hot day, asphalt crumbles, that's a normal maintenance thing. That happens at airports all the time. So that hot day, asphalt crumbles, you're again, boom, you use that out. Gotta repair. Autumn tries to go. So that, you know, a lot of times you're again, sources that out and finding out what as much they put it out. But a lot of times, it's sometimes we find out source count's been hacked and finding out, put it out on, and they put it out. And so we sometimes find that there's someone else put it out on it. Maybe that's not the right term. And so, or sometimes I find that there's ghosts, so we find out there's, maybe that's not, and then to find biased opinions. You know, find heavily biased. We find out there's that aren't, and then we find biased, and we see them just find heavily biased, and so that aren't factual. I think that is social media. See them get posted. Again, it's not necessarily what's true. I think what people want to believe. Again, it's not necessarily what's true. It's what people want. I agree with you.
You're still gonna get the names.
That's why you'll still get it. No, I agree with you, Steve. It's just, it's a challenge. I agree with you. I want to make sure when we put a goal like, you'll still get it. No, I agree with you. It's a challenge. I want to make sure when we put a goal like that, we set, we temper our expectations and results.
And I think part of that too is the website too, is for having a media section on the website for just a better platform, a media section on just the website, just a better platform to share.
It's a lot more powerful if we were to say, we're not cutting the trees in an open cemetery, that's a very big statement. It's a lot more powerful statement is, if we were to say, we're not cutting the trees in an open cemetery, that's a very weak, proactive. The powerful is addressed, we're protecting the heritage of the right trees in an open cemetery, be proactive. I think when you look at customer existing information, our customer isn't just a person getting on an airplane. You know, I think when you look at our customer experience, you know, customer isn't just a person getting on an airplane or plane, you know, it's our community. It's our, had a good chat with Bob earlier. It's what we're doing to improve the environment. Had a good chat with Bob earlier. Reduce pollution. What we're doing to our expansion is going to improve the environment. Reduce pollution. by, potentially recycle management collecting instead of the, what it used to be, doing things to decrease light recycle, reduce collecting instead of noise pollution, what it used to be. Always doing things to decrease light pollution, doing things to versus, and don't try to always be counteract the naysayers, but just, here's the story, don't try to, this is what counteract the naysayers.
Instead of defense, we're playing offense.
Here's the story, this is
Play more offense on, instead of defense, we're playing offense.
Yes.
With the facts.
Yes, somewhat. But if we set a target for Southwest 3 years out and we let them know, we have one of our strategic goals, and if we set a target for Southwest carrier like 3 years out by 2029, we have one of our strategic goals, actual positive story, we corrected like Southwest by 2029. Now you've got an actual positive story with correct information.
All right, we didn't turn into puddles of goo, I think that's pretty good accomplishment. So, tee up for tomorrow, we're gonna talk about some of our stewardship items, and then, Chief has a tee up for tomorrow, we're gonna talk about, we've got our stewardship items, and then, Chief has a longer list of one, and then we'll elements you've got, and then wrap up this word to tell you, and we're gonna priority take this. And then we'll get any last comments, Kevin, wrap up and adjourn for today.
Well, just your homework is be open to your thoughts. Well, just your homework, because you have a laundry list to be open. Isn't all longer result. This is just you have a laundry list. So if there's things that are in your mind, all in tonight's time, right down, just bring it tomorrow. So say, hey, what about this spark discussion tomorrow? What about say, hey, tomorrow, what about this spark? We may take all of this, what about blocks? Because when tomorrow we put them up on the board, we may take all of this. So this is very important. Blocks, I may take some of it, or we may enjoy the add, enjoy the band. So this is very important. But take awesome, take yes, enjoy the game, enjoy the band, enjoy with offense, a chance to reflect. Also take a moment to clear your mind and be taking. So also, kind of also let you know is Stephanie and I would be very strategic. So also, kind of also let you know she interviewed me. Stephanie and I all of this very strategic day. Yeah. She interviewed me, but all of this stuff I asked her to get as much information as the staff, not allowing Paul and some others. I asked her when this came out today from the staff, I want y'all to know others. So when this came out, this is my first time seeing which I want you all to know this is just, I really do, because so many times when strategic plans are developed, leadership I really do, because so many times when strategic plans are developed, the leadership just dominates what's going on, where it's going, and that's what I, those that are working every day in the trenches, don't get their chance to do. And that's what I think is have a great lead.
Do we leave papers and stuff here, or are we?
Mark?
I can check.
Do we leave papers and stuff here, or?
Oh, before we end, Mark,
I can
hold
check.
on. Gotta do a little formality.
That's right.
Oh, before we end.
Sign the release.
No, hold on. No, we got a formality.
That's right.
We gotta
sign the release.
no. So now we gotta
Meeting.
we gotta suspend this. So you're still gonna do general, you'll need a vote, member comment, and then stay through.
Is there any general public comment?
Only comment I have is for everybody that's sticking around.
Is there any general public
I'll
comment?
get you tickets and wristbands. Only comment I have is for everybody that's sticking around for the ball game, comes to me. I'll get you
Any other
tickets
general
and
comments?
wristbands.
Any member comments? Any other general comments? Any other comments? I would member comments? Say thanks to Kevin and the staff and the board for,
Keep hitting us, keep hitting it on.
I just like to say thanks to Kevin. I always use the phrase at our staff
Keep hitting us,
meetings.
keep hitting it on.
Just keep hitting singles, just kind of like the movie, I always use the phrase on our staff meetings. Keep hitting singles, just kind of like we do that. Keep hitting people on base, keep doing jobs, keep hitting singles, but I know, like today, I'm just so proud to be part of this organization, like Traverse City work. Kevin, I know, like today, I'm just so proud to be part of this organization. Ever since I've been a member, every year, Kevin, we take the time to do something for you too, is that a lot of people, organizations, they're so busy or they're busy doing what they're doing. Take the time, take a couple of days, stop and, you know what we're doing, organizations, they're so busy, everyone's busy doing what they're doing. So take a couple of days, stop and, a couple of days, whatever, we'll appreciate it. It's not always really fun to sit down so long, a couple of days for everyone, and appreciate it. Organization, not always really fun to sit down, it's really critical. Both sleeves, make sure there's different paths, organizational success. You gotta go down, take really fast, stop. Like they said, we're gonna get a serious thing, different paths, we gotta go down and see too fast, thanks to, like they said, when we get to see that in the sting, the rest have to be on team. And so thanks to that step. That's my only member comment. Anyone else? If not, I need a motion to suspend the meeting.
Move to suspend the meeting till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
If not, I need a motion to suspend discussion.
Move to suspend the meeting till tomorrow morning at 10
Okay,
a.m.
all those in favor say aye. Aye. Suspend the opposed or any? All right, play ball. We're gonna have fun tonight. Ball court. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And tonight, play ball. We're gonna have fun tonight. Social ball court.
Tonight's event is going to go to Diet Pepsi for tomorrow morning. And there's pie, we're allowed to take one for the road. Diet Pepsi for tomorrow morning.
And you can leave all your.
And there's pie, allowed to take one for the road.
And you can leave all your.
Thank you. I look back partway through the day. I see you guys have nice shirts in the back.
The early bird gets rewarded is all I can say about that. The early bird gets rewarded is all I can say about that.
Here you go, Pat. Okay. Yes, anybody that wants to bat, we have it for,
Here you go, Patty.
okay. Yes, anybody that wants to bat, we have it for 30 minutes. Then it's a hard.